Good morning and welcome to the penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at Whilton Mill, and this is a very quick start to the programme actually, because we are right underway with our first race of the day. It's the AMR Moto Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90 riders out on the track now and making their way through on their opening laps. We'll run through the race order in a few moments' time, but we have started the meeting a few minutes ahead of schedule. Basically, of course, again to the later part of the season. The meeting running very well this morning, so with things running a little bit ahead of schedule, it's been decided to bring the start of the race forward slightly. So we are about 3 laps into this race. We'll run through the race order now with Harrison Quincy leading from Jack Hamilton, Joshua Herring in third, Leo Soliu and Caden Herring. This is how they lined up at the start of the race. Just a few moments ago, they've all settled down quite nicely. A good, clean start, and nobody really hitting any trouble on those opening couple of laps. The leaders now coming around the final corner, and it's Harrison Quincy going over the start-finish line with Jack Hamilton right on his tail. This is the 4th lap of the race. Now, of course, Jack Hamilton is the sole Mini GP rider in this race, so he will be looking to get class victory, of course, but battling now with Harrison Quincy for the lead as they make their way through Inkermans at the very top of the circuit. This Whilton Mill circuit, well known by the riders, of course. A lot of riders practice here, and fairly central location, of course. We're located in Northamptonshire, just outside of Daventry. The track is pretty much alongside the M1 motorway, and very well centrally located. It's about 20-25 minutes or so from Silverstone, and a lot of riders practice here. Regular bike sessions here as well. We are running the full circuit there. As you may remember, last season there were 2 rounds of the championship here at Whilton Mill, one on this full international layout and one on the shortened Zulu circuit. Now, of course, we are still under British summertime, 2nd of October today, so we still have got the daylight, which allows us to run on this full circuit. Weather conditions looking good today. It's about 16 degrees, only a bit of cloud later on possibly, but no rain forecast at least. However, I must tell you that it absolutely threw it down here on Friday afternoon, which meant the track was very slippery going through into Saturday. And even this morning, there's 1 or 2 greasy lines out there. 1 or 2 of the riders were saying that it was almost better at times to go offline where there was a bit more grip, not so much grease on the racing line, with of course the tyres mixing with the wet tarmac. But as you can see, the track looking very good as making his way to the boot, the race leader, number 755, Harrison Quincy, leading the race by about 0.8 of a second. Jack Hamilton in second, incidentally, with the fastest lap of the race, 1:0.248, and they're both running just over the 1 minute marker as they make their way over the line to complete another lap. Joshua Herring just a little bit further behind in 3rd place. As 4th place, Leo Soliu goes over the line in 4th. Caden Herring a little bit further back. He's going through the boot section at the moment. Up they go towards Christmas Corner. And the camera angles, well, that downhill angle there just gives you an idea that it is rather off camber going into Christmas Corner. It's an uphill braking zone, and we'll see the riders can brake very late into that corner in the opening laps of the race. But this opening race of the day, AMR Moto Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90 settling down into quite a rhythm here as Harrison Quincy continues to lead the way, being pressured all the time though by the number 28 of Jack Hamilton, making their way up towards the boot. 3rd place Joshua Herring not too far behind, and down into the final corner they go. So Quincy leading, looking comfortable, leading the Supermotos of course, and the Mini GP rider Jack Hamilton all the way from Northern Ireland in 2nd place. They make their way through Crook and in through the right-hander, very fast part of the circuit on the lead up now towards Christmas Corner. And you can see just how the circuit rises as they make their way to that right-hander. It's a very tight corner, but with it being off camber and working into the camber, it means you can carry a lot of speed. Down they go through the left-hander, that braking zone, a little bit bumpy, and it is a bit off camber through there, so the riders do have to treat that part of the course with respect. Through the centre of the circuit they go now. Quincy still leading, looking good, setting the fastest lap of the race, 1:0.071, and as you can see, just over 1 second separating him from Jack Hamilton in 2nd place. Hamilton keeping that pressure on as they make their way through boot once again. 3 laps to go, including the lap they are on. And out of the boot section they go through that final corner. Best to keep off the curbs. You can see the protective cones on there as well. And over the line they go with 2 to go. Harrison Quincy maintaining a good pace there, pulling away slightly from Jack Hamilton as they make their way back up the hill towards Christmas. And Quincy looking very good indeed. You can still see Herring in third. Joshua Herring 1.1 seconds off the pace, but still handily placed should any of these 2 riders hit some trouble on the final 2 laps. And Jack Hamilton just not quite close enough to go for a pass at this stage, but looking strong. Through they go. And through the left-hander back towards the boot section, still Quincy leading. The gap was 1.1 seconds, but look at Hamilton in second place. It looks like he has closed the gap slightly. We'll have a look when they make their way over the line for the final time. They're going through boot for the penultimate lap of the race now. Quincy still leading, Hamilton second, Joshua Herring third, and the rest of the field made up of Leo Soliu and Caden Herring. 1 lap to go. So let's see what Quincy can do. Through that right-hander they go and up towards Christmas corner for the final time. Into that top corner, and the gap goes down just to 9/10 of a second. So Hamilton just closing the gap slightly on that previous lap. This race still not over, although Harrison Quincy looking strong as they make their way down the hill into that right-hander, using all the curb. And Hamilton certainly not giving this one up. He's starting to close the gap on Quincy, who I think is just trying to bring it home. But he's going to have to be careful here, because Jack Hamilton, who's been in second place for the entire race, looks like he is going to have one last go into the boot. Not quite close enough to get a front wheel in there, though. Through the boot they go for the final time, and 1 more corner to go. Harrison Quincy round the final corner he goes. Checkered flag now being readied, and out to the last corner they go. Harrison Quincy with the first race win of the day, closely followed by Jack Hamilton in second place, Joshua Herring in third, and the rest of the field made up of Leo Soliu, and there he goes over the line in fourth place. Final rider out on track, about half a lap down, is the 914 of Caden Herring. Henriette Juddigins and Rex Ormond were non-starters in that race, as coming into the final corner goes Caden Herring. But a great start to the day there with Harrison Quincy from Jack Hamilton. Going to move on very shortly, of course, to our next race of the day. It's the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s, including the Bucci 190 Cup. They'll be getting underway in just a few moments. So leaves me now just to give you a warm welcome to Whilton Mill for this penultimate round of the championship. Popular circuit, of course. This is one of the early venues used in the British Minibikes Championships, and the series has been coming to this Whilton Mill circuit for many years. Popular circuit and medium length layout. It's got a real mixture of fast and slow corners, but it's a little bit more demanding than it might appear at first instance. The track surface is notoriously greasy at times, and it does have the nickname Slippery Mill with some riders. And this circuit really will punish mistakes. There's 1 or 2 braking bumps into some of the corners, and those off cambers, they can catch riders out as well. So certainly the Whilton Mill circuit, one which demands respect from our riders. Moving on then to the Mini GP 190 and 70 in association with OMG Racing. This event also incorporating the Bucci 190 Cup riders are now down in the waiting zone. So thanks for tuning in for this penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Minibike Championship, and here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. As we say, we're about 20-25 minutes or so from the Silverstone circuit in the middle of Northamptonshire. It's actually not that far from the, if you know your history, from the Althorpe estate as well, where of course the Spence family, Lady Diana originating the family home from this area as well. So looking on now to the Mini GP 11970, Brian Hamilton from Corey Tinker, Andrew Thompson, Kobe Garbett running up the first couple of rows. Riders now in the waiting zone, and we'll be getting underway in just a few moments. So we're just 2 weeks, of course, down since the previous round of the championship at Three Sisters, where we had quite an interesting afternoon, of course. The weather really making things quite treacherous. It was changeable conditions throughout the day, but as you can see for yourself here at Whilton Mill, today has turned out quite nicely. Just to recap, we did have some very heavy rain pretty much all day on Friday in the local area, and the circuit absolutely soaked in rain on Friday and made things a little bit difficult yesterday. Of course, so much rain going down on the track, and it's a notoriously greasy surface here, which meant it took some time to dry out properly, and the circuit really did demand respect yesterday as well. There were a lot of greasy lines where, of course, the water mixing with the rubber being laid by the tyres, which made things a little bit tricky. There were 1 or 2 riders going down yesterday. Quite a few, even some of the top riders in the series coming to grief here at Whilton Mill yesterday, but the track all the time drying out. The forecast looks good today, so I think pretty much all of that moisture is out of the tarmac right now, and we should be on for a good afternoon's racing as the riders from the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and the Bucci 190 Cup lining up on the grid for their first race of the day. As normal, of course, here at the British Minibikes, 3 motos throughout the day. We're on our first block of racing, of course. Everyone racing 3 times during the afternoon. This race will be followed by the Ovali 110 Cup and the 160s. Pit bike Minibikes 160s incorporating the vets later on. Ugly & Co Mini GP, Supermoto Minibikes and the Brat Bike Super Minis rounding out the action as the Mini GP 190s get underway, charging into the first corner. Up towards Christmas for the first time. So into the first corner, look good, clean start, no trouble on those first few corners, and Brian Hamilton with a good start from Kobe Garbett. Down through Inkermans into that off-cambered right-hander into the centre of the circuit they go. Kobe Garbett, Andrew Thompson, Izzy Carter, Tim Patterson running out the field as they make their way through the centre of the course for the first time. Brian Hamilton then looking good. Garbett not too far behind as they make their way through Boot for the first time. Named as such, of course, because if you look at the circuit layout, it does resemble a boot, of course. Pretty self-explanatory as they make their way over the line for the first time. So leading the way is Brian Hamilton from Andrew Thompson up to second place now. Kobe Garbett drops to third. And Brian Hamilton, who had a bit of trouble last time out at Whilton, he had a good day, but in the final moto, one of the riders who was caught out by the weather conditions and a small mistake, dropped the bike on the warm-up lap. Of course, it's an inexplicable mistake, but it does happen even to the best of them. And of course, with the rules for 2022, if any of these riders drop the machine at any point when they're out on the track, they are out of that race. So he was retirement before the race even started, but he is making up for lost time here, leading the race quite well, although he's got to be careful here because Andrew Thompson is starting to turn the screw now as they make their way through Boot. Hamilton leads the way through that right-hander, looking very smooth at the front, dealing well with the pressure as Andrew Thompson just shadowing the back wheel as he makes his way through. And Thompson with the fastest lap of the race, 53.623 as they make their way through. Kobe Garbett leading the 190s from Izzy Carter. Tim Patterson a little bit further behind. So they make their way through into the top corner. And Andrew Thompson really putting the pressure on Brian Hamilton here, though Hamilton, of course, leads the race. Has the confidence to hold that line and shut the door on Thompson, who's really looking threatening in second place. But Brian Hamilton holding on to that lead and looking composed at the front of this stage. Through Boot they go once again. These two really pulling away now from the rest of the field. Kobe Garbett in third, leading Tim Patterson. Izzy Carter a little bit further behind as they make their way over the line. And Brian Hamilton actually responding there with the fastest lap of the race, 53.2. And Hamilton just pulling away as they make their way through Christmas Corner, through Inkermans. Here we are up at the top of the circuit. And again, those camera angles from the top of the track, giving you an idea of the gradient here at Whilton Mill. When you walk up there, it actually doesn't look very much from ground level, but when you get down there on trackside, it's a bit of a climb up to the top of that bank. Heading through boot once again. Andrew Thompson starts to put the pressure back on. He seems very quick through this final section of the circuit, has some good lines, and just seems to close the gap back up on Brian Hamilton as they make their way over the line to complete another lap.
Yeah, just leave this one on time.
4 laps into this 12-lap race, still a long way to go. As again, we're just looking at Thompson having a peek down the inside. But Hamilton's got too much momentum going into Christmas corner for an out-braking maneuver. Down the hill they go once again. Thompson again has a look there, but doesn't get the front wheel out. Just shadowing the back wheel of Hamilton at the moment, trying to find a way through, finding an opening. Let's have a look at Thompson when they make their way around these last few corners, heading back towards boot. Using all of the curb there, Andrew Thompson. He seems to have some good lines through boot. I think using that curb a little bit too much there. Perhaps cost him a bit of time, but he seems a little bit more aggressive under braking going to boot, carrying a little bit more speed. And this is allowing him to keep with Brian Hamilton, who seems to have some nice flowing lines on the first half of the lap. So got this entertaining mix of match here where, again, Hamilton, he's got a lovely line through that first corner and again pulls away, keeps himself at arm's reach from Andrew Thompson in second. So Hamilton again pulls away on the first part of the lap, and then when they get more towards the more technical bits, it just seems that Thompson had a little bit more speed into the corner. Oh, a small twitch there from Hamilton under braking. Barely a mistake there, but just allowing Thompson to close up, but again Thompson can't find a way through. Brian Hamilton looking strong. It's still Kobe Garbutt in third place, Tim Patterson in fourth, and Izzy Carter rounding out the field, heading towards boot once again. Hamilton doing a great job at the front of the field. He's making some nice lines here, carving out some good corners and putting that bike exactly where it needs to be to make sure that Thompson can't find an opening to get through. And Hamilton again carrying the speed through Crook, through that first corner, through Oblivion, and pulling away on the straight up towards Christmas corner through that right-hander, straight through to Winkelmann's. This slightly off-cambered S's section at the top of the circuit. Down the hill they go through towards the right-hander, and these two really pulling away now from the rest of the field. The gap just approaching 18 seconds from Kobe Garbutt in third place, Tim Patterson and Izzy Carter running up the field and running their way back towards the finish line now, down the back straight in towards boot once again. And Hamilton just starting to find a bit more pace through the boot section, and just ever so slightly, I wouldn't say pulling away much, but he's got enough of a gap there just to keep himself safe at the front. We'll have a look at the lap times when they go through, and still lapping in the 52-second region. So Brian Hamilton, we're talking fine margins here, but he is pulling away from second place ever so slightly. As you can see, the gap just under 0.6 of a second, and they're looking good at first and second place. Very close race at the front. Kobe Garbutt in third, being closed on as they go over the line by Tim Patterson. They're having their own little battle for third place. Izzy Carter running up the field just that little bit further behind. And down towards the centre of the circuit they go. Still Hamilton leading the way. Fastest lap of the race was 52.513, just that little bit earlier, but he's still looking smoother at the front of the field. Into boot once again. Just a few more laps to go in this one. And Hamilton, through that right-hander he goes. Looking very smooth indeed over the line. Still hanging on in there though in second place, Andrew Thompson. So at the moment, Brian Hamilton just starting to stamp some authority on this race as we head towards the closing part of this final race, but still very much, I would say, Andrew Thompson very much in this one as well. And through Winkelmann's they go down towards the right-hander. Looking very smooth at the front there, Brian Hamilton. Still that battle going on for third, a bit further behind between Toby Garbutt and Tim Patterson. Racing up towards Christmas corner, but Brian Hamilton just increasing the gap slightly to 0.6 of a second. They are closing up on the number 46 of Izzy Carter. And there she is, so Carter just holding a line as we look at the battle for third place now. Kobe Garbutt and Tim Patterson, and Patterson has been slowly but surely closing up on Garbutt for third, and they're starting a bit of a scrap there. The two leaders make their way past Izzy Carter. 3 laps to go. Into Christmas corner they go once again. Through the right-hander in towards Winkelmann's. This part of the circuit Little bit off camber, it's a bit difficult at times. Down the hill they go, into the right-hander. And Brian Hamilton looking good so far, and Andrew Thompson just starting to respond now in the closing stage of the race. As you can see, Thompson just pulling a couple of tenths down on Brian Hamilton, finding some good lines out there and maybe taking advantage of them, lapping the slower rider. As the race draws to its closing stages now, it looks like Thompson having a late charge here. Into the final corner they go. Thompson having a little peek down the inside, can't find a way through. Over the line they go once again. Heading now towards the final lap of the race, next time round. And look at Thompson here, just trying to get a tighter exit out of some of the corners, get the power down just to try and get a drive on Hamilton down the straight, but can't get close enough to put a front wheel in there. Oh, Hamilton taking a wider line. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it might allow Thompson back in. Can't find a way through at the moment. Brian Hamilton doing a great job here. It's very difficult when you're leading the race. You'll know there's another rider breathing down your neck, and it's all about keeping your composure here. Remembering the basics, getting the lines right. Here they come, up towards boot once again. And Andrew Thompson is right on the back wheel of Brian Hamilton. One more lap to go as they make their way round the final corner. So Brian Hamilton has led the entire race, but he's just got to bring it home on this final lap. Heading up towards Christmas Corner, fastest part of the track now. And again, Hamilton covering the line quite nicely. Thompson not close enough to go for a move here. Through Christmas they go, heading towards Inkermans for the final time. Down the hill into this demanding off-cambered slow right-hander. Seen a lot of riders going down there in the past. It's a corner that demands respect, but Thompson using all of the curb there as he tries to close up again. On Brian Hamilton, it's Patterson up to third place from Kobe Garbett and Izzy Carter running up the field. Two leaders now making their way down towards boot for the final time. And Thompson closing back up on Brian Hamilton. Two more corners to go. Hamilton's got a nice line through boot, and he should hold on here. Round the final corner they go. It's going to be close, but Brian Hamilton takes the checkered flag by quarter of a second. So not much in terms of overtaking there, but a lot of action between those two riders as they pushed each other to the line. Looks like Tim Patterson is going to bring it home in third place, making his way around the final corner, and over the line he goes. Patterson in third. Izzy Carter goes through, and she finishes in fifth position, one lap down. And Patterson just going up towards the final corner now, closely followed by Kobe Garbett. But a great ride there from Brian Hamilton to take the checkered flag under a lot of pressure from Andrew Thompson. Those two running a very close race. We're going to move on very shortly, of course, to our O'Varley races. We've got the 110 Cup and the 160 Cup. Riders now down in the waiting zone, and they'll be taking to the track in just a few moments. So it's quite a fast, frantic end to the 2021 season here at the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. Just 2 weeks ago, we were at round number 6 at Three Sisters up in Wigan. In a couple of weeks' time, final round of the championship will be down at Dorset at the Clay Pigeon Circuit. I will have to send my apologies, unfortunately, as I will not be able to make that one. A bit of a date change, meant to clash with other plans, but this will be my last time here for 2021, but looking forward to 2023. 22, I should say. 2022. We move on to 23 next year, and just keep tuned on the Rich Energy British Minibikes social media channels as the dates are currently being penciled in. A lot of the old favourites returning, of course, and I say Alan Lord and the team at British Minibikes working on those dates for 2023. And watch out for the social media channels. They will be released very soon, I believe. We move on to our third race of the day. It's the O'Varley 110 Cup. Riders going out for 12 laps. So the 110 riders out on the circuit now. This, of course, the usual race format. 3 blocks of races during the day. We're approaching pretty much the halfway point in this block. We're scheduled to be having a marshal's break just before midday to allow the riders to have a bit of a rest, and for the marshals take a well-earned break for the afternoon. Let's have a look how they line up. So Valentino Kimi Kirk from Travis Shaw, Hudson Cooper in third, Jack Hamilton 4th, Sidney Marshall 5th, and Leo Soliu in 6th position. Finley Hanna rounding out the field. So the 110 riders just out on their formation lap at the moment. Avani, of course, one of a number of bespoke mini-bike manufacturers. This series launched a couple of years ago. It was pretty much the first meeting back after lockdown. I remember it well at Ella Park, where Pete Hickman, the man behind bringing this Italian brand into the UK, was in attendance. He has also guested at a few of the Avali rounds himself. Primarily, of course, targeted towards the youth market, but they are competitive for some of the larger Avali machines towards adult riders in their own right. And when you see these bikes up close and personal in the paddock, they really do look like scaled down BSB or MotoGP machines. They really certainly they do look the part as well. Fairly limited in what they can do in terms of modifying the performance of the machines in terms of parity, as we see the red light on the right hand side, and away they go, charging away into the first corner. Looks like another good clean start. So the Avali 110 Cup in association with Motor Oils into Christmas corner for the first time. Looked like a decent start there for Hudson Cooper, Travis Shaw, Jack Hamilton. So there's some very strong riders in this race. Start very important indeed, and they've all gone away well. So of course, welcoming you to the action today. I'm Chris Sora, taking you through the action. Pretty much going to be more of a solo effort today. We've been joined by Derv Lane on the last few occasions because he has been injured. Pleased to say that Derv is out there on the track racing today, so it's a shame not to have him in the commentary booth quite so much as we've seen him in recent rounds, but good to see him out on the track, and let's hope those injuries don't affect his progress too much as the leaders make their way over the line. Very close start to this race, less than half a second covering the top three. Hudson Cooper leading, Travis Shaw in second, Jack Hamilton in third. Avali 110 Cup, these riders of course age between 8 and 12 years, so some of the younger spectre. Oh, trouble there for third. I think that might have been Hamilton hitting trouble going into Christmas corner. I think he stayed on the bike, so he should stay in the race as the race goes on now with two riders, Hudson Cooper and Travis Shaw. I can tell you that Jack Hamilton has rejoined at the back of the field. He went off the circuit but stayed on the bike, so he should be able to continue in the race. So from three riders, we are down to two as Hudson Cooper and Travis Shaw started to battle through boot once again, through towards the right-hander. And Cooper looking good at the front of the field. Shaw keeping that pressure on. And Hudson Cooper, fastest lap of the race, 58.113. So up to third place now goes Valentino Kimi Kirk on the number 468. Sidney Marshall up to fourth place. Leo Soliu fifth. And Jack Hamilton just getting past Finley Hanna into sixth place. Down into the right-hander they go, and Shaw just having a look on the inside. That corner looks inviting for an out-braking manoeuvre, but you have to be so careful because of the off-camber. And Hudson Cooper leads them through this central part of the circuit. A bit tighter, a bit more technical. It does flow quite nicely though, so it's potentially difficult to go for an overtaking manoeuvre on that part of the circuit, but get the lines right and it could set you up quite nicely for the circuit, the section of the circuit they're in now into boot. And that's what Shaw's doing here. He's just starting to put the pressure back on Hudson Cooper as they make their way around the final corner, and Shaw taking a tighter line out to the final corner. They go over the line, heading towards oblivion. That's frighteningly fast little chicane into the long right-hander, leading them up towards Christmas corner. Through Christmas they go again. Travis Shaw closing up under braking through Inkermans. Down the hill they go towards the right-hander. And Shaw having a look down the inside again. He thinks better of it. That right-hander, when you look at the circuit layout, that really does look like a prime overtaking opportunity, but it's a lot more difficult than it looks because of the off-camber. It's quite bumpy leading into that corner as well, so it's a very difficult corner to pull off an overtaking manoeuvre. Travis Shaw just having a look and closing up again as they make their way through towards boot. Kimi Kirk still in third, Sidney Marshall fourth, Leo Soliu, Jack Hamilton and Finley Hanna making up the rest of the field. Through the right-hander they go. And Hudson Cooper still there from Travis Shaw. Not much in it at all between these two riders, both very well matched. Valentino Kimi Kirk over the line in third place, Sidney Marshall in fourth. Leo Soliu, I think, has been passed now by Jack Hamilton. Actually, he's just gone over the line. So Hamilton is now up to fifth place, getting past Leo Soliu, starting to close up on Sidney Marshall in fourth. So after that mistake at the start of the race, Jack Hamilton is recovering quite well. Still got a few more laps to go in this race, 8 laps, so he could potentially get up to third place, which may not be quite so bad for him. And certainly allows him to salvage some points going into the final 2 races later on today. Hudson Cooper, meanwhile, just starting to pull away now from Travis Shaw. Heading towards Boots, so this is a very important part of the race here for Travis Shaw in second. He really needs to keep up with the race leaders. They make their way around the final corner, or Travis Shaw actually going into lead, my apologies. On the back of the circuit there, looks like a bit of a mistake there from Hudson Cooper, dropping him out of contention slightly, 1.3 seconds down. So Travis Shaw then into the lead. Through Christmas Corner they go. Let's have a look at what Hudson Cooper can do. So mistake there, I think, from Cooper, dropping off the pace slightly. Travis Shaw now has the circuit to himself, but he's not shaking off Hudson Cooper in second place. They make their way through the right-hander, heading towards the centre of the circuit now. Valentino Kimi Kirk still in third place. Jack Hamilton fourth from Sidney Marshall, as they make their way up towards Boot once again at the front of the field. And Travis Shaw looking neat at the front, but still this race not over, because Hudson Cooper is by no means out of contention here. Through the right-hander they go. Travis Shaw with the fastest lap of the race, 57.188, goes over the line and holds on to the lead. There is Hudson Kai Cooper in second place, number 217, keeping that pressure on. The gap 1.5 seconds as they make their way through. Up towards Christmas Corner, the 2 race leaders. Still Valentino Kimi Kirk in third position. Over the line. And the hard charging number 28 of Jack Hamilton into fourth place now, trying to catch up with Kimi Kirk in third place. Sidney Marshall, Leo Soliu and Finley Hanna rounding out the field, as Travis Shaw holds on to that lead in towards the centre of the circuit once again. Looking out for Hudson Cooper in second place. The gap was 1.5 seconds. Looks very similar at the moment, and we'll have a look as they make their way through Boot once again. Travis Shaw still leading the way. Finley Hanna just going over the line, so maybe getting closed up by the race leaders. And here they go around the final corner, so Travis Shaw leads. This race still far from over. Hudson Kai Cooper, the gap goes up slightly to 1.8 seconds. And it's still in third place, number 468 of Valentino Kimi Kirk going over the line, followed by Jack Hamilton, Sidney Marshall and Leo Soliu a bit further behind. But at the moment, the race leader, Travis Shaw, still with a clear track in front of them. They may possibly catch up with Finley Hanna towards the end of the race. Hanna just going through Boot at the moment as the race leader, making their way in towards the approach to the Boot section. So they are starting to close up on Finley Hanna, who's heading towards the final corner. So a little bit of work to do here for Travis Shaw. Although I should think Finley Hanna will hear the faster riders approaching, and these riders pretty well drilled in their racecraft, so normally they just hold their line, let the faster rider find a way through. Travis Shaw over the line then to complete another lap. Let's have a look at the gap when they go through. And still staying very similar at the front, about 1.8 seconds with the top 2 as they make their way back up towards Christmas Corner to complete another lap. And Travis Shaw looking neat, makes his way through that off-cambered section. Still Kimi Kirk in third, being closed on still by Jack Hamilton in fourth, as Travis Shaw going through the right-hander, starting to close up on the number 13 of Finley Hanna. One of the worst parts of the track to close up on here, because this is a medium speed corner and there's not too much that Hanna can do here. Just hold the line and you'll see there Travis Shaw getting through, under braking. So he got held up there slightly but kept his cool, found an opening and got through. There's Finley Hanna currently in 7th position, leaders around the final corner, and Travis Shaw just starting to increase that gap now as Hudson Cooper goes through in second. Still pretty much staying as you were as the race goes through towards its final section. Now Travis Shaw through Christmas Corner, looking strong at the front of the field. Valentino Kimi Kirk still being closed on by Jack Hamilton, third and fourth place. But Travis Shaw looking good at the front of the field. And let's have a look a bit further back. We've still got Leo Soliu and Finley Hanna battling away in their own race at the back of the field. Travis Shaw is slightly the fastest lap of the race, 57.188, only a few tenths ahead of Hudson Cooper. And you can see just how much those riders have been pushing each other on here, because they're about a second faster than the rest of the field. So they make their way through. Still with a few more laps to go in this one. Valentino Kimi Kirk in third place, running about 59.2. So you can see the top two riders just with an edge on the rest of the field. The battle starting to develop for third place now as Valentino Kimi Kirk goes over the line and is being closed on now by the recovering Jack Hamilton. You remember, of course, that Hamilton went off the circuit at the start of the race, hit the grass and managed to stay on the machine though, so was able to continue, and is putting Valentino Kimi Kirk under a bit of pressure for third place as they make their way to the top of the circuit. Meanwhile, Travis Shaw looking good as they make their way through boot, through that right-hander, heading back towards the finish line now, starting to close up on Leo Soliu, number 36. Soliu over the line in sixth position. Travis Shaw just starting to increase that gap at the front now, and he's got a nice opportunity here to get past Soliu in sixth position. Don't think he'll get through on the approach to the Christmas Corner. You can just see carries a bit more speed into that top corner as we see the number 217 of Hudson Cooper still charging in second place. The gap going up slightly now. 1.8 seconds, but he's looking strong in second position still as Travis Shaw goes past Leo Soliu, and now with a clear track in front. Sidney Marshall still there in fifth place, and Marshall at the moment on his own somewhat. Had a bit of a battle earlier on with Leo Soliu, but getting clear of the number 36 as Travis Shaw makes his way through towards boot once again. Still charging in second there is the number 217 of Hudson Cooper. Cooper through the double apex right-hander as over the line goes Travis Shaw to take the checkered flag. So Travis Shaw, your race winner. It's going to be Hudson Cooper in second place, and a battle on for third here, heading towards boot as Hamilton having a look down the inside of Valentino Kimi Kirk. And these two riders coming up towards the final corner now. There we see, I think that looks like Finley Hanna going over the line in seventh. And here's the battle to the line. And Valentino Kimi Kirk just about holding off Jack Hamilton in a thrilling final battle up to the line. Sidney Marshall and Leo Soliu rounding out the field. So we are going to move on, of course, to the Ovale 160s in just a few moments' time. So some very close action for the Ovale 110 Cup in this penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. Track, of course, which is well known to a lot of the riders. The British Minibike Series has been coming here for many years. Ovale 160s getting underway in just a few moments. This, of course, the slightly larger of the Ovale classes. Riders aged between 10 and 14 years of age. With a lot of these mini bike classes, the Ovales in particular, these very much are based on the basis, I would say, of being out of the crate races. Now, of course, the bike's running different colours, different colour wheels, fairings and so forth, but the actual mechanicals of the bike, not too much they can actually do to the bikes in terms of improving the performance there. Of course, they can set them up. There's parameters in how they can set the machines up which can affect the performance, but it's quite closely monitored. There's a dyno here as well at the rounds as well to make sure that the performance of the bikes is in check. And what that's all about basically is to ensure that there's parity between the bikes. It's all down to the riders really. So Of course, if budgets allow, in other classes of racing, you can increase the power of the bikes and the setup of the machines. So essentially, these are stock bikes. Travis Shaw will be leading them out from that's the 110s as the 160s make their way through onto the grid. We'll try and get the 160 grid in just a few moments as the riders make their way onto the circuit for their formation. Up there we see the wonderful new clubhouse building here at Whilton Mill. We'll try and get the 160 grid in a few moments. We're a glitch here, still picking up the 110, so we'll try and get that up for you in just a few moments. As we say, of course, this race in association with Motul Oils, the French motor oil company, and the UK branch supporting this Ovale class. Great to see a major company like Motul taking an interest in the youth aspect of the sport, and it's been great to have them on board for the last year or so. This gives you an idea just of some of the updates here at Whilton Mill. This track has been here since the early 90s, and originally is the actual original track is just to the left of your screen, where you see the new clubhouse building in the what's now called the Mill Circuit. It's generally speaking a junior karting track. Over the years, of course, the track has extended and developed over the years, and just a couple of years ago, the management here at Whilton Mill building this wonderful new clubhouse. The upper floor, where you see the red part of the building, that's a very impressive cafe facility and restaurant, so where people can sit indoors and watch the racing even when it's adverse weather from a nice comfortable vantage point. And one of these things, of course, will geared towards the corporate market as well, and a lot of coffee and car meets taking place here as well, so the circuit continuing to grow as the 160s get underway. Ovale 160s heading up towards the top corner into Christmas corner for the first time. I'll just try and get the timings up to date in a few moments. But a good clean start. They make their way down towards the centre of the circuit. Whilton Mill, of course, it's a track that's well known for the riders heading towards Boot for the final time. They've got a lot of setup options here. Around the final corner they go. And over the line for lap number 1. So Wilson Dilks looking good at the front of the field so far. We've got Tyler Humphries, Thorley Trevorrow and Arnie Carr running up the field. Wilson Dilks taking a tumble yesterday. One of the riders caught out by the drying track conditions. I think there's a bit of a glitch here with the timing system, so we'll try and get that up to date in a few moments. But it's Wilson Dilks that's leading the way. Tyler Humphries looking good in second place. Dilks over the line, and a battle starting to develop between Tyler Humphries in second, Thorley Trevorrow in third, and up towards the top corner. So my apologies for the live timing to ourselves here, actually breaking down for the time being, so they're working hard to get that rectified. We'll get you the graphics on screen in a few moments. Race going on, of course, and the timing at the track, of course, unaffected, so these riders will be marked and scored, as you'd imagine correctly. No need for the lap scorers to know that Wilson Dilks, though, is leading the way. Number 85 looking good at the front of the field, just staying ahead of that battle between Tyler Humphries and Thorley Trevorrow, which is just starting to liven up just behind the race leader. So Wilson Dilks through Boot once again, looking very good at the front of the field. Arnie Carr just a little bit further behind in fourth place. Round the final corner goes Wilson Dilks, your race leader. And there's that battle for second place. Humphries holding on to second. Trevorrow still there in third. Not much between those two riders at this stage. Heading up towards Christmas corner once again. And you just see Tyler Humphries just starting to pull away slightly under the top straight, which keeps him ahead of Thorley Trevorrow. These two actually are starting to close up slightly on the race leader Wilson Dilks. Now this does sometimes happen. You'll see riders battling away at the front of the field, like second and third, for example. They're not really trading paint or slowing each other up, so they're just seeming to push each other on a bit now. We haven't got the benefit of knowing the exact gap here right now, but to me it looks like they are starting to close up on the race leader Wilson Dilks, who goes over the line. Humphries still charging in second, being pushed all the way by Thorley Trevorrow in third. Trevorrow at the moment not quite within striking distance, but he's still keeping that pressure on. Wilson Dilks then looking strong as they make their way through towards Christmas Corner. Tyler Humphries still there in second, Thorley Trevorrow and Arnie Carr. You'll see here on the left of your screen we've been able to get the live timing back up and underway, so you'll see for yourself the actual gaps at the moment. Wilson Dilks for the fastest lap of the race, 53.333 last time round, so it just looks like he's found a bit of pace there and actually pulling away slightly from Tyler Humphries. Humphries still very much in contention though in second place, Thorley Trevorrow in third, and Arnie Carr in fourth place on the number 83. All these riders are running a very strong pace. Even the fourth place Arnie Carr is running 55-second lap times at the moment. So over the line once again goes Wilson Dilks, still looking strong. Tyler Humphries, the gap staying pretty much the same, but again Wilson Dilks with the fastest lap of the race there, 53.317. So Tyler Humphries in second, keeping that pressure on. Still being pressured by Thorley Trevorrow in third. Trevorrow not quite close enough to go for a pass, but we know about Trevorrow. He's a rider who never knows he's beat, so he certainly won't be giving this one up lightly. As Tyler Humphries tries just to close the gap on Wilson Dilks, who is looking very strong. Has been a difficult weekend for Wilson Dilks, the race leader. He had a spill yesterday, quite a nasty tumble. One of the riders who hit some trouble in presumably with the greasy conditions, but has recovered well, and you wouldn't know it looking at him at the front of the field as he makes his way through boot once again. There's Humphries in second. Dilks over the line, Humphries charging in second, but halfway through this race now. The gap goes down to 2 seconds as Tyler Humphries sets the fastest lap of the race, 53.065. So you have to wonder here if Tyler Humphries, just finding some good lines, if he can just start to put the pressure back on Wilson Dilks, the race leader. Humphries in second is just starting to leave Thorley Trevorrow behind in third. Arnie Carr a little bit further behind in fourth place. Leaders making their way through the centre of the circuit now, and Wilson Dilks looking strong. There's Tyler Humphries though in second place, your fastest man on the track so far. Question is, in the second part of the race, can he close up on the race leader? He is still leaving Trevorrow behind a bit now in third. Trevorrow still charging in third as the leaders make their way around the final corner. There's Tyler Humphries, second place. Dilks over the line. Humphries in second position. And these two race leaders are just starting to turn the screw here and pick up the pace. Wilson Dilks very briefly had the fastest lap of the race, 53.019. And almost immediately that was beaten by Tyler Humphries by, going to be precise here, 0.005 of a second. That's how close these riders are running at the front of the field. Sadly a bit low on numbers in this race, but certainly the action between the top two very close indeed here. Very closely matched, as you can see there on your graphic. 0.005 of a second separating the top two riders in terms of pace. I mean, that is barely the width of a tyre between those two as they make their way around the final corner. There's the race leader, Wilson Dilks, still charging. He really can't afford to relax here, as Tyler Humphries still keeping that pressure on in second place. And again, almost identical lap times. Wilson Dilks this time setting the fastest lap of the race with a 52.865. Maybe the circuit's just starting to bed in a bit. Oh, you just saw there Wilson Dilks' foot slipping off the foot peg. Had to keep his composure there, as that could have really gone all wrong. That was on a tight off-camber part of the track as well, so it's been very easy to topple over. And Wilson Dilks keeps his composure, holds on to the lead, and doesn't lose any time to Tyler Humphries in second place. The pace just starting to pick up as the race goes on. And I do wonder if the track is starting to bed in quite nicely now. It was heavy rain on Friday, really washed the circuit out. Even yesterday it was still drying out. This track does have the nickname of Slippery Mill. It's a notoriously slippery racing surface, and there are little pockets of moisture on the track sometimes, which catches the riders out. But say it's a nice warm day today. Temperature in the mid-teens. Gentle breeze out there, and hardly any chance of rain according to the forecast. So when you look at that, they would suggest the track should dry out as the morning goes on. It was fairly dry this morning, and the lap times just starting to tumble as Wilson Dilks again sets another fastest lap of the race with a 52.865, and just starting to pull away slightly from Tyler Humphries. Well, with a twitch there through the left-hander, but doesn't lose any time. Humphries still there in second as Wilson Dilks makes his way back towards boot, and incredibly, Tyler Humphries has pulled 7.5 seconds on Thorley Trevorrow. Just seems to be pulled on a bit now by the race leader. 2 laps to go for Wilson Dilks as they make their way through Oblivion. That long left-hand, you can see the fence there that has, the tyre barriers have claimed many a rider over the years through that first corner. No problem so far though for Wilson Dilks. Makes his way through the top part of the circuit through Inkermans. And that part of the track, like we say, it's a little bit more difficult than it looks. It's one of the slower parts of the track, but very easy to drop the bike. We've seen many riders do that in the past. But Dilks looking quite strong as he makes his way through the centre of the circuit. That long left-hander just seems to go on forever, and then he's got a very late apex on the dogleg right-hander coming out of it. Back towards boot once again, and through the double apex right-hander. Wilson Dilks fastest lap of the race with a 52.865. He just seems to have done enough here to keep Tyler Humphries at bay. With 1 lap to go, the gap goes up to 2.2 seconds. And Tyler Humphries trying to close the gap. Thorley Trevorrow still in 3rd place on the number 42 as Wilson Dilks goes through the Christmas corner through Inkermans down towards Ashby and the right-hander. Nice and neatly through that corner. Off camera does seem to go on forever sometimes there, but they certainly running very well here in the closing stages of this first O'Varley 160 race. We have the pit bike spares, mini bike 160s, including the vets, coming up in just a few moments. But Wilson Dilks coming around the final corner to complete this race. Over the line he goes, and Wilson Dilks takes the checkered flag. Tyler Humphries charging through in second. The gap at the flag, 2.6 seconds. Thorley Trevorrow still charging in third. Just seemed to be left behind a little bit there by Tyler Humphries when the battle went on for the lead, but Thorley Trevorrow bringing it home in a strong 3rd place. All these riders maintaining a good pace out there, and Arnie Carr on the number 83 rounding out the field. You don't normally see Arnie Carr at the back of the field, but just goes to a bit of a depleted entry this weekend. But Arnie Carr still running a very strong race there, running some very competitive lap times, 55, 56 seconds, just a couple of seconds off the pace of the leaders. But Wilson Dilks with a difficult start to the weekend, but he certainly has recovered very well indeed. We'll be back underway very shortly with the pit bike spares, mini bike 160s, and that incorporates the vets. Mini bike 160s lining up as follows. It's Harvey Lathrop from Michael Med in 2nd place, Simon Wadsworth, Andrew Thompson in 4th, Ben Johnson in 5th, and Nathan Gardner in 6th place. 7th for Andrew Rayfield, Tony Reveley in 8th position, Dervalane in 9th, Robert Med in 10th, James Lewis and Liam Booth. And rounding out the field on the 7th row, James Lewis, Liam Booth and Michael Judkins. So the veterans class also incorporated in this pit bike spares mini bike 160s. Sponsored of course by pitbikeparts.co.uk. Thanks of course to all of our sponsors for their continued support. Pit Bike Parts, SY Motos, Motor Oils, Parker Racing, Ugly & Co, R&G, Brat Bikes, Edward Northwest, Pit Hire, OMG Racing, Ovali, AMR, and of course the Vision Track, Michael Laverty Academy. All these companies getting involved and supporting the series in 2022. So I'm on my own at the moment, of course, because the gentleman who has been alongside me for quite a few rounds this year, Dervalane, hasn't had the best of years trackside this year because he's had a few injuries, but he's on the track right now, and I'm actually just coming up here is Alan Lord from British Minibikes, who's come to join the action. And how's things gone so far today, Alan?
Yeah, pretty good, mate. Pretty good. Just come to keep you company. I know you get lonely up there.
I'll be right. Here we go. So we're coming up now with this Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160 incorporating the vets. Harvey Lathrop, of course, the rider who really was on top form at Three Sisters as they get underway. Michael Med, though, with a good start, gets away well. It's a good, clean start. They all seem to get away well. We'll have a look at the classes as well. We've got, of course, Minibike 160s and, of course, the vets in this race. But Michael Med and Harvey Lathrop with a good start.
Just taking the lead.
And Harvey, yeah, down the inside, taking the lead. He's a rider who never knows when he's beat, is he, Alan? Harvey Lathrop, always very competitive.
Him and his brother Will, who races in BSB, they're very tough competitors. They don't give up in a hurry, do they?
But Michael Med just starting to fight back, having a look on the inside, but at the moment Lathrop's got the line covered. Simon Wadsworth not too far behind in third. But look at this, though, the number 777 of Michael Med keeping the pressure on the race leader as they make their way towards boot for the first time. Lathrop doing enough to keep that line covered. Through they go, and out to the boot section they go for the first time. Let's have a look at the field, and they make their way through. So Harvey Lathrop with a good start there on that first half lap, getting through into the lead. Med getting the jump on the start, but at the moment Lathrop leading. Wadsworth third, Andrew Thompson fourth, Andrew Rayfield fifth, Ben Johnson, Nathan Gardner, Tony Reveley, Dervalane, and James Lewis rounding out the top 10 as they make their way through Christmas Corner. Just said on the previous race, Alan, that the track looks like it's starting to really dry out and bed in quite nicely here.
Yeah, it is. It's dried out nicely. I mean, we call it slippery mill for a reason. When it's wet, it is very, very greasy. He sadly lost Peter Wansford yesterday. Simon's brother had an off on the straight, and sadly he won't be joining us today. He's had a crack to the wrist, so get well soon, Peter. I hope you watch him from home with your feet up and a lager maybe, whichever from there. But yeah, it is quite slippery when it gets damp. As you can see, they're coming around the last corner now. You'll see we've coned off the curb area. I say we've coned it off. We put those cones there so that if you need to run that first section, you can. You push wide. Anything further than those cones, and it's deemed as exceeding track limits. That curb is extremely slippery, so most people won't go on it.
I've been on there before in the kart, and they like it to stuff that curb full stop, don't they? Because it's a bit of a bone shake, to say the least.
If you didn't have false teeth before you did it, you certainly have afterwards, yeah.
We're looking at this battle here at the lead with Harvey Lathrop, who got the jump on that first lap going into Christmas Corner, but he can't afford to relax. It just seemed to be a little bit squirrely out of that corner, which allows Michael Med back in here. Now what Med's got to do with this medium speed, that dogleg corner just seems to go on forever when you're down there trackside. Keep a good line, but Lathrop very quick out of the corners. They make their way through into boot once again. And
not taking anything away from Harvey, but he is quite considerably lighter than, I mean, he meets the weights, don't get me wrong. The bike's been weighted up to make sure that Harvey meets the minimum weight standard. But Mike wouldn't mind me saying he's not the smallest of guys. He's been living the good life, I think. So he's giving away a bit of power to weight ratio there. So on the straights, Harvey's just got a slight edge. He's got to get it done in the braking area, Michael has to make it stick. So
we'll have a look at Med in second place. There is that weight advantage, as Alan says here. So again, very aggressive into the corners there, just closing up on the braking. Still Andrew Thompson from Simon Wadsworth third and fourth, Ben Johnson, Andrew Rayfield, Nathan Gardner, Tony Reveley, Dervalane, and James Lewis rounding out the top 10. Michael Judkins, Michael Nealons, Ben Shuttlewood, and Darren Coleman a bit further behind. They make their way back towards boot once again, and again you see Michael Med just closing in on the braking.
Just can't get close enough, can he? At the moment, I think. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Harvey. Harvey's a very, very, very quick, as we know, rider, and Michael's doing really well to stay with him. But I think if he shows him a wheel and gets past him, we'll see Harvey snatch it up a notch as well. Let's see.
Let's see.
He's got to get there first, doesn't he?
Let's see what Michael Med can do. Again, you can see And again, just how aggressive. You see the front end of that machine of Harvey Lathrop, the suspension compressing there. Very aggressive on that front brake in towards Christmas Corner. Down the hill they go. Into the right-hander. Michael Med still living with him in second place. Still Wadsworth, Ben Johnson, Nathan Gardner, Andrew Rayfield. We have a battle for sixth place between Nathan Gardner on the 254 and Andrew Rayfield. As again, just heading towards these medium section corners. Under the cornering, Michael Med just a little bit quicker there, but not quite close enough to get a front wheel under braking here. He's got to be quick through the boot, and again, carrying that speed into boot. Starting to close up on Lathrop. Lathrop a bit tighter on the exit there, just seems to exit and cover the corner quite well, but Michael Med on the rear wheel here of Harvey Lathrop, and again through oblivion. Lathrop looking very quick, and I suppose here you can see there, Alan, the weight advantage on that first corner. It's a very fast corner, just seems to do enough to keep Michael Med at bay.
It is, but also Harvey's taken that exit of that corner extremely well as well. So he's before that, he's sacrificed the first half of that corner, the left-hand side tilt, so that he can get the drive going up the hill. So that's, Michael's a bit nearer there, isn't he? But yeah, I think so. Again, I don't want to emphasise too much on this weight advantage, because yes, there is, but Harvey needs to be able to ride at this speed to maintain it. There's nothing taken away from Harvey at all. I think also if Michael gets a little bit nearer, we'll see Harvey turn it up a notch.
Yeah, they come through the boot section once again. Just noticed, you may not have picked it up on the cameras, a little bit of smoke there from the machine of Harvey Lathrop. We saw that at Three Sisters, maybe just the way the bike's set up, perhaps a little bit richer possibly, so I don't think it's anything to worry about.
I think it's more that probably it's been overfilled and it's just burning off a bit.
Just a bit of excess oil possibly, so there we see, of course we may have tail enders starting to play a part in this race. We are closing up on Darren Coleman and I think it's Robert Med as well at the back of the field. As down the hill goes Harvey Lathrop, notorious right-hander. It's, as you said, I said earlier on, that corner, I think that right-hand they've just gone through there, and it's so inviting to look at for an overtaking opportunity, but it's not that easy to get a pass done through there.
No, it's not. You've got to get it done well into it. You come through Christmas and you've got the left, and then almost flat-out right-hander. The left before it is off canvas, so you've got to get that right, ready to set them up for that hairpin, as you say.
Very technical part of the track, as is this part boot, and they are starting to close up on the tail enders here. So Lathrop through the right-hander. Lathrop with the fastest lap of the race last time round, 54.454, but pretty much matched by Michael Med in second place, and there's still less than 4/10 separating those riders. As again we see the lapper there, I think that was Darren Coleman, doing the right thing, holding his line and letting the faster riders find their way through. Andrew Thompson still in third place, but such is the pace of the two race leaders. The gap has gone up to 9.5 seconds. As we look at, that's Wadsworth there.
He left in the room there, that was clean.
Yeah.
You can see that, it was really nice. He left in the room to come back if he needed to.
Good clean racing there, as we see Simon Wadsworth looking good as well. As we've still got 5 laps to go in this race, still a long way to go, plenty of action to be had. Harvey Lathrop still leading from Michael Med. They're making their way through boot as we look at Andrew Thompson and Simon Wadsworth. Ben Johnson, Nathan Gardner and Andrew Rayfield still making up the rest of the top 10. Tony Reveley, Dervalane and James Lewis rounding out the top 10. So still very close between our top 2 riders. Looking at Andrew Thompson and Simon Wadsworth still fighting away. Andrew Thompson, I suppose, another one of these riders doing the double duty. The classification of these bikes, I suppose, Alan, means that some of these riders do like to enter in multiple classes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot, this 160 class, obviously with the 160 you can't race in anything else, but with the 140 you can bring it in racing the 160 class. You're giving away about 2 horsepower, but as is often proved, a couple of horsepower can make a lot of difference if you've got 2 very, very close riders together, but the rider's still going to know how to use it.
I've found in the past, actually, Alan, as well, when I've done multiple race classes on the same day, any kind of physical exertion is perhaps more than made up by staying warm on the bike and getting to know the track as well as it develops during the day. So sometimes that can work out in the rider's favour.
Yeah, I mean, especially keeping warm, as you say, during the winter series and stuff like that, or as we get towards the tail end of the year, or even sometimes the beginning of the year, it can be a bit chilly. But yeah, it keeps your eye dialed in. You know what the track's doing.
That's certainly working well here for Thompson, but Simon Wadsworth on his tail in 4th. Still Harvey Lathrop leading from Michael Med. Those 2 making their way down towards the centre of the circuit right now as we focus on this battle for 3rd place. And Simon Wadsworth keeping that pressure on Andrew Thompson for 3rd place. They are far behind the 2 race leaders. The gap over 12 seconds between 1st and 2nd place. They really have pushed each other down the track. The leaders making their way into boot as we look at Andrew Thompson and Simon Wadsworth still fighting for third place. In towards that long left-handed medium speed corner, a bit of a dog leg there. You've got to get that left-hander right to get the approach to boot. We're running down towards the final part of the race now. 2 laps to go, including the one they've just started. Harvey Lathrop still leading from Michael Mayer as Andrew Thompson and Simon Wadsworth do battle the third. Over the line they go. Still Ben Johnson in 5th from Nathan Gardner. Andrew Rayfield Derverlane up to 8th position from Tony Reveley. James Lewis and Michael Nealon's a bit further behind, just on the edge of the top 10. 2 laps to go.
Nice to see Derv out there, isn't it?
It is actually, yeah. He's had a good season last year.
Yeah, he did. He's had a lot of injuries this year and had to take a bit of time out for a couple of rounds.
I was going to say, I said to him at Three Sisters, when I say it's unfortunate that he's on the commentary point with me, I don't mean that in a bad way, of course, but I think he'd like to be out there riding today, which he is doing, and looking good in 8th place.
Yeah, we might get him in for to commentate on a couple. Let's see.
We'll see what if he gets the time. As over the line they go, so 2 laps to go, including the lap we're on right now. And Harvey Lathrop, 1 lap to go. You can see here, Michael Mayer, of course, fastest lap of the race there, 54.015. He knows that this is the time.
He's on him.
Has a look into Christmas corner, but Lathrop's got that line covered quite nicely.
Say you've got to sacrifice that to get flat through here, and then you've got to get on the inside. If you can't, you won't get it done.
Again, not quite close enough there, Michael Mayer, so he stays in second. Oh, a little bit of a twitch there through Ashby, and heading towards this central part of the circuit where, again, it's not really an overtaking point here usually, but got to get these lines right to get the setup into boot. And Harvey Lathrop looking good, but look at Michael Mayer out to the corner very nicely, cuts to the inside.
Harvey got it covered on the inside.
And again, he covers that corner into boot, so it looks like Harvey Lathrop, checkered flag, now being readied. Lathrop around the final corner, Michael Mayer in second. Over the line they go.
Brilliant.
Lathrop takes the win. Great ride there for him by less than a quarter of a second.
Michael pushed him right away to the line, didn't he? What's happening at the back here?
So let's have a look.
Andrew Thompson and Simon Wadsworth, what are they up to?
They're having a bit of a fight for third place. Looks at the moment like it's going to be Thompson.
There they go.
So Thompson third, Wadsworth fourth. I think it was Judkins there, lap down in 12th position.
Right, I've got to get back to my duties. I'll leave you to it.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thanks for joining us. That's Alan Lord, the man behind the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship, joining us for a very close race there in the Minibike 160s. So Harvey Lathrop taking a good race there from Michael Mayer. Mayer really pushed him hard. As Alan said, of course, we've got youth and adult riders in some of these races, so for some of the lighter riders, of course, theoretically would have an advantage. Sometimes that does go out the window when they're racing against each other, and the riders using their strength to good ability there, you would say, as well. And the rest of the top 10 made up of Ben Johnson in 5th, Nathan Gardner 6th, Andrew Rayfield 7th, Derverlane in 8th position, Tony Reveley 9th, and James Lewis rounding up the top 10. Michael Nealons, Michael Judkins, Ben Shuttleworth, Robert Med, and Darren Coleman, I believe, was a non-finisher, showing us 8 laps down here, so it looks like he may have been out of the race, so Med up to 14th position. We've got 3 more races to go in this morning programme. We've got the Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140s, including the Junior Supermoto 140 coming up. They'll be followed by the Supermoto Minibikes and Brat Bike Super Minis. And this following the usual event format here at the Rich Energy British Minibikes. We've got 1 block of racing in the morning. Just before midday, all being well, we should be having the Marshals break. About half an hour's interval or so, just to allow the circuit officials and the marshals to come back to the clubhouse and take a well-deserved cup of tea and something to eat. As always, of course, in any form of motorsports, it simply wouldn't take place without the officials and the hard-working marshals. Marshalling, not always the easiest job. I've done that before in the past, I must say, and you're out there in all weathers. Here at Whilton Mill, they've got these, you may see on the side of the track, those lovely marshal shelters. They're protected by the tyre barriers, so at least the marshals, when it's bad weather, they do have a bit of shelter from the wind and the rain. But it's a long old day, so it's good that they have the opportunity to get in and perhaps get something to eat, have a bit of lunch before we go straight through to the afternoon's racing. So 3 more races to go in the morning programme, and then of course stand by. We'll bring you all the action right through the afternoon here at Whilton Mill at this penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. 2 weeks time, the finale down in Dorset at Clay Pigeon. And I would say stay tuned on the Rich Energy British Minibikes website and the social media channels. Of course, there is the winter series at the Stretton Circuit in Leicestershire, and then very soon it is hoped, perhaps in a few weeks' time, we hope the details for 2023 should be published. At the moment, the organisers working hard to finalise the venues and the dates, and very soon they should be able to get that out to us. As in the meantime, we await the start. Just the one Junior Supermoto 140 in this race, the number 93 of George Wood. Riders about to get underway then. Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks, Thorley Trevorrow. They had a very close race earlier on, of course, and away they go. Tyler Humphries with a great start there, closely followed by Wilson Dilks. Now you remember earlier on, of course, in the O'Varley race that Wilson Dilks was the rider to beat ahead of Tyler Humphries. Not much between those two riders in terms of pace, but this time, of course, Humphries leading them off the line. So let's see what happens as Thorley Trevorrow gets a good start as well in third and tags on to the 2 race leaders, Joshua Herring, Hudson Kai Cooper, Billy Carter, Travis Shaw, Sidney Marshall 8th place, Finley Hanna, Valentino, Kimmy Kirk and George Wood rounding out the field. Ralph Croft on the number 49 in there as well. So Humphries leads the way into boot for the first time. And already on this first lap, the top 3 just starting to break away slightly from the rest of the field. Tyler Humphries round the final corner, leads them through at the end of lap number 1. Wilson Dilks in second place, 7/10 of a second. Thorley Trevorrow in third. Those 3 really now breaking away from the rest of the field. It's close for 4th place with Hudson Cooper, Joshua Herring, Travis Shaw, Billy Carter and Sidney Marshall all fighting away just a little bit further behind. Heading down towards Ashby once again. Tricky little right-hander, as Alan said. Of course, it's one of these places you've really got to set a pass up there about 2 corners beforehand as they make their way down towards the centre of the circuit once again. All looking very close. So Tyler Humphries, fastest lap of the race, of course, from the standing start, quite naturally, 53.679. We'll have an idea of the pace when they make their way back around the final corner. So Humphries leading. Still hanging in there in second place is Wilson Dilks. Thorley Trevorrow in third. Over the line they go, and we'll have a look at the lap times. So Humphries with a 52.164, fastest lap of the race. 2.1 seconds covering the top 3. As you can see, there's not much between those riders, and they're very similar on pace, all lapping in the 52s. Wilson Dilks just a couple of tenths slower at the moment, but not very much in it at all. And this race still finely poised as they make their way through the centre of the circuit. Joshua Herring up to 4th place now, getting past Hudson Kai Cooper. Very close battle for 4th place with Travis Shaw in there as well and Billy Carter. Leaders meanwhile making their way through. But there's the battle for 4th place, and Joshua Herring then up to 4th position. Meanwhile, Tyler Humphries heading towards the final corner. Over the line once again. Let's have a look at the gap. It was just under 1 second when they went through last time. 1.3 the gap going up to now between 1st and 2nd place. So Tyler Humphries, there he is, your race leader, heading up towards Christmas Corner once again. And you look at that shot, actually, we'll have a look at that next time round when they go up the hill. It's a little bit bumpy on the approach to Christmas Corner. There is an uphill, and it's a bit, well, it's a good camera angle actually on that uphill. It gives you an idea. It is steeper than it looks when you're on the track, and it's always surprising how much speed it can carry into that corner. The battle for 4th place going through Christmas Corner at the moment as Tyler Humphries leads them through. The right-hander Wilson Dilks just a little bit further behind. They're leaving Thorley Trevorrow behind slightly, but Trevorrow's still very much in this one. And at the moment, Humphries has got the race under control. Let's have a look over the line, but you can't write off Wilson Dilks or Thorley Trevorrow. Over the line they go. So Tyler Humphries leads. Still lapping very consistently. The gap goes up to 1.8 seconds, and Humphries lapping within his 51.786 fastest lap. Very close to that pace at the moment. They are starting to close up on some of the tail enders. We've got George Wood and Finley Hanna. And in fact, George Wood, of course, the sole junior Supermoto 140 in this race. Battling at the back of the pack there with the number 13 of Finley Hanna. And there you see Wood just holding his line, letting the faster riders through, as does Hanna. So Tyler Humphries timed that move very well. Makes things a bit awkward for Dilks here because he closes up on the slow riders in the boot section. So he can't just do a straight out braking manoeuvre. This might allow Humphries to pull away slightly. Finley Hanna still charging in third, George Wood and Thorley Chiarotto just behind those riders. As the number 19 of Tyler Humphries makes his way up through Christmas Corner. Very close battle going through in towards the final corner now for fourth place. They're making their way over the finish line between Joshua Herring, Hudson Cooper, Travis Shaw and Billy Carter. But the number 19 of Tyler Humphries making his way in towards the left hand of that long dogleg corner. Heading along towards boot section once again. Number 19 looking very good at the front of the field. The gap going up to 2.1 seconds as we approach the half distance. Now battle of fourth place still very close at the top of the circuit. As the race leader goes over the line, the gap was 2.1 seconds. Waiting for Dilks to come through in second place. So Tyler Humphries increasing the gap slightly to 2.2 seconds. Thorley Chiarotto a little bit further behind, 5.9 seconds, as the race leader Wilson Dilks making his way in towards Christmas Corner. Further down the field, we've still got George Wood and Finley Hanna battling away at the back of the field. Ralph Croft in 9th place, Valentino Kimmy Kirk in 10th. Billy Carter, Sidney Marshall a bit further behind, 7th and 8th place. And still that very close battle heading over the finish line now between Joshua Herring, Hudson Cooper, Travis Shaw. In fact, Shaw getting up to 5th place now. Billy Carter on the tail as well. There we see the second place rider, Wilson Dilks, making his way through boot once again. And heading back towards the line, Tyler Humphries looking good and leading the way over the line. He goes, the race leader. Still lapping very consistently, 51.706 last time round. Fastest lap of the race actually for Tyler Humphries. And just starting to pull the gap now on Wilson Dilks in second. I would say here, we have still got, to be precise, about 4.5 laps to go in this race. And Tyler Humphries is starting to close up on the rest of the field here, so lappers may play a part. I don't know, it might even. I think Tyler Humphries may actually close up on this very close battle for fourth place, which is going over the finish line now. We have still got Joshua Herring, Travis Shaw, Hudson Cooper, Billy Carter all fighting away. They've just gone over the finish line. Just looking at the lap chart here, about 4 laps to go. It may be the case that Tyler Humphries closes up on these riders possibly. Humphries over the line, leading the way, just starting to close up on Ralph Croft. We've gone past Valentino Kimmy Kirk. And Tyler Humphries charging up towards Christmas Corner. There is Wilson Dilks in second through Oblivion. Up towards Christmas he goes. The gap going up to 3 seconds now. Thorley Chiarotto, 7.8 seconds adrift in third. And Tyler Humphries, race leader, just starting to close up on the battle between Sidney Marshall and Ralph Croft. They're having their own little fight in the midfield, so there's Dilks in second place. The leader heading towards boot now, and the two race leaders all having their own little fight for position in the midfield. And Tyler Humphries having to keep his nerve. You'll see the two riders having their own little fight there in for 7th, or for 8th place I should say, Sidney Marshall and Ralph Croft. Tyler Humphries was able to get through going into boot, so he's able to get a clear track now. Up the hill he goes towards Christmas Corner. The gap going down to 2.6 seconds last time round because Humphries was held up slightly, but theoretically you would say that Dilks will be held up on the next lap. We've had some trouble there for the number 468 of Valentino Kimmy Kirk. We saw him a moment ago pulling off to the pit zone. There must be some sort of mechanical issue. Bikes are okay to get back going again, and Kimmy Kirk back into the action, although he's down in 12th place. And Tyler Humphries starting to close up on this battle for 4th place, who in turn are lapping George Wood and Finley Hanna. So look at this, all the riders all together, and a nervous moment here for Tyler Humphries. You can see him keeping his cool, just finding a gap, and over the line he goes. So we've got everyone here we've got the battle for 4th place between Travis Shaw, Joshua Herring, Billy Carter and Hudson Cooper. There is Travis Shaw leading the pack up towards Christmas Corner. And of course, with such a close battle, Tyler Humphries has got to be quite firm on his overtaking manoeuvres there to get his way through. Let them know the lead is coming through. So Tyler Humphries leads. Travis Shaw behind him, albeit 1 lap down. He's in 4th place though, believe it or not. That's the pace of the leaders, how quickly they're running. Still got Joshua Herring in 5th place, Billy Carter and Hudson Cooper having their own fight just on the edge of the top 5. But Tyler Humphries coming up towards the final couple of corners now, heading towards boot for the penultimate time. The last lap flag now being readied. Really has pulled away somewhat from Wilson Dilks using the back markers. So Humphries over the line with 1 lap to go. Wilson Dilks now clear of the lappers, and he's still in 2nd place. So 1st and 2nd now clear on the track, although the gap goes up to 3 seconds. Behind them, still that great battle for 3rd place with Travis Shaw, Joshua Herring, Billy Carter and Hudson Cooper all fighting away still. And it looks like Travis Shaw at the moment has got that 4th place settled down, and of course being a lap down will work in his favour, of course, if he can bring the race back 1 lap early in effect. Valentino Kimmy Kirk still charging away. George Wood and Finley Hanna having their own battle further back. Sidney Marshall and Ralph Croft still out there charging as well. Meanwhile, for the final time through boot goes the number 19 of Tyler Humphries. Tough start to the race, but he withstood the pressure well, and round the final corner he goes. Number 19 Tyler Humphries taking the checkered flag. Wilson Dilks keeping him honest though, and finishing in 2nd place. The gap just over 3 seconds at the drop of the flag, and there in 3rd place, well 4th I should say, is 3rd there was Thorley Trevorrow. 4th was Travis Shaw, albeit 1 lap down. Such was the pace of the top 3 in that first part of the race. Joshua Herring, Billy Carter, Hudson Cooper, Sidney Marshall and Ralph Croft making their way through. And 2 laps down we should be seeing George Wood and Finley Hanna 10th and 11th place. Another lap down was Valentino Kimmy Kirk, who had some mechanical issues during the race, but able to effect some repairs, and Valentino Kimmy Kirk bringing it home in 12th position. So not the result he would have wanted, but nonetheless we'll get some important championship points, which is always very important heading towards the penultimate rounds of the championship. 2 more races to go in this morning program. We've got the Supermoto Minibike 140 Group 1 and Brat Bikes Super Minis to round out the action for the first block of racing. We will of course be having the Marshall's break scheduled for just before midday at the moment. We are running slightly ahead of schedule here actually. There was no incidents or so forth in the morning warm-up, so you may remember if you joined the programme right at the very start, we were a little bit ahead of schedule. Pleased to say that there's been no incidents out on the track today, no delays, and the meeting running very well here at Whilton Mills. We move towards the Minibike 140s. And this is how they line up. Ben Lord from Harvey Lathrope, Liam Wood in 3rd, Michael Med in 4th, Simon Wadsworth and Tommy Ullman in 6th position. Stephen Humphries 7th from Gary Jacobs, Andrew Rayfield and Ben Johnson in 10th. Row number 6 made up of Bradley Parr and James Sidebottom. George Muscat, James Cockfield 14th, James Walker, Liam Booth, Tom Wise and Jordan Merriweather making up the 9th row. And the final few riders made up of Simon Portis, Jordan Merriweather, Simon Portis, Daniel Cliff, Michael Briggs, Peter Wadsworth, Ruben Pearson Warder in 24th position on row number 12. So yet again, Minibike 140 is attracting a big group of riders in association with Supermotos. I think one rider hitting some mechanical issues at the start there and gets onto, I think that's Monk James Cookfield, number 7. So it might be a couple of moments before the riders line up, as there is one rider cut adrift from the rest of the field, which only adds to the tension, of course, for those riders at the front of the field, as Harvey Lathrope and Ben Lord lining up side by side. Another late starter there going out onto the track from the waiting zone. And of course, if it takes a little bit longer to get the grid formed up, it just adds to the tension at the front there. Those riders will be down on the start for quite some time, but you may see at the front there Harvey Lathrope's Got enough time there to wave at the crowd. He must have seen somebody he knows just by the finish line watching him, lining up alongside. This is very much a case, you would say, of youth versus experience. We've got Harvey Lathrop, one of the young up-and-coming riders. Right alongside him is the number 1 of Ben Lord, who's been around on the mini bike scene for quite a long time. They've had some good races this year, these two, so let's hope we have something similar here at Whilton Mill. Last couple of riders, of course, we did get some riders leaving the waiting zone quite late there, so they're going to make their way round and line up in just a moment. So looks like riders are ready pretty much apart from that latecomer, and the grid should be ready any moment now. Waiting for this first race of the day for the Supermoto Minibike 140 Group 1. About to get underway. Red light is on. Look at the marshal. Red light goes out and away they go. Everyone seems to get off the grid okay, making their way down towards Oblivion for the first time. And it looks like Harvey Lathrop getting the jump on the field, but this is very close. Trouble on the first corner. 2 or 3 riders have gone down. Both riders okay, although one rider is on the side of the track. I think maybe hit the ground pretty heavily, but so there's a bit of trouble on that first corner. The race goes on. Looks like Lathrop getting a good start there. Ben Lord in second position. So Lathrop looks like Med in second. Lord dropping to fourth momentarily. I think those 2 riders on the first corner appear to be okay. They're walking away, so hopefully the race should be able to continue. Round the final corner they go, and this is a very close start, as you'd always expect in minibike 140s. Over the line at the end of the first lap, it is Harvey Lathrop, Michael Med, Liam Wood and Ben Lord, all very close, those 4 riders. The track is, there's a wave yellow out there because there is still a fallen motorcycle on the side of the track. I think there is a bit of a riding a bit of discomfort on that first corner, but seems to be okay as the race goes on.
Yeah, not all run and do it.
I think it's Andrew Rayfield and Ben Johnson who went down on that first corner. But this race still wide open at the front here with Harvey Lathrop leading the way. Trouble there though for Ben Lord, dropping out on the right-hander by Ashby. He's pushing his bike away, so looks like Ben Lord is out of the race. So quite an incident-filled couple of laps here, and we're down to 3 riders at the front of the field. Harvey Lathrop leading the way, Michael Med in second. And of course they've got to take it easy here, wave yellows. Nobody on the track at the moment, but there is a fallen bike just on the outside of the corner. So I think the marshal will be going back to retrieve that machine very shortly. It's Michael Med, nice move down the inside of Liam Wood into second place. A bit further behind, Simon Wadsworth up to 4th place now from Tommy Ullman, Gary Jacobs, Bradley Parr, James Sidebottom, Stephen Humphries. And of course with Lord out of the race, he's pushing his bike back to the paddock. It means everyone else in the top 10 moves up a position. Who's going to win this race though? It's still far too early to say here. Harvey Lathrop again is at the front of the field, and this is what we saw earlier. Michael Med challenging him for second. Alan Lord, of course, was saying earlier that Michael Med a bit bigger than Harvey Lathrop, so perhaps the weight on some of the straights may work in Lathrop's favour. Still got the wave yellow on the finish line. The track crews making their way out to the side of the track to retrieve that fallen motorcycle, which is just on the edge of the course, so it doesn't present any direct danger to the riders, but nonetheless a wave yellow going out just to make sure that they exercise caution, as there is still a machine on the edge of the track. So Harvey Lathrop leading, Michael Med in second. Incidentally, Med with the fastest lap of the race, 54.270. Liam Wood still there in third. Simon Wadsworth in 4th place, just a little bit further behind, 4.8 seconds down from Tommy Ullman. Gary Jacobs and Bradley Parr, 6th and 7th position. And a bit further behind we've got James Sidebottom, Stephen Humphries, George Muscat, Michael Briggs, Mark James Cogfield, James Walker, Jordan Merriweather, Daniel Cliff and Simon Porter's a bit further behind. All the action though at the front between Harvey Lathrop and Michael Med. Has got a nice run out of Oblivion, but look out for third. Liam Wood having a look down the inside. Brave move going into Christmas corner. And Liam Wood, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 54.162 to second. Oh, and there's a big a big crash there, going down the hill to Ashby, leaving Harvey Lathrop on his own. Two riders seem to lock handlebars going down the hill. One of the bikes cartwheeling down, Harvey Lathrop on his own at the front of the field. I can tell you that Michael Med and Liam Wood are standing up, they're walking away. But a big crash there going down the hill as Harvey Lathrop holds on to the lead. Now, of course, he is all on his own. You may have just noticed there on the side of the track, I think that's one of the Lathrop family just giving the number one signal to Harvey Lathrop, indicating he's got a big gap. All of a sudden he's on his own. I don't think he'll know what happened behind him, of course. But, of course, that means a race of attrition here. A few riders dropping out of contention. It means, of course, that Simon Wadsworth is up to second place now. Tommy Ullman into third. Gary Jacobs fourth. So Michael Med and Liam Wood both out of the race, although it appears both riders are okay. One of them limping a little bit as he makes his way back to the paddock, just picking parts of the machine off the course. I don't know if Harvey Lathrop will have seen that. He'll have got the signal when he crossed the line that he's got a big gap between first and second place. 7.8 seconds as Lathrop all on his own goes over the line. So it's all going the right way for the number treble 2 so far. Harvey Lathrop, who at times hasn't had the best of luck this year, but certainly running very well here, all on his own at the front, as the new battle for second place is between Simon Wadsworth and Tommy Ullman. In towards Christmas corner they go once again, and Wadsworth holds on to second. And of course this was the battle for fourth place until that incident a couple of laps ago between Michael Med and Liam Wood, who both drop out of contention. We've had a few riders dropping out with accidents. We've had Ben Johnson and Andrew Rayfield on the first lap. Ben Lord out of contention on the first lap as well, and as we just saw a moment ago, Liam Wood and Michael Med coming together in that battle for second place. Simon Wadsworth now on the number 5 holds on to that second position. Harvey Lathrop all on his own at the front. He's just gone past the number 22 of Ruben Pearson-Warder, who is up to 18th position now, of course, running up the field but still running very strong at the front. Simon Wadsworth in that second position. They're making their way over the line, but Harvey Lathrop looking very good at the front of the field. There's Wadsworth in second place. Tommy Ullman in third, Gary Jacobs fourth, James Sidebottom in fifth. So there is the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth on his own somewhat now in second place, just pulling away from Tommy Ullman in third. Stephen Humphrey's up to 6th position now, getting past Bradley Parr. As Harvey Lathrop making his way around the boot for the final time over the finish line straight. And he's got the number 131 just in front of him there, the machine. Simon Porter's, I believe. There's Ruben Pearson-Walker on the number 22. Wadsworth on his tail here, but he can afford just to bide his time, pick a line, and there he goes down the inside. So Simon Wadsworth exercising patience there, getting past Ruben Pearson-Warder, who himself has moved up to 17th position on the number 22. Down the hill goes the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth into that right-hander. The gap 8.7 seconds between first and second place. Tommy Ullman in third, Gary Jacobs in fourth, James Sidebottom, Stephen Humphreys a bit further behind, and a close battle there with Bradley Parr, George Muscat, James Walker, Mark James Cokefield into the top 10 now from Michael Briggs. Those two pretty close for 10th place, as again we look at the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth making his way around the final few corners. Harvey Lathrop leading the race, was by 8.7 seconds as they go over the line. So Wadsworth in second position, and the gap going to 9.5 now. So Lathrop increasing his lead. He's just making his way through the top few corners now. The number treble 2, Harvey Lathrop, the race leader, down into Ashby, and he's looking quite good so far. Wadsworth still in second position on the number 5. And there he goes down towards Ashby into the right-hander. A bit further behind number 21 of Tommy Ullman, about 3 or 4 seconds behind. Harvey Lathrop making his way in towards boot now towards the final few corners. The gap, as you can see, 9.5 seconds between first and second place Simon Wadsworth. There he is. He's about 4.5 ahead of Tommy Ormond at this stage, with Gary Jacobs still in 4th, James Sidebottom in 5th, Stephen Humphries in 6th place, Bradley Parr, George Muscat, James Walker, Mark James Cockfield and Michael Briggs in 11th place. Closing stages of this dramatic Supermoto Minibike 140s. A lot of incidents at the start of the race, but just seems to be settling down and going the way of the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrope, and there he is with 1.5 laps to go. Looking good. Of course, he really had to fight hard to hold on to that lead, but everyone else who's been racing with him so far in that first part of the race seeming to drop out of contention. So here we go in towards boot for what will be the penultimate time. Harvey Lathrope, I think, will have certainly got the message. He'll know now that he's got the race all to himself with 1 lap to go. He's got some laps in front, but Lathrope's just got to keep his cool here, keep the pace. And of course, the temptation sometimes when you've got a big lead is just to back off and play it cool, just take it nice and slowly, but it doesn't always work like that in racing, and sometimes when you start to take your foot off the gas, so to speak, that's where the mistakes creep in. So I'm sure that Lathrope, he'll manage the pace out there, but certainly be keeping pressing on this final lap. Very neat lead through Ashby into the right-hander, heading towards the centre of the circuit now. There are some lap riders ahead of him. Some riders having their own midfield battle, but I think Lathrope just holding back here. I think he's just keeping that pace with the midfield riders. He knows that he's got a decent gap here, so Harvey Lathrope down the straight for the final time. He's not worried about the riders in front of him. He's just going to bring it through boot for the final time. As the riders towards the edge of the top 10 still battling away over the line, they go for the final time. Meanwhile, here comes our leader, Harvey Lathrope. A dramatic start to the race, but Harvey Lathrope keeping his cool and taking the checkered flag for the first race win of the day. Number treble 2, Harvey Lathrope. Simon Wadsworth in 2nd place. Chased by the number 17 of Tom Wise there, who finishes in 14th position. So Wadsworth in 2nd. Tommy Ormond on the number 21 in 3rd place. And looks like it's going to be a bit further behind for Gary Jacobs. Making their way around the final corner now. Gary Jacobs, James Sidebottom, Stephen Humphries, George Muscat, all very close. Here they come over the line. And very tight finish to that 4th position battle. But Gary Jacobs in 4th, James Sidebottom in 5th, Stephen Humphries a bit further behind, George Muscat, James Walker, Bradley Parr, and Mark James Cockfield rounding out the top 10 with Michael Briggs, Daniel Cliff, and Jordan Merriweather a bit further behind there as well. So dramatic start for the day. SC Supermoto's Minibike 140s. We saw some trouble on the first corner, of course. Andrew Rayfield and Ben Johnson crashing out. Ben Lord also going out on lap number 2. And quite dramatically, Michael Med and Liam Wood coming together on the downhill section towards Ashby, and bikes cartwheeling down the track. Both riders okay, walking away, so hopefully we'll see them later on today. I think it's more machine damage than rider damage, I think, so hopefully they'll be able to get those bikes repaired. And they have got the benefit of the lunch break, of course, very shortly, so they'll have a bit more time to get those bikes prepped for Moto number 2. But taking nothing away there from Harvey Lathrope, who has been on top form today and gets another race victory, winning by 9.4 seconds from Simon Wadsworth. We'll be getting underway very shortly with the final race of the first block, the Brat Bikes Super Minis. And on a track fast flowing as Whilton Mill, I think we could be in for some very fast racing. We'll have a look at how they line up. It's Phil Dickens, Jamie Callan, Jake Smith and Harvey Lathrope in 4th, Lawrence Wardle in 5th from Louis Smith. On your top 3 rows, Andre Toder in 7th place from James Mostica, Jake Whittaker, Vinnie Jones, Howard Taylor and James Walker in 12th on row number 6, Mercia Vasselkan in 7th, and unidentified rider in 14th position. We'll hopefully get that picked up on the transponders as the day goes on. So this, of course, is our final race of the morning race program. We'll pick things up a bit later on during the afternoon with our 2nd and 3rd blocks of races. Each of the race categories have 3 races throughout the afternoon. Got the Sunday morning race program, and of course our 2nd and 3rd blocks taking us through the afternoon. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule. There's a brief delay whilst one of the stricken bikes is being pushed away. You'll see that fallen bike just being pushed back to the paddock. Rider okay, of course, although the race only lasting one corner. As Derv mentioned, of course, last time out at Three Sisters, we should remember that one of the rule changes for 2022 being that if a rider goes down, they are automatically out of the race. They're no longer permitted to continue. That is in the interest of safety, basically, as a few of the bikes have dropped oil in the past, which causes further accidents, so just saves them dragging oil onto the track. In the meantime, the Super Minis making their way out onto the track. A few more four-strokes in it this weekend. We've got the Honda CRF 150s and a few of the pit bikes out there as well. This class really does seem to have been the preserve recently of the 85cc two-strokes. Of course, compared to a lot of the mini bike and the pit bike classes, there's a bit more leniency in what you can do to the bikes in this class. So you'll quite often see big bore kits on some of those 85s. There's some very trick machinery out there as well. And we do get some pretty notable guest riders in this at times as well. Of course, Kyle Ryde from British Superbikes has guested here throughout the season and grabbed some race victories at some point during the year. As they make their way down towards the grid, headed by the number 51 of Phil Dickens. Jake Smith in there as well on the number 56, first of the two strokes on that KTM 85. Lawrence Wardle, another one of the 85s, also well placed. Harvey Lathrope, fresh from his pit bike victory, lines up in 6th position. Also, I believe, got Derv Lane out there as well on his comeback from injury. And we're waiting just for a few more riders just to line up on their correct grid positions. 1 or 2 towards the back of the field. They should all be lined up and ready to go in just a few moments. So final race of the block getting underway. The lights go out and away they go for the Black Bike Super Minis. Good clean start. They charge through in towards oblivion for the first time. Will they get through cleanly? It's a good start. Everyone stays out of trouble heading towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Kevin Jarvis, Richard Holmes-Williams with good starts. They charge through Christmas Corner, down the hill they go. It looks like Dickens has got the lead here, number 51. So Phil Dickens leading. I think it's Kevin Jarvis in second. And Jake Smith with a good start into third. Good clean start to the race, so everyone's staying out of trouble. As Dickens on the number 51 leading them down towards Boot for the first time. Jarvis putting the pressure on as they make their way towards Boot, and then the charge of the two strokes there as well. We've got the number 56 of Jake Smith charging in third. Very close start to this race as they make their way over the line for the first time. 51, your race leader. So Phil Dickens leading, Jarvis on his tail in second place. Richard Holmes-Williams also well placed, I believe. Jarvis having a look down the inside, look at the number 56 in third, right on his tail. Down towards Ashby they go into the left hand of that off-cambered corner. You see not many riders going for an overtaking manoeuvre. They really have got to get the bike lined up correctly to go for the pass there. And it's still staying pretty much as you were. Leaders now making their way up towards the double apex boot section towards the finish line, and we'll have a look at the pace when they make their way over the line. So very close between these top three riders: Phil Dickens, Jamie Callan, Jake Smith, Lawrence Wardle starting to make his way through the field up to fourth place. We'll try and get the identity of the fifth place number 114 in a few moments. So we've got Louis Smith in sixth position, Richard Holmes-Williams dropping to seventh, Andre Toda up to eighth, Harvey Lathrope in 9th, and James Mostica rounding out the top 10. But Phil Dickens just starting to pull away slightly now from Jake Smith, who's gone through to second. So we've got a bit of a potential 4-stroke versus 2 battle here as they make their way through towards Boot once again. We've got the Phil Dickens number 51 leading the way. Jake Smith making that move stick in second position. There he is, number 56. And oh, trouble there for Jake Smith, who goes down big style coming out to the final corner, crashing out of second place. Wade yellows as his bike is still on the racing line. It is dripping fuel as well, so race goes on. Phil Dickens leading the way. But trouble there for Jake Smith on the side of the track. I think he's alright, just getting some medical treatment. But racing away at the front now, Phil Dickens, heading down towards the back straight. So Dickens, your race leader, through boot they go once again. And starting to turn into a fight now with Jamie Callan in second place. The top two just breaking away. There is a bit of fuel on the track there, but the race goes on. It is off the racing line, so of course we'll have to sort that out perhaps at the end of the race. Hopefully that shouldn't cause an issue. Here we go though for the battle for the lead. Down the inside goes Jamie Callan having a look. Oh, nice move there from Jamie Callan to go through into the lead on Christmas corner. So 14, Jamie Callan, your new race leader. Look out for third place though here, number 414, Lawrence Wardle, who is starting to close up on the two race leaders. Wardle, I think, will be keen to benefit from a battle for the lead between first and second place. There he is, number 414. Look out for him, and he is dragging along with him the number 114, Richard Holmes Williams, in there as well. The red flag has been displayed. The race has been stopped. We had that fall earlier on with Jake Smith, and the red flag being displayed. You may see the marshals on the track here. That machine dropping a load of fuel from the carburetor onto the track. It is off the racing line, but that's a very fast part of the circuit, so the red flag has been displayed, just bringing the race to a halt momentarily. I think it's certainly not a case of any injuries. The rider was okay, Jake Smith, but the red flag has been shown because that bike on its side in the middle of the track, it was dripping a load of fuel pretty much on the start line. And the marshals just keep an eye on that one. It is off the racing line, I hasten to add, so nobody hit that fuel. But you'll see in a moment down on the start line the marshals going down there with the cleaning kit to clean that fuel off the circuit. They'll put some cement down as well, just to absorb that as well. Goes without saying, of course, in motorcycle racing on tarmac like this, that oil spills and fuel spills can potentially be very dangerous. That's why the red flag's gone out, basically. The marshals on the start line have put the cement down. It's certainly not down to any rider injury. It was a nasty tumble, admittedly, for the number 56, Jake Smith. I think he's okay. We did see him walk off to the side of the track. He looked a bit battered and bruised, but I think the helmet's off and he's talking down in the waiting zone. So he appears to be okay in himself. The riders have been sent back to the waiting zone here momentarily, though. The red flag has been displayed due to that fuel spillage on the start-finish line straight. Goes that saying, really, just to explain why the red flag has been displayed, because of the fuel spillage. If riders hit that fuel, they're going straight through into a very fast left and right-hander chicane on that first corner, and if they get fuel on the tyres and lose grip, they could be potentially having a very high-speed tumble. So down on the start-finish line, the cement has gone down, and we'll just get an update as to what's happening with the remainder of the race. So down on the track, the circuit crews just cleaning the fuel off the track. That cement dust just absorbing that, and they should be able to sweep that away and get the track dry and ready for racing very shortly. So the race has been stopped due to that fuel spillage. All riders okay. It's just a preventative measure. There you see the incident down on the start line, and there's Alan Lord with the track marshals. You'll see just after the start grid there that cement dust, which has absorbed most of the fuel spillage, and they're just sweeping that off the circuit now. What that dust does, effectively, it absorbs the fuel, and then with a broom they can just sweep that away, so it stops the danger. That part of the track where you see the marshal right now, it is pretty much off the racing line, but I think it was in the interest of safety just to bring the race to a halt to get that fuel off the circuit, because if somebody hit that, they would be going straight through into that very fast first corner at a very high speed, with the risk of fuel on the tyres. Now, of course, these two strokes was a KTM that went down, so it's a pre-mixed fuel as well, so there is oil in there as well, along with the fuel. It's not the sort of stuff you want to be hitting on a fast part of the racetrack or any part of the course anyway. So, as we say, just making sure the track is safe and ready to go. We should get the Rat Bike Super Minis back underway very shortly at this penultimate round of the championship here at Whilton Mill. Nice little overview of the circuit here. So the track, we're about 20 minutes away from Silverstone as a rough guide. It's right in the middle of the country, very close actually to the dividing line between north and south. I would say the Watford Gap motorway services, the old traditional dividing line between north and south. That's only 5 minutes up the road. Very central part of the, it's only a few minutes away from the M1 motorway, from the junctions, and the track pretty much goes straight past this circuit as well. About 10 minutes from the town of Daventry, 15-20 minutes from Northampton. And the track has been here for very recently, of course, celebrated its 30th anniversary in 2021. Very different looking circuit to how it is now. The origins of Whilton Mill were on what's now known as the Mill Circuit, which is kind of behind the clubhouse that you've seen in some of the background shots here today. It's a shorter karting circuit nowadays, predominantly used for junior and beginning karting. I think the Rob Smedley electric karts go on there as well. The focus of the track nowadays being very much this international circuit. Holds all levels of karting. The Whilton Mill Karting Club is here once a month. They run their meetings here. There's all kinds of national meetings here as well. Likes of Karun Chandhok, Jensen Button, all the top Formula 1 names. Johnny Herbert's been driving here as well this year. He's got himself a Sodi kart, I believe, and he's been out driving here at Whilton Mill. And of course, as we all know, it's all for two wheels as well, as the action gets back underway with the Rat Bike Super Minis. So the riders on their sighting laps now. We're going to take our positions on the grid very shortly. Riders lining up on the grid in their original grid positions, and the race will go for 8 laps. Riders have just had a couple of laps now just to get the tyres warmed up, get themselves back into the running of things. A few riders running the, when you go down in the paddock, you'll see a few riders running the tyre warmers. But nonetheless, they have been stationary for a few minutes there whilst the track spillage was dealt with. So they'll need just that couple of laps just to get the tyres warmed up again, get a bit more grip. Bill Dickens and Jamie Callan lining up alongside each other. Both of the riders on the front of the grid running the Bucci 190 pit bikes. Jake Smith, of course, the main rider on one of the 85cc two-strokes, who drops out of contention, our number 37. I'll try and get the name of that rider as soon as I can. Lawrence Wardle on the KTM 85 also up there as well. We've got an empty spot on the grid where Jake Smith was. Rider appears to have been okay. And I think there's one rider out of position here, so the start just been held for a moment. I think rider's all ready and in position. Marshall holding up the start light, goes out and away they go. One rider in trouble on the start line there, the second number 14 in this race. Lost the engine on the start, but appears to get away safely. Everyone through the first corner, so here we go with 8 laps to go in the Rat Bike Super Minis, the restart of this first race. And down the hill they go. So we've got an interesting dynamic here. We've got the pit bikes versus the, what you might say almost the true Super Minis, the Youth Motocross derived style machines. Got a Honda CRF 150 in 4th place, KTM 85 in 5th there, trying to catch up with the two Buccis that lead the way, and Harvey Lathrop in there in 3rd place now. He's had a better start this time. They make their way through Boot for the first time. And it's almost like we've pressed the pause button here, 'cause it's almost a replay of what happened before the race was halted. We've got the number 51 of Phil Dickens leading the way. Jamie Callan on his tail in second place. Lathrope in third. It's the number 37 is Corey Tinker in fourth on the Honda 150. Closely followed by Lawrence Wardle, who's having a look on the inside going to Christmas Corner. They almost touch handlebars. But Phil Dickens leads the way from Jamie Callan. Down the hill they go. Heading towards Ashby. Harvey Lathrop still there. And this race still wide open here. Harvey Lathrop in third. Really need to try and keep those two leaders in contention. They're just starting to break away a bit now. And Lathrop coming under a bit of pressure from Corey Tinker and Lawrence Wardle as the two race leaders make their way into boot. Very close indeed. Down towards the final corner they go. They're really going to try and break away here with the battle of third just splintering away slightly. So Dickens over the line. Callan in second. Harvey Lathrop holds on to third. And you might say just possibly holding up Corey Tinker and Lawrence Wardle a bit in that battle of third. And incidentally there, Harvey Lathrop and Corey Tinker setting identical lap times to the thousandth of a second. That doesn't happen too often. And Lathrop actually, did look like he was holding up the battle of third, but looks like he's pulled away slightly as Lawrence Wardle now goes into fourth. And still the battle rages as Jamie Callan has a peek down the inside of Phil Dickens, the race leader, but Dickens has the line and shuts the doors. They make their way down towards boot corner and again down the inside. Callan having a look but can't find a way through, squares the turnoff coming out of the boot corner, but Dickens has got the line covered and holds on to the lead with 5 laps to go. 51-year race leader. These riders are on identical Bucci machines here that lead the way. Lathrop in third, 2.2 seconds the gap. Lawrence Wardle and Corey Tinker battling for fourth, as again Callan having a look on the inside of Dickens going into Christmas Corner. Can't find the opening to get down the inside. Can he do anything going down towards Ashby into the right-hander? Can't quite get through, so Phil Dickens holds on to the lead. They're not really dropping Harvey Lathrop and Lawrence Wardle in third. You just saw them at the back of the screen there, so the battle of a third still raging. It looks like Lawrence Wardle has made the move into third place. And Wardle trying to break away here and get to grips with this battle for the lead now as Phil Dickens and Jamie Callan. Now, of course, this is the final 8 laps of the races, so a little bit less time. Oh, nice move there. Down the inside for Jamie Callan into oblivion, that first chicane. That doesn't happen too often, so Callan got the drive out of the final corner and takes the lead. There's Lawrence Wardle in third place, Harvey Lathrop in fourth, and Corey Tinker still in 5th place. Great move there from the number 14 of Jamie Callan, who takes the lead with a very brave move at a part of the circuit where it's generally quite difficult to get the overtake done. You really have got to be decisive to make the pass into the first corner, or else you'll both have an accident. But Jamie Callan got the front wheel in there quite cleanly and made the move stick with a great pass. Number 14. Watch out for this guy here though. Number 414, Lawrence Wardle in third place now, breaking away from Harvey Lathrop in fourth. Let's have a look at the gap. So there's just under 0.3 of a second separating the top 2 riders. Lawrence Wardle matching the leaders for pace in third, although he's 2.5 seconds down. As the action goes on for fourth with Corey Tinker, Richard Holmes-Williams battling with Harvey Lathrop into Christmas Corner. The leaders making their way down towards the right-hander into Ashby. And through they go. Lawrence Wardle still charging in third, trying to get involved in this battle for the lead. Corey Tinker's through to 4th place now, getting past Harvey Lathrop, who drops to 5th. Louis Smith and Richard Holmes-Williams right in there. And the 6th place Richard Holmes-Williams on number 126 has set the fastest lap of the race, as he gets involved in that battle with the number 66 of Louis Smith right in there. Just on the edge of the top 10, Andre Toda, James Mostiger, Jake Whittaker and Jake Smith, who was able to restart at the back of the field. Over the line they go. So at the moment, Jamie Callan and Phil Dickens 1 second separating them. Lawrence Wardle 2.4 seconds drift in third. So Jake Smith, I've been told, is back in the race. So he did drop the bike, and of course the rules stay that they would drop out of the race if they drop oil on the track, but the bike has been checked, so it is safe to race. 1 lap to go. Although he did cause the stoppage, so I don't know if he'll be able to keep those points. I think that will be discussed by the stewards after the race. Jamie Callan leading the race by 1.2 seconds. Phil Dickens in second, Lawrence Wardle in third, Harvey Lathrope and Richard Holmes Williams fighting in that battle for 4th place as Corey Tinker drops to 6th. But Jamie Callan, with that great move on the first corner, has established himself at the front here, and with half a lap to go, looking strong at the front of the field as the lapper pulls to one side and lets them through. I think it may be Mercia Vasilkan who drops out of contention. Lets leaders go through as Jamie Callan makes his way through boot for the final time. Phil Dickens and Lawrence Wardle fighting for 2nd place, but number 14, Jamie Callan, goes over the line and takes the checkered flag. Phil Dickens in 2nd place, Lawrence Wardle in 3rd, and in the fight for 4th place, Harvey Lathrop, Louis Smith, Corey Tinker and Richard Holmes Williams, 7th position. Rest of the top 10 made up of Andre Toda, James Mostica and Jake Whitaker in 10th position. So some great riding there between Jamie Callan and Phil Dickens. Great move there for Jamie Callan to take the win. A bit further back, the 104 Vinnie Jones in 11th place. Kevin Jarvis, who stalled at the start, recovers to 12th position. James Walker in 13th, final rider on the lead lap, with Mercia Vasilkan in 14th. Jake Smith apparently dropping out of contention, and unfortunately Derva Lane dropping out on the first lap. So Brat Bikes Supermin is drawing to a close. So the first block of racing drawing to a close here. Brad Bikes Supermin is another bit of drama at the start of the race there, and the race drawing to a close with the final 8 laps. Jamie Callan taking a great victory in that first race of the day. So we draw to a close our first block of racing. We have 2 more blocks of racing to go throughout the afternoon, but we're going to take a lunch break now, approximately 30 minutes, to allow our hard-working track marshals and track crews to return back to the clubhouse, get themselves perhaps a cup of tea and something to eat and drink, and have a break, and then we'll be back on circuit, scheduled to get back underway in 30 minutes. So we've just gone 12:01 local time, so all being well, we should be back on track at 12:30. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back again in half an hour, our final 2 blocks of racing for this penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes here at Whilton Mill. We will see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back to Whilton Mill for round number 7 of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship. I'm Chris Sora, taking you through the afternoon's race action. We will be picking things up very shortly with our second moto of the day for the AMR Moto Mini GP 90s and Junior Supermoto 90s riders. Currently making their way round on their sighting lap, coming down to the grid very shortly. We're running right through the afternoon until 5 p.m. today, scheduled for the meeting to draw to a close. We have 2 more blocks of races. We're going to start things off very shortly with the Mini GP 90s and Junior Supermotos. This is how they line up. Harrison Quincy from Jack Hamilton, Joshua Herring, Leo Soliu, Caden Herring, Rex Almond and Judkins. Herring and Judkins, I don't believe is a starter in this race, but lining up at the back of the field. It's clouding over a little bit. They were quite bright and sunny this morning. Forecast that the clouds may move in as the afternoon draws on, but we believe that there's minimal chance of rain. Let's hope that's the case, because this track is very demanding in the wet. You may remember a couple of weeks ago at Three Sisters what a mixed bag of a day we had. We had some very heavy rain showers. That's a very different type of track surface, I would say, though, to Whilton Mill. It's a bit more grip out there, and we found the track got wet very quickly and also dried up very quickly, but no such dramas here today. Scheduled for dry weather, we hope, throughout the afternoon. Riders had some trouble yesterday with the wet weather on Friday. It was very heavy rain on Friday. The track still drying out yesterday, which caught a few riders out. And good line choice, very important, as the red light goes up, light goes out, and away they go for the second race of the day for AMR Moto Mini GP 90 and Junior Supermoto 90. We saw some riders yesterday, a lot of the riders opting to go offline to some of the grippier parts of the circuit, were effectively off the racing line, where it was a bit greasy, where the rubber had mixed in with some of the wet weather. But here we go towards a full dry track, I would say. This is turning into almost a replay of race number 1 in these early stages. We have got Harrison Quincy leading the way. Jack Hamilton, the sole Mini GP rider in this race, so he'll have won that class by default, you would say, if he finishes the race. But nonetheless, the race's instinct, I would say, would be to try and get past Harrison Quincy and take the lead. The rider to look out for here in third place is the number 36 of Leo Soliu, second in the Supermoto class here, but he has got Hamilton between him here. So for Leo Soliu's part in third, he will be quite keen to get past Jack Hamilton in second and have a go at the race leader. And of course, this is a combined race. They race together, but in terms of championships, they are scored separately. But out on track, you would say they are racing for position. Racer's instinct won't really matter as to who they are. And Jack Hamilton, who kept the pressure on Harrison Quincy earlier on today, will be determined to go one better here. The race has started off quite nicely here. The front group of riders getting away well. And Joshua Herring, after a bad start to the race, he didn't get off the line very well at all. The bike just seemed to really splutter away from the line, you would say, but he's recovered quite well here, and he's got past Caden Herring now into fourth place. And Joshua Herring is setting off after this top 3, so we could get the top 4 very close together, because Herring is charging just a little bit further behind this top 3. Soliu drops back momentarily there as the leaders make their way over the line. Harrison Quincy then leading the way, Jack Hamilton in second place, and Leo Soliu in third. Over the line they go. Still looking very good there for Harrison Quincy. The lap time's 1:03, but he can't afford to relax here, because Jack Hamilton is keeping that pressure on in second place, very close behind. Through Ashby they go down to that right-hander. It is off camber, the approach. That's a little bit bumpy in places as well. It's a difficult corner. And making their way through towards the centre of the circuit now. Jack Hamilton just starting to put that pressure on. He does seem to have some good lines in the centre of the circuit here, which sets him up quite well going into boot, the final part of the track. He really closes up on the braking. Not quite close enough to get a front wheel in there on Harrison Quincy, but Jack Hamilton in second place, staying in his wheel tracks here, just watching the race leader, looking for lines, trying to find a way. Drifts out wide on that final corner to try and get that speed down the straight. And of course you lose a bit of track time by taking a wider line, but potentially if you can just get a bit more power, sometimes these overtaking manoeuvres are done effectively under acceleration out of the corner. Braking into Christmas corner they go, off camber, well it's a positive camber for the riders, you'd say, immediately into Inkermans, which is a gnarly part of the track. It's fairly slow and it's quite off camber there. It's one of these parts of the track where riders have been caught out before. And again we start to see Hamilton just starting to close the gap here. Again he's got some nice sweeping lines here and keeps the pressure on the race leader Harrison Quincy. Leo Soliu just shadowing in third place all the time. Joshua Herring isn't too far behind in fourth. He's actually set the fastest lap of the race, the fourth place rider. Number 912 Joshua Herring, and Caden Herring just a little bit further behind in fifth place. Round the final corner they go, and Harrison Quincy looking good at the front of the field. And there we just saw Joshua Herring actually starting to close up, and again he set the fastest lap of the race. Joshua Herring, the fourth place rider, who we might see when the camera pans away slightly. He really is closing up on this battle of the top two. There he is, we just saw a glimpse of him there going into Christmas corner. And look out for the number 912 here, Joshua Herring. He is closing up on the third place Leo Soliu, who is very much keeping in touch with this battle for the lead. There we saw just at the back of the screen there the number 914 of Caden Herring, who's currently in fifth place. Rex Solmond and Henriette Judkins, non-starters, as the riders again make their way back through towards the centre of the circuit. And again Jack Hamilton with a nice line through that corner, just closing up again on the race leader Harrison Quincy, but still can't find a way through here. Through boot they go. We'll just keep it at the back of the screen. He's got third and fourth looking threatening. Leo Soliu just dropping a little bit of pace on the two leaders, but he's hanging on in there. And all the time Joshua Herring closing up on this battle for the lead. So looking at this, about halfway through, the gap just under 0.4 of a second between Harrison Quincy and Jack Hamilton. Joshua Herring again setting the fastest lap of the race here though in fourth place. There's Soliu, and again you just saw for yourself there, Joshua Herring really starting to close up on Leo Soliu in third place. As again the leaders down the hill. Hamilton having a look down the inside, thinks better of it. Very difficult sometimes to make a move in that corner. Down towards the centre of the circuit now. Fairly straightforward left-hander, and then this long dog-legged left-hander. There's some big curbs on the apex there, because you've really got to respect the track limits on that part of the circuit. Through to boot they go, and again Hamilton closing up slightly under braking. Quincy's got some nice lines here though and holds on to the lead. And again you see Hamilton just having a look this way and that, trying to find a way through. We'll look for a line where he can get the advantage on Quincy. Still got Leo Soliu in third, and Joshua Herring just starting to drop the pace a bit now as he closes up on the third place. That rider there we're looking at, number 36 Leo Soliu, still looking strong in third. He's just lost a little bit of pace on the two race leaders. And the number 912 Joshua Herring just closing the gap still. There he is in fourth place, not quite as quickly as he was a couple of laps ago, but he's still hanging on there in fourth position. Caden Herring a bit further behind in fifth, and there is Leo Soliu on the number 36. You can see Jack Hamilton just a little bit further down the track ahead of him as he makes his way through that apex. And again you see that's where Herring just seems to get a bit of an advantage. They've got a neater line through the, just seems to straight line that corner a bit more. It's a difficult corner they just went through, and Joshua Herring I think with a bit of a smoother line there, allowing him to close up on Leo Soliu. As the two leaders go over the line, it's still Harrison Quincy from Jack Hamilton, and those riders only separated by half a second. Third and fourth very close indeed, as Herring starts to put the pressure and makes the move through now on Leo Soliu. So Herring up to third, Soliu tries to fight back, and here we are with the leaders. As Harrison Quincy goes through, you can see it's not too far between first and second, and the battle for third and fourth. Jack Hamilton on the tail of Harrison Quincy, but can't find a way through at the moment. There is the battle for third and fourth. Soliu drifting wide, trying to find a way to get back with Joshua Herring. 3 laps to go. And there is Herring in third. So he's now clear of Leo Soliu, who'll be trying to pull away from the fourth place rider and get with the leaders. But time is against the third place rider here, Herring, with just 2 laps to go. There's the two leaders making their way around the final corner, heading up towards the finish line. Soliu having a peek down the inside, trying to repass Joshua Herring, Now, Herring's had some good lines at the start of this race, so Leo Soliu just shadowing the third place ride at the moment, looking at the lines and just starting to pick the pace up a bit here as he puts the pressure on that third place man. But with 2 laps to go, the battle for the lead still very close. There's not been much overtaking here at the front, but it's still finely poised as down the hill they go. There's the battle of a third again. We can see they're still running quite closely between the top 4. In fact, 4.7 seconds covering these 4 riders. Caden Herring about 22 seconds behind, a bit further behind, making his way up to Christmas Corner at the moment. And there we see Herring. He hasn't really shaken off Leo Soliu, who just seems to be looking a bit neater through some of those corners, just shadowing Herring and getting some good lines, keeping pace with a third place rider. So the last lap board about to go out as the leaders go around the final corner. Harrison Quincy still leading from Jack Hamilton. Joshua Herring and Leo Soliu still fighting for third. 1 lap to go. Caden Herring still a bit further behind, about 20 seconds down on this little battle at the front of the field as the leaders make their way up towards Christmas Corner for the final time. Jack Hamilton not quite close enough to go for a pass here, but looking to close up going through Inkermans. Now, is there anything going down the hill towards Ashby? Time is running out for Hamilton. He's having a look to try and find a way through, but nothing going there. Stays on the back wheel of Quincy. Of course, Hamilton, class leader in the Mini GP class, but he would love this race victory. And he shadows the back wheel of Harrison Quincy. Can he do anything going through to boot? He gets through the corner quite nicely. Tries to close up on the braking, but a bit too late there. Got waved yellows. If there's some dropped oil or something, but nonetheless, Harrison Quincy round the final corner and takes the checkered flag. Chased to the line by Jack Hamilton, who set the fastest lap of the race on that final lap. He really had to go there. 59.2 for Hamilton, but he settles for second place. Joshua Herring in third, Leo Soliu in fourth, and Caden Herring rounding out the top 5, just coming through towards the final 2 corners. Good to see there the race winner Harrison Quincy in second place. Jack Hamilton having a fist bump there when they go up towards Christmas Corner. Shout out to one of our regulars, Colin McCann. I think he got caught out by the earlier start, but 1 or 2 of us did actually, but it was a very quick start to the meeting. Would say, of course, shout out to Erin Thomas as well, who's been travelling with the riders across the season as well. We move on to our second race of the block, the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and 70s. This race also incorporating the Bucci 190 Cup. Riders are down in the waiting zone and will take to the track in just a few moments. It is a bit of an unfortunate this weekend. We haven't quite had the numbers that we normally get at Whilton Mill, not just in the mini bikes, but in other formulas. I think 1 or 2 riders dropping out during the course of the season. Factors such as living costs, fuel costs at the moment, just driving a few people or keeping a few people at home. So let's hope that that rights itself as soon as we can. We get some more people on the track in 2023. Riders then coming out very shortly for the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and the Bucci 190 Cup. Riders are in the waiting zone as again we get this wonderful backdrop of the Whilton Mill circuit here, not too far, about 10 minutes from Daventry in Northamptonshire, pretty much in the central part of the UK. Very impressive venue nowadays, and as we say, this track is about 30 years old. This venue has really grown from humble beginnings, and this one of the premier karting circuits in the UK, you would say. And of course, most of the mini bike venues using tracks that are more generally seen the four-wheeled action. Whilton Mill, one of many circuits that offers regular bike sessions. Of course, a lot of the competitors go up the road to Stretton Circuit in Leicestershire as well. That's another one with regular bike nights as well. So a lot of people have experience of the Whilton Mill circuit. They know the track well. Well, the setups will be, of course, very familiar. Whether they'll change during the day, I don't know. It's nice conditions for racing here. I'm sure those of you, most people, of course, watching in the UK, but those watching in the UK will know the weather recently hasn't been the best. It's gone a little bit cold in recent days, but certainly quite a warm autumnal day here at Whilton Mill. This is how they line up for our Mini GP 190s. It's Brian Hamilton from Andrew Thompson, Tim Patterson, Kobe Garbutt, Izzy Carter and Corey Tinker in 6th place. So Howe had some great racing here. I think that's the only downside at the moment, really. Unfortunately, one or two factors keeping people away from the start line in these later rounds of the championship. So we hope for a few more riders on the grid in 2023. It is quite a busy end to the season, I would say, here, of course. It was only 2 weeks ago we were at Three Sisters. This weekend, of course, one of the old favourites at Whilton Mill. And down to Clay Pigeon in Dorset for the final round of the championship. Still all to play for here as the riders line up for their second race of the day in the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s and 70s. Away they go. Oh, bit of a loop out almost at the start there. I think Tim Patterson gets away well. Brian Hamilton with a good start. The bike just, the front wheel just popping up to say hello there. They all get through the first corner safely and up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Looked like Andrew Thompson getting away okay, but 3 riders abreast here coming down the hill. Very close start to the race here as they make their way through Inkermans down the hill. Tim Patterson then looks like up to 2nd place. Brian Hamilton also right in there as well. I think may well be leading the pack at this stage. There he is, the number 191. Patterson having a look down the inside. Can't find a way through at the moment. We're a very tight start to the race. 2 different lines here from the riders as they make their way through towards Boot for the first time. But of course Hamilton's got the inside line, the racing line there. And Patterson finds his way. Nice exit there from the double apex into the final corner. We've had about 2 or 3 lead changes on this first lap, and as they cross the line, Andrew Thompson takes the lead from Brian Hamilton, Kobe Garbutt 3rd, Izzy Carter and Tim Patterson a bit further behind. Corey Tinker was supposed to be a starter in this race and haven't seen the number 37 out on track. So Andrew Thompson takes the lead here. Brian Hamilton close behind in 2nd place, and again, not too many forms of motorcycle racing where youths and adults compete together in the same race. We've got this here. You can see the size difference between the 2 riders. So theoretically here, you would say that Brian Hamilton may have a weight advantage. Would perhaps certainly be able to carry a bit more speed down the straight, and he'll try and use that to his advantage. But Andrew Thompson is a very tough competitor. I'm sure he won't give that lead up lightly. So look at him guarding that inside line there. He knew that Hamilton was going to come and try for the undercut there, coming out of the double apex. But Hamilton down the inside into the first corner. Oh, they almost touch handlebars. Hamilton had to back out of that one. And Andrew Thompson keeps his nerve and holds on to the lead. But here they come up towards Christmas Corner. And again, look at Thompson guarding that inside line. And of course, with Thompson riding defensively, it means he won't really pull away from Hamilton here. So these 2 very close together. We've got Kobe Garbutt still in 3rd, Tim Patterson in 4th, and Izzy Carter rounding out the field in 5th place, but only 10 seconds covering the riders in these early stages. So Hamilton, not too much going on here. He'll be looking to get a good line going into Boot, which he does so down the inside, but again, Thompson's got the sweeper into the corner racing line and shuts the door. Thompson again guarding the apex, preventing Hamilton from going for a pass. This is where Hamilton was quick last time. Can he do it down the inside? Not this time. He's not quite close enough to go for a pass. Brian Hamilton holding on to that 2nd place. Andrew Thompson gets the power down nicely, and again, having a look on the inside, Hamilton has a look down the inside. Oh, and he stuck that one through. Brave move there for the number 191, Brian Hamilton. He really had to be committed to make that move stick. And Brian Hamilton is back into the lead. So 191 leading, 19 in 2nd. Andrew Thompson here will be determined to stay in the wheel tracks of Brian Hamilton and go for a passage, try and take the fight back to him. Oh, he just lost a bit of time through that corner, and Hamilton uses that to pull away. Here they come through Boot. So it's going to be very important here for Brian Hamilton just to have a couple of good laps here, get some good strong laps and try and just break that advantage from Thompson in 2nd, who has lost a little bit of time there. The gap goes to 0.8 of a second, and Brian Hamilton with the fastest lap of the race, 52.912, which is quite impressive when you consider he also had to fit an overtake into that as well. Tim Patterson 3rd, Kobe Garbutt and Izzy Carter just a little bit further behind, running at the field. Down the hill they go towards Ashby. Hamilton very neat, putting in a good strong lap here, trying his best to break away now from Andrew Thompson in second place. Some nice sweeping lines here. That dog-led corner, the right-hander demands respect, and they've really got to get a good line through there, or else it messes up the straight afterwards. Let's have a look at Hamilton then as he comes around the final corner. Let's have a look at that gap. Heading over the line now, and just catching up on the live timing as they go through. The gap goes up to 1.7 seconds, so Brian Hamilton again with another fastest lap of the race, 52.522 for the race leader. And having fought his way through into the lead, he's just putting a good, strong couple of laps in here just to try and break away from this guy here, number 19, Andrew Thompson, and just try and pull away. Tim Patterson still in third on the number 13. Kobe Garbutt, number 25, in fourth place, and Izzy Carter just going over the line now. She goes through in fifth position. So Brian Hamilton, again you see that curb, you don't want to hit that too much on the right-hander. Good line choice, very important through that little section in the middle of the track, through towards Boot, the final part of the course, that double apex right-hander, then through into the final corner, and over the line they go. Brian Hamilton over the line, almost matching his fastest lap pace. He's put another very strong lap in. The gap goes up to 2.4 seconds. Andrew Thompson, I must say, is still motoring here. He set his own best lap of the race, 53.357. So Andrew Thompson is doing his best here to try and keep up with Brian Hamilton. You can see Hamilton pulling away. As we know in racing, nothing can be taken for granted, so certainly Andrew Thompson will not be giving this one up. He'll be looking to try and keep with the race leader. Any kind of a mistake and Thompson will be back in there battling for the lead, so he certainly hasn't thrown in the towel. He is maintaining a good pace out there, but Brian Hamilton, the race leader, looking very strong at the front of the field. Round the final corner he goes, and 191. Brian Hamilton over the line. 5 laps to go. You can hear the as he went over the line, the rev limiter bouncing away. He's really extracting all the power he can as he goes through. And Brian Hamilton again with the fastest lap of the race, 52.377. Andrew Thompson almost matching his best lap pace. There he is, the second place rider. He is about a second a lap slower at the moment than Brian Hamilton, who's just slowly pulling away. The gap goes up to 3.7 seconds. Thompson still looking strong in second. The field just starting to spread out a bit now. Tim Patterson in third place, 19.5 seconds down. Kobe Garbutt's just gone through in fourth, and Izzy Carter just coming around the final corner, rounds out the field in fifth place. So Brian Hamilton leading them through Boot once again. There is Andrew Thompson in second place. Can't do much about the race leader at the moment as Hamilton goes through again. Thompson in second position. Again, we've got the weight advantage, you'd say, of Brian Hamilton, the smaller rider, youth rider, naturally weighing a bit less than Andrew Thompson would. And I think when you look at them, when you listen to the bikes going down the start-finish straight, it's Hamilton really is getting a bit higher in the rev range. And where Thompson was looking good is through some of the corners just to keep up with Hamilton, the race leader. But it just seems that Hamilton just carrying a bit more speed into the corners. Both very quick riders, of course. So there is Thompson in second. Meanwhile, the race leader, the number 191 of Brian Hamilton, coming around the final corner as we watch Thompson still charging in second place. Hamilton, meanwhile, goes over the line with 3 laps to go. And again, putting in some very strong laps. Hamilton lapping 52.873 last time round. He's only about half a second off his best lap pace. Andrew Thompson just seems to drop and looking over his shoulder there. So, well, he was trying his best, you would say, to keep up with Brian Hamilton, but at the moment, it's all about this guy, number 191. Brian Hamilton through into the lead. There's Izzy Carter in front of him. We'll get an idea of the gap. There's Thompson in second place. And here we see the number 13, Tim Patterson. Number 10 on the machine, looking good in third place. Kobe Garbutt a bit further behind in fourth, just going around the first corner at the moment. And here comes the race leader, Brian Hamilton, closing up on the number 46 of Izzy Carter around the final corner. Takes the tighter line out to the corner, gets the power down. And that's Izzy, who is currently in fifth place. Izzy Carter, number 46, still charging away on that very well turned out machine with the muck off bike cleaner graphics, pink and fluorescent yellow. Bit of the Rossi inspiration there with the fluorescent yellow, I would say. Meanwhile, the number 191 of Brian Hamilton. I'd say both Jack and Brian Hamilton have those custom painted helmets that look very trick, especially when you see them close up. A lot of attention to detail in the artwork of that headgear. They come all the way from Ireland, of course, and a lot of travelling and boat fares involved and so forth. So they really put in the miles to get to these events, and Brian Hamilton making it all worthwhile so far as he goes over the line for the one lap board, going through Oblivion for the final time, and not really backing off the pace here. He's still lapping just a shade over 53 seconds, so he's only about 8/10 down on his best lap. Andrew Thompson now 9.2 seconds adrift, so Thompson settling for second at this stage. He tried his best to keep up with Hamilton, but at the moment Brian Hamilton simply too strong. Tim Patterson on the number 10 machine still in third place. Kobe Garbett and Izzy Carter rounding out the field. Garbett should get through on the lead lap here as the number 191 of Brian Hamilton makes his way down towards Boot for the final time, very neatly going through Boot into that double apex right-hander and into the final corner. Brian Hamilton, checkered flag goes out as he takes the victory, and he even has time to wave to the crowd as he goes, so he looks pleased with that one, and who can blame him, because it really was a good performance from him. There goes Andrew Thompson in second place. He tried his best to battle for the lead, but it wasn't to be. There's Izzy Carter finishing a lap down, and she takes 5th position, but all full credit, you would say, to Brian Hamilton after a tricky start to the race. Really got to the front and made the race his own. There goes Tim Patterson in 3rd position, and then Kobe Garbett, the final rider on the lead lap, just going through towards Boot at the moment on the number 25. But congratulations then to Brian Hamilton, who takes the second race victory in the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 and 70, which incorporates the Bucci Cup. There's Kobe Garbett over the line, so everyone's in, and we're going to move on very shortly to the first of our 2 Ovali races. It's the Motul Oils Ovali 110 Cup. Riders are down in the waiting zone, and they'll be back underway in just a few moments. Shout out going out then to Team DHR as well, who are here, of course, this weekend. We're moving on then to the Ovali 110s. Riders in the waiting zone, and they'll be out onto the track very shortly indeed. This, of course, is for our younger spectrum of the youth racers, 8 to 12 years old. And we always said this, of course, how strongly developed their racecraft is as well. This is how they line up. Travis Shaw from Hudson Cooper, Jack Hamilton, Valentino Kimmy Kirk, Sidney Marshall, Leo Saliu, and Finley Hanna. All of these riders, plenty of race experience, and especially at the front of this field. So they're all very young riders, but already well developed with their racecraft. They know how to race aggressively but fairly. Very comfortable training paint out onto the track, and certainly bodes well. This, of course, the great thing with like a spec series, which is effectively what the Ovali series is, all the bikes pretty much identical, is that it's all down to rider development. It's all about giving the riders enjoyment, of course. Not everyone's going to be the next professional rider, but certainly a way of developing a great hobby and a great interest that would carry riders through into their adult lives. And even at this stage, of course, it's a great way for the riders perhaps looking for success in their career to learn the basics, get the racecraft underway, and as I say, it's all down to the rider really. It's nothing to do really with the amount of budgets available. As always with motorcycle racing, there is a bit of a cost involved, and certainly it's a modest outlay to say the very least to actually buy one of these machines, but it's certainly, you'd say, affordable. We've seen quite a few riders taking to these bikes over the last couple of years as the 110s make their way out onto the circuit for their sighting lap. And some very accomplished young riders out here at the moment. They make their way up towards Christmas Corner. And this camera angle from the Oblivion corner gives you an idea. It's a bit of a climb. When you get to the top, it doesn't look quite such a big climb, but when you're down there trackside on the bike, it is quite a climb into that first corner. And it's always surprising how much speed it can carry into that top Christmas corner. So Travis Shaw leading the pack round through Ashby. That nice camera angle there gives you an idea of how off-cambered that corner is. When you're watching the racing from the bottom of the hill, it looks like a fairly straightforward right-hander there, where you can perhaps get a front wheel in there and take the lead and take the pass down the inside. But the trouble is, the track just falls away from you on that corner, and it's very easy to outbrake yourself. And best case scenario, drift horrendously wide onto the curbs, or worst case, see a lot of people crashing on that corner as well. So Ashby, that downhill right-hander, certainly a corner that demands a lot of respect as the riders make their way through Boot, the final part of the track, and onto the grid for our second race of the day with the Motul Oils Ovale 110s. So the real unfortunate, of course, not quite so many riders as we're accustomed to in the later part of the season, but those that are here, certainly at the sharp end of the series, and looking for valuable championship points as the grid is now cleared and we're about to get things underway with our second race of the day for Ovale 110s. The light goes out and away we go. New starting system here for the Rich Energy British Minibikes. There's we'll watch that again next time for the next race. There's a starter with basically a handheld board. The red light goes on, and once that light is extinguished, away they go. It's pretty not a bad idea actually to have a uniform starting system, I would say. At least it's the same for all of the rounds, and that's what's recently been introduced. Hudson Kai Cooper then with a good start, although Travis Shaw right on his tail, and we saw some very close racing in this Ovale 110 Cup in the first moto earlier on today. They make their way down towards the centre of the circuit now into that long left-hander. And that dogleg corner, very important to get the exit of that corner right as they make their way down the straight towards Boot for the first time. So Cooper leads, Shaw in second, looks like Hamilton in third. Around the final corner they go and over the line. So Cooper leads, Shaw second, Hamilton third. Those three just breaking away slightly, but not by very much, from fourth position, which looked like Valentino Kimi Kirk. The Southwestern rider in fourth place, Sidney Marshall in fifth, and Finley Hanna a little bit further behind. Sidney Marshall then in fifth place. Leo Soliu getting past Finley Hanna on the first lap, and Soliu on the number 36 moves up to sixth position. And here we go. This is starting to turn into a three-way battle here between Hudson Cooper, Travis Shaw and Jack Hamilton. It'll be interesting to see here what happens with the rider in fourth, Valentino Kimi Kirk, who got away well on his own in fourth place somewhat, and just a little bit of drift of this battle for the lead. Now, if these three riders start fighting for position, this could potentially allow Valentino Kimi Kirk to get involved. Sidney Marshall and Leo Soliu just a bit further behind. Around the final corner they go. And HKC, Hudson Kai Cooper, over the line. You'll see Hudson's dad. If you look closely at the fairing of this bike as well, his dad wears the same logo. It's HKC on the fairings. Of course, Hudson Kai Cooper. It's a very neat logo, stylized on the old HRC Factory Racing Honda logo. Really well turned out machine, as of course they all are really very distinctive looking bikes. Travis Shaw with that Kawasaki-esque green and black riding colour scheme, you would say, as well in second. They are identical bikes, but of course full scope to change the colour schemes, change the fairings. That's nothing to do with the performance. Makes it a bit easier, I would say, when you're commentating before them out on the track. But Hudson Kai Cooper looking very good here at the front. He's got some nice lines, just shutting the door on Travis Shaw, who's keeping that pressure on. They just seem to be doing enough to stay ahead of Valentino Kimi Kirk, who's a little bit further behind in fourth place, trying to keep in touch with the leaders. They go over the line, half a second covering the top three, and Kimi Kirk 4.8 seconds adrift in fourth place. Sidney Marshall in fifth position on the number 461. Leo Soliu and Finley Hanna rounding out the field. Meanwhile, we see Hamilton go through into second place. Shaw fighting back down the hill into Ashby, has a look, but he backs out of it again. Rider's very cautious about making a move into that right-hander. He really got to get a good line on the approach to make the move stick. And looks like Shaw Backs out of that one for the time being, but stays on the back wheel of Hamilton, who's now through to second. This allows Hudson Kai Cooper to pull away slightly at the front, but not really breaking away from the rest of the field as Hamilton closes up. Here they come around the final corner. So Hudson Kai Cooper leading the way. Hamilton second, Shaw third. The gap between those three riders, 7/10 of a second, covering the top three. Very, very close indeed. And Jack Hamilton setting the fastest lap of the race there, 56.655. These riders very closely matched here. Travis Shaw in third, by no means out of contention either. Valentino Kimi Kirk charging away, but not quite able to live with the leaders. Currently in fourth place, lapping very well in the 58 seconds. In fourth place, Sydney Marshall, just over the 1 minute marker. Currently in fifth place, Leo Soliu and Finley Hanna running up the field at the moment. And the leaders actually are starting to close up on Hanna. I think in a lap's time, they may have to get past the 7th place rider, number 13, Finley Hanna. A little bit slower than the others, lapping around 109 at the moment as Hanna goes over the line. Last rider on the lead lap as the leaders come around the final corner. It's still Hudson Kai Cooper that leads the way. Jack Hamilton in second, and Cooper doing just about enough to put a bit of a cushion here on Jack Hamilton in second place. Hamilton not quite close enough to go for an overtake here, and still looking very threatening in third is Travis Shaw, who has just set the fastest lap of the race, 56.366. And Travis Shaw in third, starting to fight back. There is Finley Hanna. Hanna currently in 7th place. I think we'll hear the leaders coming, so of course this is a tricky moment here. Not the best part of the track to encounter a slow rider, but I think Hanna will see them coming. Oh, and a bit unlucky there for Travis Shaw. Gets bulked there momentarily. And Travis Shaw gets past Finley Hanna under braking. It's a bit of bad luck, you would say, when they catch a slow rider on that sweeping part of the track. There's nowhere really they can go. They just got to hold their line and find a gap. Meanwhile, as they make their way through, Hudson Cooper leads the way, Jack Hamilton second. So Travis Shaw losing about a second or so on the two race leaders, but still very much in this race. Valentino Kimi Kirk going through in 4th place, and still Sydney Marshall and Leo Soliu on the lead lap. Finley Hanna just been lapped, currently in 7th position on the number 13. Leaders making their way back down the hill. So Travis Shaw, you'd say, keeping his cool here. He lost a bit of time there trying to get past Finley Hanna, but he's done so now, and just starting to close back on Jack Hamilton in 2nd place. Down the back straight they go, into boot once again, and no one really close enough to go for an overtake at this stage, but there's still plenty of time to go. And these three riders still very closely poised. Hudson Kai Cooper around the final corner. Just out of camera shot here by our commentary booth, you can see the parents of these respective riders, and it's all a bit tense down there. They're urging their riders on. I think everyone knows that this race is still wide open. Travis Shaw again setting the fastest lap of the race, 55.909. Only rider to break into the 55s so far. So he really has recovered well and is starting to put the pressure back on the 2nd place man, Jack Hamilton. And again, you just saw Shaw backing out of the overtake, but takes a nice move through Ashby as you look at Hudson Kai Cooper. At the moment, just pulling away slightly from that battle of a 2nd place. I would say Hudson Kai Cooper here. The race leader's got to keep his head down here, just look at the lines and focus on what's in front of him, because second having their own battle. Now this could go one of two ways, I would say, that battle of the 2nd place. If they start challenging for positions and swapping positions, this could allow Hudson Kai Cooper to really pull away down the track, or alternatively they could push each other on. Sydney Marshall hitting some trouble going into the waiting zone and has gone just back out onto the track, so looks like some mechanical issues there possibly for Sydney Marshall, but the bike's okay, rejoins the race, although Finley Hanna is now up to 6th position. As you focus on this battle of a second, you can see that Cooper's pulling away as Shaw has a look down the inside again, but no, he opts to back out of that one. Takes a tighter line through Ashby, trying to pull away, but of course Hamilton taking the sweeping outside line, gets a bit more power down that short straight into the left-hander. Shaw fighting back though, got some nice lines through that dogleg and heading down the back straight towards boot for the final part of the lap. 3 to go at the end of this one, and Hudson Cooper just pulling away. There he goes, number 217, your race leader. The fight now really starting to develop a second place as Travis Shaw takes a tighter line out to the final corner, going for the outside sweep on Hamilton, who moves across and blocks the line. And again, Shaw peeling away early from the corner, just trying to get that inside line on the run up to Christmas corner. But Hamilton's got the line covered. And again, you can see Travis Shaw really doing well here, looking at some alternative lines. Squares the turn off the Inkermans. Down the hill he goes. And again, you get the idea there of how a pass has to be made on that corner, about 3 corners in advance. And still, Travis Shaw not doing enough to make the move stick. But the only way he could get that move done was just to change his lines going through Inkermans. When you consider these riders are very, very young indeed, the age cap on this race is 12 years old. And you can already see them, they perfectly got the idea of changing their lines and looking for lines. They're not just going gung-ho out there and going down the inside of people. They're working these passes out. And again, you can see Travis Shaw drifting this way and that as he looks for an opening coming out to some of the corners. He's got out to the corner nicely there. Hamilton trying to cover the line. They charge into Christmas corner. But Jack Hamilton keeps it strong and holds on to that second place. This is good news, I would say, for Hudson Cooper, of course, who is using advantage of this to try and pull away. The gap goes up to 2.3 seconds. Still Hamilton in second, Shaw in third, Valentino Kimi-Kirk in fourth place, Leo Soliu in fifth, Finley Hanna in sixth, and Sidney Marshall, having pitted, rounding out the field in seventh place. Hudson Kai Cooper, number 217, the race leader, is clear and away as the battle really starts to hot up for second place. And again, look at Travis Shaw. Again, he's changing his lines, trying to find an opening somewhere. Hamilton doing very well here, very confident to hold the racing line. He's not being bullied by the third place rider at all. And riding very smart here, covering those apexes, preventing Shaw from getting a front wheel in there in that battle for second place. There's Cooper, the race leader, up towards Christmas corner. 1 lap to go. And Shaw again really doing all he can. He drifts wide going to Inkerman, squares the turn, and again going to try and get that drive down the hill coming into Ashby. Has a peek down the inside. No, nothing going there. Hamilton shuts the door on him. Hudson Kai Cooper on his own at the front. Although he has got a rider in front. It might actually be Finley Hanna. Leo Solly a bit further down the track as well. But Hudson Kai Cooper heading towards Boot for the final time. Goes around the outside of Finley Hanna in towards the final corner. Here's the battle for second place. Meanwhile, over the line there goes Hudson Kai Cooper heading towards the checkered flag. And the flag goes out. Taking the victory is Hudson Kai Cooper. And over the line, second and third place. Jack Hamilton second. Travis Shaw in third, and Shaw punching the air in frustration when he went through there. He really tried his best, but couldn't find an answer for Jack Hamilton, who takes second. Valentino Kimi-Kirk will be coming around the final corner. There's Hudson Kai Cooper, and he's punching the air in delight because that was a very hard-fought victory, and in the end he won the race by 2.2 seconds. So Valentino Kimi-Kirk in fourth place. Sidney Marshall, 2 laps adrift, finishing in 7th place. Had to pit during the race for some mechanical issues. Then we've got Leo Soliu, last rider on the lead lap, finishing in 5th place. Finley Hanna 2 laps down in 6th position. Of course, we'll see the 110s out a bit later on today. Heading now to the halfway point of the block, we've got the Motul Oils Ovale 160 is about to get underway. The riders are down in the waiting zone and they'll be out on track in just a few moments. We mentioned Team DHR before. That stands for Davey Hamilton Racing. That's Jack and Brian Hamilton's dad. Not only dad, but he's mechanic and transport driver. And of course, like any other form of bike racing, it's often these the parents behind the scenes. Not only the parents, the truck driver, the mechanic, the supporter, all rolled into one. Ovale 160 is about to get underway, and it's Wilson Dilks from Tyler Humphreys, Thorley Trevorrow and Arnie Carr. Again, rather lower numbers, but we've got good strength in depth there, some very strong riders. All 4 of these riders, you would say, have won in the past. They're capable of victory. Realistically, I would say this will be a battle between Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphreys. But Thorley Trevorrow and Arnie Carr, very experienced riders. And out onto the course they go. Once this race draws to a close, we have the second part of the block. We have the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160s, Ugly & Co Mini GPs, and Junior Supermotos, the Supermoto Minibikes, and the Brat Bike Super Minis. So we're halfway through the second block at this stage. I say very pleased to say that there's been minimal incidents out on track. There's not been that many stoppages, so the meeting's still very much running on course. As always, of course, if there are any changes to the event programme, we'll let you know, but all scheduled to run for its devised 3 blocks. The meeting should be finishing at around 5 p.m. You'll notice, of course, if you're a regular watching the Rich Energy British Minibikes, that this is the full Whilton Mill International layout. Only making the 1 visit to Whilton Mill this year. In a couple of years in the past, we've had 2 visits, one in the summer and usually the season finale here at Whilton Mill on the shorter Zulu circuit. But here we are running the full international track. You may remember, of course, the Zulu circuit's a lot shorter, but it is fully floodlit as well. But we are still at that point of the year where the daylight's enough to put a full race meeting on an unlit circuit. There's the marshal on the inside with the red light, and away they go. Everyone getting away well as Wilson Dilks jumps to the inside and takes the lead from Humphries. Trevorrow right there, and Humphries down the inside having a look as they go to Christmas corner. Side by side down the back straight, but Humphries has got the line. Look at Trevorrow in third, down the inside, and Thorley Trevorrow taking advantage there. Wilson Dilks pushed offline a bit there as he battled for the lead. Left an opening, and Thorley Trevorrow right in there in second place. So Trevorrow, who was behind these 2 riders earlier on, lost a bit of ground later on. Jumps through to second place at the early part of this race, and he'll be looking to try and live with the race leaders. Arnie Carr right on the tail there in 4th place as well, so the riders all very close, all getting away well. Down into the boot. Humphries leading then. Trevorrow in second. And Arnie Carr just starting to put the pressure on Wilson Dilks, who's struggled a bit on that first lap after losing that race lead. So Dilks trying to regroup here. And Arnie Carr keeping that pressure on in 4th place. The leaders making their way to Christmas corner. And this is a great ride here for Thorley Trevorrow, of course, who has gone away now in second place. He's made that move stick. And now just trying to stay on the rear wheel of Tyler Humphries. And still Wilson Dilks in third, dragging along Arnie Carr in 4th place. So they make their way through the left-hander down the back straight. And number 19, Tyler Humphries, your race leader. Trevorrow still there in second, Dilks and Carr. The riders still very close together. I'll say it's one of the races where we've had a bit of a drop in numbers, but certainly some very strong riders competing in this penultimate round of the championship. And Tyler Humphries looking strong at the front of the field. Thorley Trevorrow 1 second down. Wilson Dilks 2 seconds down. And Arnie Carr 3.1 seconds adrift of the leader. Tyler Humphries 53.147, fastest lap of the race, a half a second quicker than Thorley Trevorrow, who is now being closed on by Wilson Dilks in third. So Humphries looking strong at the front of the field as he tries to break away. Goes through the left-hander, looking very smooth out there. Number 19, Tyler Humphries, through the right-hander down the back straight towards the boot complex at the end of the lap. 9 laps to go next time round, and Tyler Humphries, number 19, your race leader, looking strong at the front of the field. Meanwhile, Wilson Dilks putting the pressure on Thorley Trevorrow for second place, going through oblivion. None of this, of course, bothering Tyler Humphries, as Wilson Dilks having a look now at Trevorrow as they make their way up towards Christmas corner. Dilks down the inside, he's going to have to be brave on the brakes, and he does it. You can see the riders, and you can see how much the bikes are moving about there going into Christmas corner. They're really aggressive under braking, and Wilson Dilks really having to carry a lot of speed into that corner. Of course, the camber helping him out a bit there as well, so at least he can go deep on the brakes into that top corner, and he uses that move to good effect. So Wilson Dilks, after a difficult start, is now through into second place. He's about 2 seconds down on the race leader. So has he lost too much time? I don't know. It's going to be tricky for him as they make their way through. And the race leader, Tyler Humphries, goes over the line on the number 19. Looking good at the front of the field. Thorley Trevorrow staying with Wilson Dilks in second place. Arnie Carr just a little bit further behind in fourth. 7.2 seconds covering the riders so far. And Tyler Humphries looking good at the front, although Wilson Dilks just marginally getting the fastest lap of the race. It was 52.563 for Wilson Dilks in second position. Tyler Humphries, though, looking strong at the front of the field. Wilson Dilks just trying to pull away now from Thorley Trevorrow and get with that race leader. There he is, Wilson Dilks, the number 85 in second position. Through that double apex right-hander, Trevorrow still hanging in there in third place. Leader goes over the line, so Tyler Humphries leads the way. Dilks still there in second place. And Wilson Dilks again, fastest lap of the race here, 52.3. So we've still got a fair bit of distance to go in this race. We've got about 6 laps at the end of this one, of course. So I would say here for Wilson Dilks in second, he's just got to really keep his head down. He's just starting to pull away slightly from Thorley Trevorrow in third. And Dilks whittling that gap down. It goes to 1.8 seconds. There he is, second place. He can see the race leader in front of him. Sometimes it really can help if you're in second place, if you can see yourself closing up on the rider in front. The boost you get psychologically from that one really does help you out and maybe closing the gap even more. Let's see though when they come around the final corner. Tyler Humphries, still your race leader, number 19. There he goes, over the line. Let's have a look at the gap. Wilson Dilks in second position. Well, it stays about the same there because Tyler Humphries has responded himself with the fastest lap of the race, 52.284. Dilks lapping almost identically there, just about a tenth of a second off, so there's not much between these two riders. But I think Tyler Humphries knows that this race is far from over, and he's just got to concentrate now, get those good lines, maintain that pace at the front, because Wilson Dilks charging in second place. But at the moment, Tyler Humphries has an answer to him here. Can he hold on? We shall see as the race goes on. Looking very strong at the front of the field there between these two riders. And it's Tyler Humphries then just over 1.9 seconds ahead. Goes over the line to complete another lap. Wilson Dilks in second place. And again, let's have a look at the gap when they go through. Dilks this time responding with the fastest lap again, 52.240. And he closes up another 0.2 of a second on Tyler Humphries. And these riders lapping almost identically, would say, give or take a few tenths here and there. And this race still finely poised, but still that 1.5 seconds gap covering the top two riders or thereabouts. Thorley Trevorrow 5 seconds adrift in third place, and Arnie Carr 13 seconds down in fourth position. So I would say realistically they should stay all on the lead lap. And there is the race leader, number 19, Tyler Humphries. Around the final corner he goes again and charges over the line. Dilks still charging in second place, and Tyler Humphries again with the fastest lap, 51.924. So these two race leaders really are pushing each other on. Look at the distance there between the top two, 52.2 now for Wilson Dilks. So it's only a few tenths here and there. Absolutely no margin for error though for the race leader Humphries. He's got to keep plugging away with those fast laps. If he makes any kind of a mistake, then Wilson Dilks will be right in there because he really is keeping that pressure on in second place. Thorley Trevorrow still charging in third. Can't quite keep the pace of the two race leaders, very quick at the front here. So Tyler Humphries counting the laps down here. 3 laps to go when they come around the final corner, and makes his way over the line. Still lapping very quickly here, just almost identical on the lap times between these two riders when they go through. And the gap, give or take, about 1.8, 1.9 seconds between the top two riders. They are running very closely indeed. Thorley Trevorrow goes through in third, and Arnie Carr running up the field. Still only 17 seconds between these riders as the race goes on, so they are all running very strongly indeed. And Tyler Humphries coming towards the final stages of this race. Goes down the back straight, heading towards boot once again. And there he goes on the number 19. Thorley Trevorrow still charging in third. doing his best to keep up with these two race leaders, but Tyler Humphries ran the final corner. He goes, 2 laps to go for the number 19. Over the line he goes. Still lapping in the 52-second margins, and Dilks just losing a couple of tenths on that previous lap. The gap goes up now to 2.1 seconds. There you can see it's still close enough for Dilks to keep that pressure on in second place. At the moment, though, it's going the way of Tyler Humphries. Thorley Trevorrow still third, Arnie Carr in fourth, and Carr closing up slightly on Trevorrow. As we've got 1.5 laps to go, we can see the gap between the top two riders. At the moment, Tyler Humphries has got enough of an advantage here to hold on to the lead. He's under no direct pressure from Wilson Dilks, but certainly he can't afford any kind of error on this final lap as he makes his way through the double apex right-hander at boot into the final corner. Dilks still there in second, and here they go over the line. Tyler Humphries leads the way. Still lapping about 52 seconds. Still 0.2 of a second quicker than Wilson Dilks at the moment. Tyler Humphries has withstood the challenge here. He doesn't have to worry about any kind of an overtaking manoeuvre on this final lap, but nonetheless just needs to keep his pace out there, keep pushing, because Wilson Dilks still threatening in second place. They make their way through Ashby for the final time. Final few corners now heading back towards the finish line, and Tyler Humphries, number 19, heading down towards the final few corners now into boot for the final time. Wilson Dilks still charging in second place, but Tyler Humphries has had a great ride here, has a look over the shoulder, he can see that he's done enough, and goes round the final corner. Tyler Humphries taking the checkered flag. Wilson Dilks keeping him honest though in second place, recovering after that difficult start, and he finishes in second place. Thorley Trevorrow making his way around the final corner will finish in third place after battling for the lead early on. There he goes in third on the number 42, as the two race winners, or the two race leaders there, shaking hands, first and second place. Arnie Carr around the final corner and takes fourth position in the Ovale 160 race, and we move on to the second part of our second block of the day. Going back towards the pit bike action, of course, we have the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160 incorporating the vets. They are in the waiting zone now and out on track in just a few moments for their second race of the day, sponsored by pitbikeparts.co.uk. This is how they line up. It's Harvey Lathrope from Michael Med, Andrew Thompson in third, Simon Wadsworth in fourth, Ben Johnson and Nathan Gardner in sixth position. Seventh for Andrew Rayfield, Dervalane in 8th place, Tony Reveley and James Lewis in 10th, Michael Nealons in 11th place, and Michael Judkins in 12th position. 13th for Ben Shuttlewood from Robert Med, Darren Coleman and Liam Booth rounding out the field. So the riders are in the waiting zone now. The green flag goes up and they go out onto the track for their sighting lap, get the chance to bed in the tyres as well. Of course, a lot of the riders opt to use the tyre warmers. Maybe with the temperatures a bit warmer than they have been over the weekend, perhaps opting for a slightly softer compound. Don't think it's warm enough to worry about the tyres being overheating, I would say, but you'd almost say almost perfect conditions for racing. It's not too warm, you would say. Perfect operating temperatures for the bikes. You'll see out trackside most people wearing coats or hoodies out there. But pleasant autumnal weather, I'd say, for this penultimate round of the championship, and the track looking in great condition. It was say a lot of rain here on Friday. There you see in the background, that's the M1. Shows you how close we are to the motorway. The riders now making their way back towards the start line. There you see in the background the scrutineering area where the technical checks are made as well, and riders now lining up. What the scrutineering bay, there is that viewing gantry on the final corner, makes a great camera angle leading up to the finish line, which is what we're looking at right now. It gives you an idea. It's a fairly long, doesn't look that long, but in reality the riders carry a bit of speed down that start finish line straight. Now watch for the marshal on the right hand side of the start line. He will lift that new starting light into position. Once the grid is in place, the green flag goes up. Marshall holding up the starting light. Light goes out, and away they go. Good start. Everyone seems to get away well. They charge into the first two corners through oblivion. Harvey Lathrop with the lead. Will they all get through cleanly? Yes, they do, and they make their way towards Christmas corner for the first time. Michael Med right with him, though, in second place. Simon Wadsworth also well placed as they make their way through Christmas corner for the first time. So this almost looks like a repeat of the first race today, where we saw Michael Med and Harvey Lathrop battling for position. Very close race. It's a good start here. Everyone seems to have got away safely on the first half lap. And breaking away at the front, we have the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop, closely followed by the number 77 of Michael Med. They make their way through boot. Lathrop trying to break away, but Michael Med will not give this one up lightly. Andrew Thompson, Simon Wadsworth and Ben Johnson also well placed. Good to see Ben Johnson back on the track. He's one of the riders who hit some trouble earlier on today. Harvey Lathrop then leads them up the hill through oblivion, heading up towards Christmas corner and looking very strong at the front of the field. Med in second place. Can't quite shake off Andrew Thompson and Simon Wadsworth in third and fourth. They make their way through Inkermans, that little S's section at the top of the hill. Down the hill they go. Lathrop doing just about enough to keep Michael Med behind him. So they lapped 56 seconds off a standing start there for Harvey Lathrop. We'll have a look at the pace when they come through after the first full flying lap. We've still got Andrew Thompson hanging on in there in third place, closely followed by Simon Wadsworth. Ben Johnson, Nathan Gardner, Dervalane battling with Andrew Rayfield, who I think has got through. Lane staying ahead of Michael Nealons and Tony Reveley as the leaders make their way around the final corner. So treble 2 over the line. Harvey Lathrop leading the race by just a touch over half a second, I would say, from Michael Med in second place. Andrew Thompson, Simon Wadsworth also well positioned as Lathrop fighting at the front of the field to try and break away from Michael Med, do enough to try and pull away and prevent himself from the outbraking on the inside of the corner, which he does so he holds on to the lead. Harvey Lathrop looking strong, 54.962 last time round for the race leader. Michael Med about 0.6 of a second behind on the previous lap as they make their way down towards boot. Once again, Lathrop leading, easily recognised with the yellow and blue riding leathers and that fluorescent colouring as well. Very distinctive rider to look at and very smooth riding style. Michael Med keeping that pressure on though in second place. There he is, and like Alan Lord said earlier, one of the things to bear in mind here is of course that Michael Med, a lot bigger guy than Harvey Lathrop. Harvey Lathrop still a very young rider, weighs a lot less, so theoretically should have a bit of a power advantage down the straight. Pure power to weight ratio, I'd say, but Michael Med really doing enough to keep with him. And I think Michael Med really, his cornering speed is going to be the key for him for victory in this race if he can get somewhere to get through past Harvey Lathrop. Can't find an opening at the moment, but looks good through the right-hander. Stays with him as they make their way down towards boot. And let's see what Med can do. Will he change his line here, try and square the turn? Can't really do much there. Lathrop has got the line covered. Over the line they go. And still leading, the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop. Med in second, Thompson third, Wadsworth in fourth. Meanwhile, the number 254 of Nathan Gardner has moved up into fifth place, getting past Ben Johnson. On those final few corners, Andrew Rayfield, Michael Nealons, Tony Reveley and Dervalane running out the top 10. James Lewis, Ben Shuttlewood, Michael Judkins and Liam Booth up to 13th now as they go through, getting past Judkins. And the rest of the field made up. Darren Coleman and Robert Med, I think, may possibly be a retirement. Haven't seen him come through on the number 73 recently. Still clear track in front of the race leaders. As again you see Michael Med drifting wide down the double apex now. Was that a mistake, or is he just looking to try and use that wider line to get some advantages? A nice blue line developing on the racing line, just looking out of the gantry point here. May start to see it picking up on the camera as well. The course, the dry track conditions, the riders putting a lot of rubber down onto the track now, and there is a definite racing line starting to develop. The circuit washed clean over the weekend, you would say, before this event. And not many lines out there yesterday, but it really is starting to bed in quite nicely here as Harvey Lathrop leads them through the double right-handers into that long left-handed hairpin. And again, you see them just peeling off from the apex slightly, keeping it nice and smooth to get the power down the back straight in towards boot once again. Just a little bit of smoke again there from Harvey Lathrop's machine, but certainly nothing to worry about. Goes round the final corner and through to complete another lap. So Lathrop with the fastest lap of the race, 53.891. Half a second slower that time round, but he is still pulling away from Michael Med in second place. The battle on for third between Andrew Thompson and Simon Wadsworth. Nathan Gardner fighting with the number 34 of Ben Johnson for fifth place. As we look at that battle there between the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, having a look down the inside of the number 19 of Andrew Thompson in their battle for third. Wadsworth just keeping that pressure on. There's another peek down the inside as they go into boot. And you just see Wadsworth drifting wide going into the corners. Now he's going to cut across here on the exit, trying to get the power on the exit to the corner. And again, keeping that power down as they make their way down the back straight. But Thompson has got enough to keep that line covered. Harvey Lathrop increasing that gap to 1.9 seconds between first and second place. But look at Wadsworth round the outside of Thompson going into Christmas corner. He's offline though. And Thompson holds on to that position. You wouldn't really see people going the outside into Christmas, but it does happen sometimes. And Wadsworth certainly can keep the pressure on here on Andrew Thompson, but can't find a way through at the moment. As they always say in racing, catching up is one thing, getting past can be another. And this is certainly proving to be the case at the moment, because Andrew Thompson is planting that bike very well in the corners, making Simon Wadsworth work for the position here. They make their way down through boot once again. You see Wadsworth drifting wide. Now he comes across, coming out to the final corner. Down the back straight and over the line they go. Lathrop still leading 1.9 seconds between first and second place. Thompson holding on to that third place. Wadsworth round the outside again into Christmas corner. Hasn't quite got the momentum though to take the corner away. Now he should try and drift through Inkermans and get that power down through the top through corners. Down the hill into the right-hander. Again, not quite close enough to make the pass going into that right-hander. And Simon Wadsworth holds on to fourth place. Just to recap the rest of the top 10. Nathan Gardner just pulling away slightly, but not by very much from Ben Johnson. Still keeping that pressure on. Andrew Rayfield in 7th. Michael Nealon's 8th. Tony Reveley 9th. Derva Lane still in 10th. Then there's a bit of a gap with Liam Booth 11th from James Lewis. Ben Shuttlewood, Michael Judkins. And looks like Darren Coleman may possibly be a retirement from the race. So I think we're down to 14. Robert Med also dropping out of contention. 3 laps to go. And Harvey Lathrop still looks strong at the front of the field. And again, Wadsworth round the outside. He's got those different lines, squaring the turns to get the power down the straights, which is allowing him to have a run up here on Andrew Thompson going into Christmas corner, but he can't quite get close enough to get a wheel in there and get ahead. Thompson doing enough here just to hold that position. And through the left-hander they go, and again you see Wadsworth just cutting tighter through the corner, squaring the turn and getting on the power just a little bit earlier. As over the line they go, 2 laps to go. Race leader still Harvey Lathrop, 2.4 seconds from Michael Med. Thompson and Wadsworth battling for third place. Michael Judkins on the number 97 just going a lap down. Very distinctive looking bike from Judkins. It's a bit of a Rothmans Honda, kind of Freddie Spencer-esque replica, you would say, with the colour scheme on that machine. Harvey Lathrop, meanwhile, just starting to pick his way through some of the back marks. He's got past the machine of Michael Judkins. I think he's closing up on the 7-11 now of James Lewis. He's lapped the number 83 of Ben Shuttlewood, and he will make his way up towards the final corner still. We're watching the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth keeping the pressure on number 19 Thompson for second. There's Judkins in front. You'll see that Rothman's inspired colouring of the back marker as he keeps his line. He drifts wide. They knows the fast riders are coming through, lets them be on their way. 1 lap to go then for the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop, the race leader, who goes through Christmas Corner for the final time. Still this battle for third place, very close indeed. Michael Med still in second, albeit 2.9 seconds adrift in second place. Wadsworth having a look on the inside, going into Christmas Corner. Oh, and a nice move there from Simon Wadsworth. He really had to be brave under braking, and he makes the move stick. And fighting back down the inside. Oh, he has a look there. Number 19, Andrew Thompson, can't find a way through. So Wadsworth timing this to perfection as Harvey Lathrop making his way through boot for the final time. He goes down towards the final corner, and treble 2 Harvey Lathrop takes the 1 lap forward, takes the checkered flag for number treble 2. Race win then for Harvey Lathrop. It's going to be Michael Med in second place. So a great ride there for Harvey Lathrop to take the checkered flag. Med in second, and fighting to the line there, Simon Wadsworth, by virtue of that great move going through Christmas Corner, takes third place from Andrew Thompson. Nathan Gardner in fifth from Ben Johnson. And the rest of the top 10 made up of Michael Nealons, Andrew Rayfield, Tony Reveley, and Derv Allain just a little bit further behind. Great racing there then for the pit bike spares, mini bike 160s, including the vets class, of course. We've got the Ugly & Co. Mini GP 140s, including the Junior Supermotos, in just a few moments' time. Riders in the waiting zone, and we'll be back out onto the track very shortly. I think our last rider on the lead lap going through there, Michael Nealon's going through. He will finish in 7th place. Round number 7 then of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championships here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire, and we'll be getting back out on track very shortly with the Mini GP 140s and Junior Supermotos. Second race of 3 of the afternoon for this race class, and for block number 2 we also have the Supermoto Mini Bikes and the Brat Bikes Super Minis to follow in the second block of racing. Let's have a look at how they line up. It's Tyler Humphreys from Wilson Dilks, Thorley Trevorrow in 3rd, Joshua Herring in 4th, Travis Shaw and Billy Carter in 6th place, taking up the 3rd row of the grid. Hudson Cooper from Ralph Croft, Sydney Marshall, Valentino, Kimmy Kirk, Finley Hanna and George Wood as the riders make their way out onto the course for their sighting lap onto the grid in just a few moments. We've seen quite a close bit of action this afternoon between a few of these riders. In particular, Tyler Humphreys and Wilson Dilks have got very close a few times out on track, but we see more action in this second moto for the Mini GP 140s and Junior Supermotos. There's Chamorro, number 42, hanging in there with Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphreys. Only one Supermoto in this race is George Wood, so he will get maximum points for his class, which, to be fair to George, he's a rider that's fairly new to the scene. I think last year he started out racing and was towards the back of the field. Now he's just starting to make inroads towards those back markers, getting more and more race experience and picking up the pace. So for the number 93 George Wood, he'll get some useful championship points this weekend here at Wilton Mill. And speaking of Wood, he lines up towards the back of the field. Very distinctive when you see him coming around with those Repsol Honda leathers. Race is about to start then. You can see the riders at the front of the grid just checking everyone's in position. They know The time is about to go. Watch the marshal, the green flag goes up, and there goes the red light. And away they go. Good start, they all get away well. Lovely start from somebody in the middle of the field there. I think it might have been Hudson Cooper got away well. But Tyler Humphreys leads them through. They all get through the first few corners safely, heading towards Christmas Corner for the first time. And it's the regular trio here. Tyler Humphreys, Wilson Dilks and Thorley Trevorrow all getting away very quickly and breaking away from the rest of the field. It looks like a fantastic start there for Hudson Kai Cooper. He gets through to 4th position. They make their way through Boot for the first time. Still very close here. And over the line goes Tyler Humphreys, Wilson Dilks second, Trevorrow in third. Looks like Travis Shaw into 4th place now, Cooper in 5th, Herring in 6th. But Billy Carter also in there in 6th position as well. The leaders making their way through Christmas Corner. Finley Hanna and George Wood having their own battle towards the back of the field. So Wilson Dilks, who lost out to Tyler Humphreys earlier on in the Ovales, looking to make amends here as he keeps the pressure on the race leader. Humphreys looking very neat through the left-hander, down the back straight heading towards Boot once again. Still Thorley Trevorrow hanging in there in 3rd place, and number 19, the machine of Tyler Humphreys, round that final corner goes over the line. And Wilson Dilks keeping that pressure on in 2nd place. Thorley Trevorrow hanging on in there in 3rd place. All very close indeed between those leading group of riders. Travis Shaw a little bit further behind in 4th place. Hudson Cooper has been overtaken now by Billy Carter and Joshua Herring. Oh, trouble at the top of the circuit with Tyler Humphreys. There we see. Just looking through the results there, we've just seen number 19 Tyler Humphreys hit trouble at Christmas Corner. So this means that Wilson Dilks alone at the front of the field through the double apex. So I don't know what's happened there to Tyler Humphreys. Dilks over the line, Trevorrow in 2nd as the number 19, the machine, being pushed away now for the previous race leader. Tyler Humphreys appears to be out of the race. Wilson Dilks will be into Christmas Corner, and you'll see just out of the camera shot actually his main rival, the bike being pushed off to the side of the circuit. Down the hill then goes Wilson Dilks through the right-hander. You can see the bike just scrambling for grip there through the off-cambered right-handed corner, making his way down towards the centre of the track. And I can tell you out of camera shot actually, poor Tyler Humphreys looks pretty dejected down by Christmas Corner. I think there's some kind of mechanical issue, it would appear, has dropped him out of contention as well. So Wilson Dilks leading the way here, number 85, looking very strong now at the front of the field. Of course, he's jumped into the lead, taken advantage of that trouble for Tyler Humphreys, but he was right in there to take advantage and now leads the race. Trevorrow in 2nd, Travis Shaw up to 3rd place, Billy Carter in 4th. Joshua Herring, Hudson Cooper, Ralph Croft, Sidney Marshall, Valentino Kimmy Kirk in 9th, and of course with Tyler Humphreys dropping out of contention means everyone else moving up a few places. George Wood into 10th place now, so Wood is on for a top. There he is actually, George Wood, about to be lapped. I think he's got Finley, looks like Finley Hanna in front of him as Wilson Dilks just nips down the inside of the slower riders, finds a clean line and makes his way through. So Wilson Dilks leading the way at the front of the field. Round the final corner he goes, and Dilks over the line. He's on his own at the front now with his main rival out of the race. Tyler Humphreys up on the grass banks at the side of the circuit just behind your camera shot there. All he can do, there he is actually right on cue, all he can do is just stand there and watch the racing go by and wonder what might have been here as his main rival goes on to at the moment take a very strong race victory. Of course, as we know in racing, anything can happen, and Thorley Trevorrow is 2.4 seconds down in second position. Through that apex he goes. You can see the rider's getting very close to the curb, but not taking too much curb. It's a very bumpy part of the track. Over the line they go, and Wilson Dilks, your race leader. We'll have a look at the gap when Trevorrow goes through in second. The action now starting to hot up a little bit further behind, with the likes of Billy Carter, Hudson Cooper, Ralph Croft in there. I think Sidney Marshall a bit further behind as well on the number 461. Travis Shaw still strong in third place. There's Wilson Dilks making his way through increments once again and down the hill towards the right-hander. Trevorrow certainly not falling away though in second place. The gap's gone up to 2.8 seconds. And I think Thorley Trevorrow would certainly be right in there. If there's any kind of mistake or issue for Wilson Dilks, Trevorrow certainly keeping in touch with the race leader. He's not quite lapping on the pace of the race leader Wilson Dilks here, but certainly keeping him honest. Just about falling out of camera shot there, I would say. The gap between second and third though is massive at the moment. 27 seconds between, 25 I should say, between Thorley Trevorrow and Travis Shaw, who is still running strongly in third place. And there is Trevorrow in second. So the gap just a shade under 3 seconds right now. Number 42, Thorley Trevorrow in second position. There is, you can just about see Wilson Dilks in camera shot as he makes his way down the hill. So the gap, I think, is just a shade over 3 seconds maybe. Trevorrow certainly doing a good job here of keeping Dilks in close contest here. Travis Shaw still in third. The battle of fourth place just going around the final corner. And over the line, very close there between Joshua Herring, Billy Carter, Ralph Croft and Hudson Cooper. Sidney Marshall tagging on in there as well in 8th place. Now this may cause an issue actually for Wilson Dilks, the race leader, who's just gone through over the line. And Valentino Kimmy Kirk in 9th place. Because I'm just looking out to the top of the circuit now. Wilson Dilks is starting to close up on that battle for 4th place. Now he doesn't need to worry too much because Thorley Trevorrow is matching him for pace right now, but he's still 2.7 seconds behind. There he is in second, Thorley Trevorrow. Wilson Dilks just nipping down the inside of the 9th place rider Valentino Kimmy Kirk. And Dilks is starting to close on that battle for 4th place. Travis Shaw going over the line in third. Finley Hanna goes through. Lap down at the moment. And Joshua Herring, Billy Carter, Ralph Croft, Hudson Cooper all very close. There's Trevorrow nipping down the inside of Valentino Kimmy Kirk. I think he may have closed actually on Wilson Dilks. Let's have a look when they go through. Yes, he has. So the gap goes down to 2.4 seconds with 3 laps to go between Thorley Trevorrow, who's not giving this one in, and Wilson Dilks. Watching Thorley Trevorrow over the last year and a half or so, one thing you would say about him is he's a rider who never knows when he is beaten. He's 2.4 seconds off the race leader right now, but you can rest assured here that Thorley Trevorrow will not be giving this one up. He just races flat out until the checker flag drops. Never seems to accept settling for second place, and this is certainly the case here. He's got a long way to go here as Wilson Dilks gets balked by the back markers in the boot corner. They're having their own fight for third position here, and there you just saw Wilson Dilks. Now of course these riders fighting for position, so although they will let the race leader go through, they won't want to sacrifice their own race in the process as Trevorrow nips down the inside of Hudson Kai Cooper, swears the turn off, goes down the inside of George Wood, and Finley Haver having their own battle at the back of the field. Looks like Wilson Dilks is clear of most of the back markers. Well, I say back markers, this is the battle of third place, I should say, with 2 laps to go. The two leaders really have pushed each other on in this race once again. Wilson Dilks threading his way through the traffic. The gap has gone down into just over a second between Dilks and Trevorrow, but Trevorrow just losing a little bit of time through those corners as Wilson Dilks goes down the inside of the 4th place rider Joshua Herring. Now with a clear track, there's Herring. Then we've got Ralph Croft on number 49. And Croft in 5th place, about to be lapped by the number 42 of Thorley Trevorrow. Billy Carter in there as well in 6th place. 1 lap to go as Wilson Dilks leads the race by 1.3 seconds. Trevorrow now clear in second place, and well, he's not quite close enough to go for the overtake here, but he is certainly within striking distance. And the third place rider, Travis Shaw, only rider remaining on the lead lap right now. He's cleared away from this battle for fourth, and Travis Shaw should stay on the lead lap. He's just about far enough ahead of Wilson Dilks, who can't afford to relax here because Thorley Trevorrow is still pushing hard. Wilson Dilks managing the pace quite well at the front of the field. Thorley Trevorrow still charging down the back straight for the final time, absolutely flying through the boot corner, really closing up on Wilson Dilks. There he is in second place, but he's just done enough here. Wilson Dilks over the line with another race victory. Dilks takes the win, and Thorley Trevorrow charging hard on that final lap brings the gap down to 1.2 seconds. There's that battle for fourth place, very close indeed, with Joshua Herring in fourth, Ralph Croft in fifth place, Billy Carter in sixth, and Sydney Marshall in seventh position, Hudson Cooper in eighth, Valentino Kimi Kirk a bit further behind in ninth, and after that close battle for the entire race, George Wood staying ahead of Finley Hanna, who's still showing us 12th place on the live timing, so I think that'll be rectified by the lap scores, I would imagine. Tyler Humphries, of course, unfortunately a DNF. So a great ride there from Wilson Dilks to take the checkered flag. Thorley Trevorrow will be encouraged to have lived with the race leader and perhaps can take that through into the final race. Meanwhile, the final rider on the lead lap goes over the line, Travis Shaw, to finish in third place. We have two more races to go in this second block, of course. Three blocks of races throughout the day at the championship round, so we will see each of the race classes in action one more time this afternoon. We have, of course, the penultimate race of the second block coming up. It's the Minibike 140s, sponsored by Supermoto. Riders are in the waiting zone lining up and will take their place onto the course in just a few moments' time. Still ideal conditions for racing here at Whilton Mill as we look at the lineups here. Harvey Lathrop from Simon Wadsworth, Tommy Ullman, Gary Jacobs, James Sidebottom and Stephen Humphries in sixth place. And rest of the top 10 made up of George Muscat, James Walker, Mark James Cockfield, Bradley Parr in 10th, Daniel Cliff and Michael Briggs making up the sixth row in 11th and 12th position. Jordan Merriweather, Tom Wise, Ben Shuttlewood, Liam Booth, Ruben Pearson Warder in 17th, Simon Portis in 18th position. And a bit further down, of course, one of the interesting things to bear in mind here is we've got Michael Med, Liam Wood, Ben Lord all starting way down the field because they hit trouble in the first race. The group positions made up from the first race finish. Andrew Rayfield, Ben Johnson, of course, another one hit trouble, and Peter Wadsworth rounding out the field. So we've got this dynamic here of some of the fastest riders in the group starting at the back of the field. It's a very fast start here at Whilton Mill as well, so that first lap could be a bit hectic. And certainly for those guys at the front, the likes of Harvey Lathrop, Simon Wadsworth, who ran very strongly in the first race earlier on, they will look to make that advantage count on that first lap because their main rivals having to start from quite far down the grid. So Harvey Lathrop on the treble 2, leading the riders round on the formation lap at this second race out of 3 for the Supermoto Minibike 140s. And here they come up to the line. Harvey Lathrop leads them to the grid. Simon Wadsworth in there. The 21 of Tommy Ullman just behind in third place. Gary Jacobs fourth. So the grid's forming up. As we say, some riders just coming around the final corner now to look out for, including, of course, the number 1 of Michael Lord, way down the field, of course. Ben Lord, sorry, in 21st place on the number 1. And Michael Briggs there, 12th place on 146. He lines up as well. We've got Andrew Rayfield, Ben Johnson, Liam Wood, Michael Med, all starting towards the back of the field. They're all in position as we wait for the green flag. I think riders are pretty much ready. All eyes on the marshal, and look to the green flag goes up as the starter gets the light on. Light goes out and away they go. Oh, look at that perfect start there for both Lathrop and Wadsworth dueling it out into the first corner. Lathrop's got the line, so he gets the lead. They all get through the first two corners okay, heading up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. And Lathrop stays strong through those first few corners and grabs the lead from Simon Wadsworth. They make their way through Christmas Corner for the first time. Down the hill they go. Harvey Lathrop leads the way. Simon Wadsworth second, so still looks like Tommy Ullman in third place. I'm looking further down the field actually to see how some of the front-running names in race one are getting on. They hit trouble. I think Ben Lord's got a couple of places. Liam Wood and Michael Med already battling in the midfield, and I think actually of all of them, Michael Med seems to have fought back quite strongly. I think could well be in the top 10 at this stage. Here they come over the line for the first time. So it's Lathrop leading, Wadsworth second, Ullman third. Small gap, and then it's Gary Jacobs up there in fourth place. James Sidebottom goes through. Mark James Cogfield, the number 133 in there as well, just on the edge of the top 10. So they make their way through up towards the top corner, and looks like Harvey Lathrop still leading the way. Down into the right-hander they go. Wadsworth in second position still, and Tommy Ullman in third. Through towards Boot they go once again. Harvey Lathrop can't quite shake off Wadsworth in second place. Here they come around the final corner. Looks like Tommy Ullman still hanging on in there in third place. We'll have a look in a few moments to see where the likes of Michael Med, Ben Lord are as they fight their way through the field. Over the line they go. Harvey Lathrop still leading. And Michael Med, I'm just waiting for the live time to catch up here, but I think that Michael Med could well be up to fourth place here. Just saw the treble 7 going through, and he started right at the back of the field. So I think Michael Med on the number 7 treble 7 could well be a rider to watch out for here. He's up to fifth place now. And looking further down, I think number 94 in there as well. Right in his way through in there also. So some riders really fighting their way through the field here. I think Liam Wood on the chart. He's well into the top 10 now as well. Michael Med battling, I think, with Gary Jacobs for fourth place. I think Ben Lord also on the move here. So Harvey Lathrop over the line, leading the way. Simon Wadsworth, Tommy Ullman. Stephen Humphries battling with the treble 7 of Michael Med, 94 in there as well. Ben Lord up to 8th place, and Ben Lord actually setting the fastest lap of the race on the number 1. Gary Jacobs and Ben Johnson rounding out the top 10. So Ben Johnson, another rider who hit trouble in the first race, has recovered well here into the top 10. So we've got some very fast riders making their way through the top 10, but it's this guy here who leads the way, the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop. Down towards Boot he goes once again. The gap 1.7 seconds between first and second place. And Wadsworth still pressuring in second place, goes around the final corner. Harvey Lathrop over the line. We'll have a look when they go through just to see what the gap is. It stays about the same, 1.8 seconds. Harvey Lathrop charging up towards Christmas Corner. Michael Med finally getting through to fourth place after that battle with Stephen Humphries, Liam Wood and Ben Lord still charging. Wood up to 6th place, Lord into 7th, and Ben Lord again with the fastest lap of the race here, 54.053. James Sidebottom, Gary Jacobs and Ben Johnson rounding out the top 10 as we look at Simon Wadsworth in 2nd place. A bit further down we've got James Walker, George Muscat, Daniel Cliff, Michael Briggs, Ben Shuttlewood 16th, Liam Booth getting past Andrew Rayfield into 17th, and the rest of the field made up of Andrew Rayfield, Tom Wise, Jordan Merriweather, Mark James Cogfield, Simon Portis, and the 22 of Reuben Pearson Walker. Lathrop over the line, still closely followed by Wadsworth in 2nd. The gap 2.1 seconds now. Tommy Ullman still in 3rd. There's a bit of a gap there between him and Michael Med in 4th. Stephen Humphries, Liam Wood and Ben Lord still charging away. There's Wadsworth though, the 2nd place rider on the number 5. And keeping that pressure on as down the hill he goes. Just to the top of the circuit there, we just saw Liam Wood and Ben Lord still charging away as they look to try and catch up with this lead group of riders. Lord, I think, has actually got past Liam Wood now. So Ben Lord into 6th place. Liam Wood drops to 6th position. They're both still charging and catching up the number 241, Stephen Humphries. But at the moment, I would say Harvey Lathrop and Simon Wadsworth, you would say, are out of reach. There is Wadsworth in 2nd on the number 5. Goes round the final corner. Over the finish line, straight up to Christmas corner. Wadsworth is just checking the shoulder there. He knows he's on his own at the moment. There's the number 21 of Tommy Ullman, who has had a fairly quiet race, I would say. He goes through Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby. And there's a rider catching him up here now. I think, is this Michael Med, I think, behind him? We should see the camera when it pans out in a moment. We should see the number treble 7. There he was. We just saw in the background momentarily. So Ullman with a good strong 3rd place so far, but being closed on all the time here by Michael Med, who's being pushed by Ben Lord as well. Down that double apex corner they go, so it's 21 out to the final corner. Tommy Ullman being closed on now, the gap 3.4 seconds between 1st and 2nd place as we focus on this battle for 3rd place. And the 21 of Tommy Ullman heading up towards Christmas corner. I think there's a bit of debris on the track there on Christmas corner, actually. Don't know whose bike that is from. Hopefully it won't affect the riders too much. There is a bike onto the infield, actually, just out of camera shot, as we look at the number 4 of Simon Wadsworth going past the number 22 of Ruben Pearson Walker. So one rider with a bit of mechanical issues there on the middle of the track, and there was a bit of debris on Christmas corner as well. So I think the marshals will recover that once the race is over. Lathrop still leading. Over the line he goes. And Harvey Lathrop still lapping in the 53-second margin. Not too far off the pace of those guys fighting through the top 10. Wadsworth 2nd, and it's getting tight for 3rd place now as they go through Christmas corner. Heading up towards the corner now. There goes Wadsworth in 2nd. And it's very close for 3rd, coming up towards Christmas corner now between Tommy Ullman, Michael Med and Ben Lord. So Wadsworth down the hill. We should see just at the back of the camera. There they are, the battle for 3rd place. Very close as we watch the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, who is being closed on now, actually, by that 3rd place battle. We should see them. There they go, just out of camera shot at the back there. So Tommy Ullman. Oh, and a bit further down, there's trouble as one rider goes down just in front of the 3rd place battle. It's all very close, but further down. Wadsworth still there in 2nd place. Just saw the back of the camera angle, the rider going down. There's the number 7 of Mark James Cogfield. Not sure who that rider was. It might have been Andrew Rayfield, I think, who's hit the mechanical trouble. So another rider out who dropped the bike a moment ago, I think, was the number 56 of Simon Porters, who's down in 22nd place. There's the race leader. 3 laps to go. Treble 2, Harvey Lathrop, who's looking good at the front of the field so far. He has got some slow riders in front of him. He needs to lap, so certainly can't afford to relax here. The gap 4 seconds between him and the 2nd place Wadsworth. There is Lathrop coming into boot once again, starting to close up on some more lap riders. It's still 2nd place Simon Wadsworth, Michael Med and Ben Lord having a close battle in 3rd. Over the line they go, so Harvey Lathrop leads the way. 2nd place is the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, and very close battle for 3rd. Ben Lord now to 3rd place after a close battle with Michael Med. And at the moment, Ben Lord, fastest rider on the track, although with 2 laps to go, he's still 7.5 seconds down on Harvey Lathrop, who just needs to take his time, fighting his way through the midfield riders. You can see him just threading his way through. He leads the race by 4.7 seconds now from Simon Wadsworth. Down the back straight he goes. He's got the number 133 just in front of him there. Lathrop will have 1 lap to go next time round. Over the line he goes, so 1 lap to go for the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrope. Switch to the inside line there. Oh, he just got bulked by the back marker. That's the number 17, Tom Wise, currently in 17th place. Don't think he realises it's the leader behind him at the moment. He's, of course, still in a midfield battle. So Lathrope, that's how you do the pass going through into Ashby. He got the line on the inside of the corner. Of course, good thing with Tom Wise, he realised it was the race leader coming through, so pretty quickly conceded the corner. So a little bit of a delay there for Harvey Lathrope, but it won't really bother him too much in these closing stages. He's got a clear track in front of him now, and closing in on another victory, the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrope. It's getting close behind him, but Lathrope ran the final corner. Checker flag now being readied, and Harvey Lathrope is your race winner. Who's he going to be in second place? Oh, it's very close indeed, but Ben Lord getting through to second place on the final lap there, just getting ahead of Simon Wadsworth. Michael Med in 4th. Should be Tommy Ullman, I think, in 5th place, and that is the number 21, Liam Wood in 6th place, Stephen Humphreys. Ben Johnson, good recovery from him after that difficult first race. He finishes in 8th place. James Sidebottom in 9th. And Gary Jacobs should round out the top 10. There is the number 22. A little bit further down there, the machine of Ruben Pearson-Warder. New name, I would say, but he's getting through and finishing the races, I would say, getting some points. So certainly good news there for Ben Lord after that difficult first race. Another close battle there in the midfield. We've got just on the edge of the top 10, we've got Gary Jacobs, Liam Booth and Bradley Parr virtually side by side over the line on the finish line there. And Daniel Cliff a bit further behind. James Walker in 13th position. Jordan Merriweather, George Muscat and Daniel Cliff, final riders on the lead laps. That's our penultimate race of the second block. We move on to our final race of block number 2 of racing. We're going straight through, of course, into our third and final block of racing a bit later on. It's the Brad Bikes Super Minis, final race of the second block. Riders are down in the waiting zone. You can see the blue premix smoke rising in the air down there, and this is how they line up. It's Jamie Callan from Phil Dickens on the first row, Lawrence Wardle and Harvey Lathrope 3 and 4. Row number 3 made up of Libby Smith and Corey Tinker. Richard Holmes Williams in 7th from Andre Toda, James Mosticker in 9th, Jake Whittaker in 10th, Vinnie Jones and Kevin Jarvis 11th and 12th position. And the rest of the field made up of Howard Taylor, James Walker, Mercy Vasilkan, Jake Smith and Derva Lane rounding out the field. Just had a shot you might see on the left hand side of your screen there, Harvey Lathrope, who is running to his bike. He's doing effectively a double entry, so he's finishing one race, jumping straight onto the other machine and going out into the following race, of course. Said to Alan earlier, of course, I've done double entries and straight from one race to the other in the past, and it's quite interesting because you think sometimes that you might be tired after the race and you'll still feel tired going out onto the grid, but it doesn't really work like that because you're all pumped up with adrenaline from out there in your race. You want to make sure you get onto the line for the following race, so you're a bit pumped up anyway. Not forgetting, of course, that you're nicely warmed up and you know how the track's changing and developing through the day, so sometimes it can be an advantage to go straight from one race into another. So perhaps we'll see how Lathrop gets on when the race gets underway very shortly. It's our final race of the second block. There's Lawrence Wardle on the number 414. Last few riders then onto the line for our final race of the second block. It's the Brat Bike Super Minis. Got a real mixture at the front here. We've got some of the Bucci pit bikes battling with the 85cc two-strokes, and Lawrence Wardle being moved back into position there. We've got one or two shuffles on the grid here now. I think what this is, you may remember one of the rule changes for 2022, riders are staggered on the grid, so they're not lining up right behind each other. Yeah, there you can see, get a good idea of how they line up. So at least if a rider stalls on the grid, there's more of a chance for following riders to avoid them, which everyone gets away well this time. You may remember, I think it was at Rowra a couple of years ago, he had quite a nasty start line incident where a rider stalled on the grid and was hit full pelt by an unsighted rider. So that staggered grid, of course there is always a risk with starts, but just helps to try and give the riders a chance. But Lawrence Wardle getting away very well here. Looks strong towards the end of the previous race. And the number 414, Lawrence Wardle, getting away well. So everyone gets away cleanly. And the number 414 of Lawrence Wardle at the front of the field. So we've got a really close battle here between the 85cc two-stroke. Don't know if Wardle has a big bore kit on that machine or not, but two-stroke versus four here. And winner of the previous race, Jamie Callan, who pulled off some great moves to take that victory in second place. Richard Holmes-Williams with a good start. He's up to third place, and Harvey Lathrope, fresh from his victory in the pit bike race, is in fourth place. Corey Tinker, Andre Toda, James Mostica, Louis Walker, Jake Whittaker, and Jake Smith, who went down in the previous race. He is up to 10th position. But trouble on that first lap for Pierce, for Phil Dickens. Oh, there he is in the centre of the course. Just out of our camera shot. Oh, small mistake there from Wardle. Just seemed to run onto the grass slightly there. Doesn't lose any time. But trouble here, though, for the number 51, one of the front runners in the previous. Oh, as we see a battle here for third place between Holmes-Williams and Callan. But it looks like Phil Dickens on the number 51 is out of the race. This is a very close battle here at the front, though, as Lawrence Wardle leads the way. Callan in second, Holmes-Williams in third. They make their way through Oblivion, and look in fourth place there. Harvey Lathrope tagging onto this battle for the lead, as Holmes-Williams has a look down the inside of Callan. Can't quite get the move done as they go through Christmas Corner, heading through Inkermans. Down the hill towards Ashby, the right-hander. And again, Holmes-Williams down the inside. Oh, he couldn't quite make it stick. Such a difficult corner to get right when you're doing an overtake. And this is all benefiting Lawrence Wardle, who holds on to the lead. Callan trying to fend off the third place Richard Holmes-Williams, and this is allowing Harvey Lathrope to get involved as well. Here they come through to boot once again, and this time he makes the move stick. Richard Holmes-Williams through to second place. So it's a KTM 1 and 2 going into the final corner. Over the line they go. Bucci in third place with the number 14. Jamie Callan in third. Callan trying to fight back, takes a different line through Inkermans, and taking the lead now. Richard Holmes-Williams from third to first in one lap. Wardle drops to second. Callan coming under some pressure from Lathrope in fourth. And there they go through Inkermans, down the hill towards that right-hander Ashby. Holmes-Williams very aggressive on the brakes going into the right-hander, but still makes the corner stick. Wardle in second place. Still Callan in third, Lathrope fourth. Down the back straight they go, in towards the boot once again, and leading the way is the number 126 of Richard Holmes-Williams, still looking very strong at the front. Round that right-hander he goes, and over the line. So Holmes-Williams, 126, trying to pull away now from Lawrence Wardle. There he is, number 414, the early race leader, now drops to second place. Jamie Callan and Harvey Lathrope up there, third and fourth place. They go through the right-hander. Through Inkermans, down the hill. Just a shout out if you're listening to Matt Pierce. Nice to see Matt getting in touch and saying it's great racing. Of course, Matt Pierce was previously involved with the British Minibikes and was involved with the commentating in the past, so hope Matt's doing well, and great to see that you're still watching the racing. Hope you're enjoying it as well. So we've got some good, clean racing here. Good start. And close battle here between Richard Holmes-Williams, who's just starting to break away at the front of the field. All the action now developing for second place with Lawrence Wardle, Jamie Callan and Harvey Laflett. There's your race leader who has fought back so well. Richard Holmes-Williams, down the hill he goes, just doing enough to stay ahead of Lawrence Wardle. Jamie Callan fighting and holding on to that third place, pulling away now slightly from Harvey Laflett. Corey Tinker still in fifth place. Louis Smith in sixth position. Jake Smith, good recovery for him, up to seventh place. He had to start from the back. James Mostica, Andre Toda, Jake Whittaker rounding out the top 10. Vinnie Jones in 11th place. Rest of the field made up of Kevin Jarvis, James Walker, Dervalane, Mercier Vasselkan, and dramatically we saw Phil Dickens retiring from the race, one of the front runners in race number 1, and he was out with mechanical issues on the first lap as Richard Holmes-Williams makes his way up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And very late, most of the braking done on that front brake. And there he goes down the hill, number 126. Just got enough of a cushion here, he can run his own race. At the moment, Wardle having to deal with the attention of Jamie Callan in third position, so this is allowing Richard Holmes-Williams to, you would say, dictate his own race at the front. As forecast, the clouds are starting to move in here at Whilton Mill. Now, looking at the forecast, believe that there's a very low chance of rain. Let's hope that's the case. But certainly just starting to cloud up a bit here, I would say. We had the very pleasant autumnal sunshine this morning. This seems to be fading away right now as Richard Holmes-Williams setting the fastest lap of the race with a 51.390. Lawrence Wardle, there he is in second place, coming under all sorts of pressure from the number 14 in third position there, the machine of Jamie Callan. Harvey Laflett in fourth still. Then we've got Corey Tinker, Louis Smith very close with Jake Smith recovering well up to 7th place. James Mostica, Andre Toda, Jake Whittaker in 10th place. Kevin Jarvis getting past Vinnie Jones for 11th. So some very good racing there on the edge of the top 10 as Mercier Vasselkan moves to one side, lets the leaders make their way through. Over the line they go. Richard Holmes-Williams leading the race now, and the gap going up to 2.9 seconds as Lawrence Wardle having to deal with the attention of Jamie Callan. Louis Smith, meanwhile, has got past Corey Tinker into 5th place as they make their way over the line. But just watching the number 14 here of Jamie Callan keeping the pressure on the 414 of Lawrence Wardle. Down into Ashby they go through that right-hander. And still hanging them in there. Here's the number 414, Lawrence Wardle. It's really tough when you're defending a position like this. He will no doubt hear the machine behind of Jamie Callan. He'll know that somebody's there. And you've got to get that confidence to make sure you don't leave any corners, don't leave the apex open. But you don't want to be too defensive either sometimes, because you'll just bring yourself more and more into the clutches of that chasing rider. It can sometimes be easier to chase than to be chased, and that does sometimes depend on the psychology of the rider, I would say. But generally speaking, if you're the rider who's behind, it can be a little bit easier sometimes. You've got that vantage point as well, that person to chase. And Lawrence Wardle, of course, will be coming under a lot of pressure, but he is still second on track. They are 3.5 seconds adrift of the race leader, Richard Holmes-Williams. I think they are starting to close up on a tail ender, which I think may well be possibly Dervalane. James Walker going through in 13th, so I think it is Dervalane who's about to be lapped by the leading group of riders. Richard Holmes-Williams over the line, and there is our expert summariser just ahead of these two riders. Dervalane, number 189, who is currently running in 14th position. There's a lane you're seeing with the yellow crash helmet. Oh, trouble ahead of these riders, just off camera. We've got a coming together between Mercier Vasselkan and another rider in the midfield. See them coming down the hill. They've gone past Dervalane, so there were some waved yellows, but two riders in out of the race. One of them is number 81 of Mercier Vasselkan. Trying to pick up who that other rider was that went down. I think it may possibly have been the 1-2-1 of Jake Whittaker. Still not coming through on our timing chart, so I think he came together with Vasselkan when they went through. Doesn't look too happy as he goes back to the paddock. So Richard Holmes-Williams is your race leader. Still Lawrence Wardle in second, Jamie Callan going through in third, Louis Smith on the charge here. Look at the number 66 Louis Smith as we go into the final lap here with the number 126 Richard Holmes-Williams coming down the hill towards Ashby for the final time. So Holmes-Williams looking good. He had to battle his way to the front early on in this race. The battle still charging for second place behind him, but this won't bother the number 126 Richard Holmes-Williams. He's got the number 12 of James Walker in front of him in 12th place, but he won't be too worried as the fight still goes on for second place. Round the final corner they go, and Richard Holmes-Williams round the final corner. Checkered flag going out, and it's a race win for Richard Holmes-Williams. Battle to the line here for second though, and snatching second on the final couple of corners, Jamie Callan snatching second from Lawrence Wardle. Louis Smith in 4th place, Corey Tinker, Jake Smith in 6th place, Hardy Lathrope in 7th position, Andre Toda in 8th position. It'll be James Mostica in 9th on the number 27. There goes Derva Lane over the line, number 189, and his comeback from injury. And Elaine, of course, who we've seen in the commentary booth a few times this year. Good to see him back out on track, and he finishes in 13th place behind James Walker. So we lost Jake Whittaker, Mersey Vasselkan and Phil Dickens from that race, as the rest of the riders are now sent back. Using the shorter circuit there, we can send the riders through the escape road straight back to the paddock. We'll see those riders later on for the final race of the day. Our hard-working marshals, of course, making sure that the meeting runs to schedule. We're going through now to our final block of racing, starting of course with our third and final race of the day for the AMR Moto Mini GP 90s and Junior Supermoto 90s meeting, still running very much on schedule here, as the riders now lining up the starting grid as follows. For Mini GP 90, it's Jack Hamilton from Harrison Quincy, Joshua Herring, Leo Soliu, Caden Herring, and I believe a non-starter, Henriette Judkins, 6th place. Rex Ormond also a non-starter, down to those 5 riders. So again, fairly low on numbers, but plenty of action out there at the front of the field. We'll be underway then with our third and final race very shortly. I think there's 1 or 2 track checks taking place right now. There's a couple of riders went down towards the end of that Super Minis race, so I think the marshals just checking the course right now. This is more up towards the top of the circuit, heading down towards the Ashby corner. We did see a collision between 2 riders in the midfield in that Super Minis race, and I think they're just going down there just to make sure that there is no oil left on the track or any fuel. Especially with the 2-strokes, you see that they, even with the drip trays underneath the machines, they still drip fluids onto the track. And the part of the circuit they're looking at is Ashby on the right-hander going down the hill past the paddock by Marshall Point number 5. It's a part of the course where the riders are very heavy onto the brakes, and we see riders using different lines to that corner. So if there is any kind of oil or fuel on the corner, I think they will be taking no second chances. So they're just having a wander over there just to check the track is safe and ready to go. Riders then in the waiting zone right now for the final race for the AMR Mini GP 90s. Just been released onto the circuit now for their sighting lap, and hopefully we should see them down onto the start line in a few moments. So all seems to be okay so far. The track appears to be all right. Just going to keep an eye on that one though as the riders make their way around on their sighting lap for their third and final race today for the AMR Moto Mini GP and Junior Supermoto 90s. So the riders making their way around on their formation lap. Everything seems to be all in order. I think it was just a loose strip tray on the track, which I think Alan Lord actually has recovered from the circuit. You'll see the bikes as part of the regulations having to have a drip tray from underneath the bike. It sits under the subframe, which is in place basically to catch any loose, any oils that drip from underneath the engine. It's a regulation drip tray that goes under. I think one of those fell off the bike in the previous race. And a brief check of the circuit. There's no fluids have been lost onto the tracks. All seems safe and ready to go. Oh, away we go then for the AMR Moto Mini GP 90. And I think trouble there for both Hamilton and Herring on the start. I'll tell you what, the starter keeping the riders on their toes there. The light went out very quickly, I thought, and I think some of the riders weren't quite expecting it. Of course, all there to keep the riders on their toes. So got a bit of a change here. Harrison Quincy again with a good start, and it looks like Herring in second, Leo Soliu in third, and not a good start there then for Jack Hamilton, and I think Herring as well, also struggling off the line. But Harrison Quincy, who has won the previous two races, looking very strong at the front as they make their way down the back straight, heading towards Boot for the first time. Herring in second, Soliu third, Hamilton fourth. Ken Herring running up the field as they make their way round through Boot for the first lap. And leading the way is the number 755 of Harrison Quincy over the line, closely followed by the number 912 in second place of Joshua Herring. Leo Soliu in third. Jack Hamilton and Caden Herring rounding out the field. And it'll be interesting to see how Jack Hamilton gets on after that difficult start. Oh, was down the inside. Nice move there from Joshua Herring to take the lead going through into Christmas Corner. Let's see if Quincy can fight back. That's the first time he has had a real challenge at the front today. Still hanging on in there in third place is the number 36 of Leo Soliu. So these three riders still very much in contention. Hamilton just a little bit further behind in fourth place from Caden Herring. And here is the battle for the lead. So Joshua Herring, very strong start to the race here and has now taken the lead. Making their way through Boot. Herring keeping it nice and neat through that double apex around the final corner. And over the line he goes. So it's Joshua Herring leading the way now from Harrison Quincy. Leo Soliu third, Jack Hamilton fourth. And making their way now through in towards Christmas Corner. Still very close here, and Quincy just having a look. Down the inside, can't find a way through. Down the hill they go. Into the right-hander, Leo Soliu in third, number 36, having his best ride of the day so far. He still is very much a contender in this one as well, in third place, keeping the pressure on the second place Harrison Quincy, who is trying to fight back now. Quincy just trying to find a way through past the number 912, the race leader. And still in fourth place, Jack Hamilton, closing up as he looks to try and get involved in this battle for the lead. So Joshua Herring has looked good all weekend, I would say. This is the first time he has led the race. It was a nice move to take the lead from Harrison Quincy going through into Christmas Corner. Over the line they go, being cheered on by the supporters in the first corner, down through Oblivion, that first corner through Crook, and heading up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Herring planting that bike on the middle of the track there, guarding the apex. Now he's not quite as aggressive into the corner to leave that door open, which may allow Quincy back into it. He's just going defensively there through Inkermans, guarding those apexes. Leo Soliu is still right in there as well, number 36. And keeping an eye out as well on Jack Hamilton, who is slowly closing up on this battle between the top three. Quincy peels to the inside, has a look down the inside of Herring, can't find a way through. Solly is still watching there in third on the number 53. They make their way up towards boot once again. Herring still leading. Quincy regrouping here, I would say, trying to look at his lines down, trying to find a way through. But Herring's got the line covered. Solly is still watching in third place. Over the line they go, and it's still Joshua Herring that leads, closely followed by Harrison Quincy and Leo Solly in third, making their way through Oblivion, through that right-hander, and back up the hill towards Christmas Corner. And Herring now a bit more confident, using a wider line going through Christmas Corner. It's a little bit knowing whether to stick or twist sometimes at the front of the field, whether you just stick to your preferred racing line, as it were, which is usually with quite a wide entry into the corners, which may allow a rival to get down the inside, or if you start blocking those apexes on the approach to the corners, which of course sacrifices your own time and means you don't really throw off the people chasing you. We've still got this three-way battle for the lead. Joshua Herring leading, Harrison Quincy in second place, Leo Solly in third, Jack Hamilton just a little bit further behind in fourth place, and Caden Herring running up the field. Hamilton had a strong start, but at the moment not really closing up on these top three, who just seem to be pushing each other along here a bit now. Herring going fastest there, 59.923. The top three riders lapping under 1 minute now. Quincy in second, Solly is still third, and they've all lapped under 1 minute on that previous lap. So it just seems to me like these top three riders are pushing each other along a bit now. So Jack Hamilton still lapping very quickly in fourth place, but he can't really get up to these top three. No one really overtaking at this stage, but they really are just pushing each other along, and no one's making any mistakes at the front here, so it's making it very difficult for anyone else to get involved here. As Quincy just starts to have a look now, he's peeling away on some of the corners, changing his line again now, just trying to find a way to get an opening to get past Herring as they make their way down towards boot. And again, you'll see Quincy now just drifting a bit wider into the double apex. He'll come across now and try and get the speed on the exit to the corner. Down towards the final turn they go, and still Solly watching in third. Joshua Herring holds on to that lead though, with Harrison Quincy still in second, Leo Solly third. Jack Hamilton 4.5 seconds adrift in fourth place, and Caden Herring just coming through the final few corners now, a little bit further behind in fifth place. Meanwhile, Joshua Herring looking good at the front, and at the moment winner of the previous two races, Harrison Quincy, can't find a way through right now. Quincy just battling on there. Won the previous race, of course. Leo Solly hanging on in there as well. Squares the turn off coming out of Ashby and tries to find a way on the exit of the corner, but he has to settle for third place still. Down the back straight they go, and again you see Quincy just changing his line, drifting wider out of the corner, trying to get that drive down the straight, to have a peek down the inside. Can't find a way through. Joshua Herring holding on to the lead. And here they come down towards the final corner. Herring holds on to the lead. The laps counting down all the time. 3 laps to go. Joshua Herring leading the race now. The pace still around 1 minute. And Jack Hamilton still charging in fourth, matching the leaders for pace right now. They just seem to be settling into a rhythm here. It's 4.7 seconds covering the top four. Hamilton just a little bit further behind, and the number 914 of Caden Herring going over the line 23 seconds down on the leader, so still fairly closely matched, and I think these riders should have a clear track for the remainder of the race, as the number 914 of 912, I should say, of Joshua Herring coming under some pressure now from the second place 755 of Harrison Quincy. Down the straight they go into boot once again, and still Herring with the confidence to use his own lines here, just blocking the apex on the exit of the corner and making sure that Harrison Quincy doesn't find a way through. He took the lead going into Christmas Corner earlier on in the race, and he hasn't given it up since. You can't write off Leo Solly in third though, number 36, who's still shadowing there in third place. And if these two start scrapping for position, then Solly could well get involved in the battle for the lead as well. Jack Hamilton just a little bit further behind in fourth place, coming up towards Christmas Corner, and through the corners they go. 1.5 laps to go now. Joshua Herring leading the way, Quincy second, Solly third. There's Hamilton just behind in fourth. Down the hill they go into the right-hander. Solio again turning tighter out of Ashby, trying to find a way through into second place. 1.5 laps to go here. And can Joshua Herring hold on here and take the victory? He's done very well to snatch the lead early on as Quincy has a look on the outside, down the back straight into boot, but can't find a way through. And again you see Quincy just drifting wide, trying to get the exit speed out of the corner. The last lap board is about to go out. Over the line they go. Joshua Herring leads the way with 1 lap to go. Harrison Quincy and their respective parents trackside here cheering them on. Leo Soliu still hanging in there in 3rd place, watching the race unfold in front of him. Can't quite get close enough to battle for the lead, but he's still finely poised if these two start holding each other up. And now Harrison Quincy just starting to put the pressure on, and this is allowing Leo Soliu back in, who looks very strong down the hill into the right-hander at Ashby. Jack Hamilton just behind him, 4th place. And we just saw Caden Herring out a shot going over the line onto his final lap. So here we go with less than half a lap to go now. Can Joshua Herring hold on to take the victory? Took the lead very strongly in these early stages, but he's going to come under pressure from Harrison Quincy. He's going to have one last go here to try and retake the lead as they make their way down towards boot for the final time. Some good lines there by Joshua Herring, guards the apex. Quincy trying to fight back. Here they come round the final corner, and Joshua Herring, checkered flag goes out. Race win for Herring, 2nd place for Quincy. Leo Soliu finishing 3rd, just 1.1 seconds down. Jack Hamilton in 4th place, 5.3 seconds adrift. And the final rider to bring it home with the number 914, Caden Herring, who's just coming into boot for the final time. But a great ride there for Joshua Herring to take the checkered flag. He really did well to get down the inside of Quincy towards the start of the race going into Christmas Corner. There is Jack Hamilton. Of course, he was 4th in the race, but by default, of course, he will take the maximum points for the Mini GP and get some valuable experience as he looks to try and catch up on those leading 3 riders. A bit like Caden Herring just struggled to get away at the start. We move on to our 2nd race of the final block. It's the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s, incorporating the Bucci 190 Cup riders in the waiting zone, and we'll be getting things underway in just a few moments. This is how they will line up then. So it's Brian Hamilton from Andrew Thompson, Tim Patterson 3rd, Kobe Garbutt in 4th, Izzy Carter and Corey Tinker riders down in the waiting zone, and we'll be getting things underway in just a few moments time. So a 3rd and final block of the day for these riders as they make their way out onto the course. Of course, some of the riders racing in various race categories over the weekend, as the number 191 of Brian Hamilton leads the riders out onto the formation lap. So riders ready for the final race of the 190s Mini GPs. Looks like Kobe Garbett has lost the engine on the start line, so there might be a brief pause before the race gets underway. Looks like he's got the bike started though, and I think we are ready to go. Green flag goes up, watch the red light. Away it goes. Bit of a tricky getaway there for Tim Patterson, a bit slow off the line, but a great start there for Brian Hamilton. So a bit of trouble there for the start for Kobe Garbett. Lost the engine but seemed to get it restarted. Of course, what we do see sometimes is if the riders are held on the grid for quite some time, if there's a problem at the start line, they will send the riders through to do another formation lap. Purely because if they're sat on the line for too long, it means the tyres get cold and it increases the risk of a first corner accident if they go into a first corner on cold tyres. But Garbett not stationary for too long there, so they were able to get the race started straight away. And as they get away, this is turning into a battle now between Brian Hamilton and Andrew Thompson in second place. They make their way round the final corner. This is quite an interesting dynamic here, of course, because Hamilton, youth rider, Thompson, fully grown rider, adult rider, you would say. You can see the size difference between the two riders. And you just see here, of course, that Hamilton gets a little bit more advantage coming out of the corners down the straights, which is just keeping him ahead so far. Andrew Thompson keeping up with him in the corners. Here we go then, so looking at the number 191 of Brian Hamilton, just trying to break away now from Andrew Thompson in second place. Around the final corner they go. We'll have a look at the gap when they go through. So Hamilton leading. The gap just over 1 second between first and second place. Kobe Garbett recovering from that trouble on the start line. He's just been overtaken by Tim Patterson, who didn't get a very good start. So Patterson up to third place, Garbett to fourth. And Izzy Carter running up the field. Jack Hamilton leading them down the hill through the right-hander. Brian Hamilton, my apologies. And there he is. Looking very smooth indeed, using all of the circuit. And you'll see very precise through that right-hander. Really got to keep the bike off that curb. It will really unsettle a machine down the back straight if he hit that curb. But he's doing well so far, keeping it nice and smooth in towards the final corner. Andrew Thompson still keeping that pressure on in second place. Round the final corner they go. And over the line for Brian Hamilton. Increasing the gap just slightly there to 1.5 seconds. Hamilton making his way up the hill now towards Christmas Corner. You look very closely on that camera angle. When the riders go through to Christmas, you'll see more so with the karting than the bikes, you would say, but you see just a few tufts of dirt scraped away on the outside of the track. Shows how much course people are using. If they drift a bit too wide, they just get a wheel on the grass, which maybe on four wheels not quite so disastrous as it would be on two. Certainly the bikes have to make sure they respect the tarmac track limits. And like Alan said earlier, you'll see on this final corner in just a moment, the organisers putting down some cones to establish some track limits on this final corner. We've seen riders going very deep into that corner in the past, and those cones there just to establish a boundary. There's a little bit of curb on that final corner if riders need to run wide, if they're a bit hot into the corner, but certainly no scope for people railing the outside line and using it as a racing line. Part of that is due to safety. We did have a lot of rain in the lead up to this event, and although the track has dried out slightly, I haven't been down there this afternoon, but I would imagine that on some of these curbs you see there's the rumble strips on the outside. They are quite deep when you get down there in the flesh, and I would imagine there's still some water trapped in some of these crevices on the side of the circuit. So certainly another reason that track limits should very much be respected here this afternoon. And Brian Hamilton doing a great job here, keeping it nice and neat. And he goes around the final corner. Lovely smooth racing lines for him there as he goes through to complete another lap, and going round in 52.8 last time round, so he's lapping very close to his fastest lap. There's Andrew Thompson just losing a little bit of pace now in second place. The gap goes up to 3.4 seconds. We've got Tim Patterson in third place. The gap is 14.8 seconds to third position. Kobe Garbutt and Izzy Carter rounding out the field as the number 191 of Brian Hamilton looking very neat at the front of the field. Meanwhile, number 19, Andrew Thompson in second position. And there he goes through that left-hander, very long left-handed corner. And then that dog leg right out of the corner just to keep the riders on their toes, and good line choice. Very important through that corner to get the speed down the back straight through towards Boot, which is where Andrew Thompson is now making his way around the final corner. 7 laps to go in this race, and Thompson leading the way. The gap 4.2 seconds. Sorry, Hamilton leading and Thompson in second place. 4.2 seconds covering first and second place. Thompson at the moment can't live with Brian Hamilton, the race leader, who's on his own, making his way through Inkermans down towards Ashby, the right-hander. But here we focus on Andrew Thompson in second place. Just keeping it nice and smooth in second position. We should see Hamilton at the bottom of your the top of your screen any moment now. There he goes, and 191 just out of shot. The gap was 4.2 seconds last time round, and Brian Hamilton keeping it nice and smooth as he makes his way through towards the final half lap or so. And there we go. So number 19, Andrew Thompson in second position. Over the line he goes. Brian Hamilton increasing the gap now slightly to 5.1 seconds between first and second place. Thompson well clear of Tim Patterson, who's just coming around the final corner, and Patterson for his part about 9.5 seconds ahead of Kobe Garbutt. So the race just starting to settle down a bit now as we head towards the closing stages of the race. The number 19 of Andrew Thompson there in second place. Meanwhile, the number 191, the race leader, Brian Hamilton, making his way down the back straight towards the final few corners, and Boot starting to close up on the fifth place rider, Izzy Carter. You see Andrew Thompson just using a little bit of the curb there on the right-hander, making his way through Boot. Race leader Brian Hamilton going over the start-finish line, and it will be 4 laps to go for Hamilton. So Hamilton leads. Thompson there in second place, number 19. And still Tim Patterson a bit further behind in third place. But Brian Hamilton running very strongly at the front of the field. He makes his way through Inkermans down towards Ashby, as Andrew Thompson making his way through Inkermans. A bit further behind, the gap still increasing lap on lap. It's gone up slightly to 6.2 seconds now. And in the meantime, Brian Hamilton making his way down towards Boot once again is starting to close up on Izzy Carter, as the number 19 of Andrew Thompson still charging away a few seconds behind. Race leader coming round the final corner now. Brian Hamilton going down the inside of Izzy Carter. 3 laps to go as Andrew Thompson goes through in second place. Brian Hamilton making his way up towards Christmas Corner at the top of the circuit, and there he is, number 191, your race leader. He has a quick glance over the shoulder just to check where Andrew Thompson is, and Thompson just making his way up towards Christmas Corner now. And there you can see that Hamilton just chipping away at the front. He's pulling away about half a second a lap, and yet again he's done the same again. Well, actually a little bit more than that. It's gone up to 1.4 seconds as the gap goes up to 7.5. Tim Patterson in third place, 22.3 seconds down in third. Kobe Garbutt and Izzy Carter rounding out the field. So it's going to be 2 laps to go any moment now for the number 191 Brian Hamilton coming round the final corner. Much like Jack Hamilton mentioned that earlier, they've got those very exquisite looking custom painted helmets out there. Certainly distinctive out on the track, you would say, for both of the Hamiltons, as Brian Hamilton makes his way through Christmas Corner for what will be the penultimate time in this race. Andrew Thompson still charging in second place, but the gap goes up to 8 seconds. Tim Patterson in third, just going over the start-finish line now. And I think Kobe Garbutt should remain on the lead lap. He's about, I'd say about 15-20 seconds down the road ahead of Brian Hamilton at this stage. But Hamilton with 1.5 laps to go and a 8-second advantage at the front is looking quite clear so far as he makes his way around the penultimate couple of corners. And number 191 Brian Hamilton, 1 more corner to go. The last lap board goes out for the race leader, Hamilton. So it's Hamilton in the lead. Thompson still charging in second place. 8.5 seconds the gap between first and second position, but Hamilton making his way through Christmas Corner for the final time, through Inkermans, that tricky little off-cambered section, down the hill, and heading back towards Ashby through the right-hander. And you can see Hamilton just keeping it nice and neat through those corners. Just seems to have, I wouldn't say eased off as such, but he's just taking it easy around these last few corners, making sure doesn't make any mistakes. Got to go through boot for the final time. Kobe Garbutt well down the track now, so he will stay on the lead lap. Meanwhile, Brian Hamilton with 2 more corners to go, and here he comes, the checkered flag. Now being readied for your race winner. It's 191, Brian Hamilton, who takes the checkered flag. Had to work hard to establish himself at the start of the race, but just seemed to get into a groove and pulled away from that guy who brings it home in second place. The number 19 of Andrew Thompson in second, 9.2 seconds the gap at the flag. Tim Patterson and Kobe Garbutt will go through third and fourth. So it's Patterson third, Garbutt in fourth, and Izzy Carter rounding up the top 5. There's Izzy Carter, actually. I think she's just gone through, going to Christmas Corner, having crossed the line, so she will finish in 5th position. But a great ride there for Brian Hamilton to take the victory from Andrew Thompson and Tim Patterson. We're going to move on very shortly then to the first of our O'Varley races. We've got the 110 Cup, followed by the 160 Cup. They'll be out on track very shortly, starting with the 110s. And they'll be away in just a few moments. Of course, Brian Hamilton, we mentioned, good reminder there from Colin McCann actually, but very recently, of course, Brian Hamilton, one of the riders out there in Spain with the Red Bull rookies, didn't get selected onto the programme, but like you always imagine, of course, with an up-and-coming rider or any participant really, if you get involved in faster riders, more stronger riders from further afield, can only help serve to bring you on as a rider as well. So the O'Varley 110 is about to get underway. We've got Travis Shaw from Hudson Cooper, Jack Hamilton, Valentino Kimmy Kirk, Leo Soliu, Sidney Marshall and Finley Hanna rounding out the field. And of course we got quite a few riders. Thanks of course has to go again of course to Motul UK for their support of this O'Varley series. We've seen a few riders in British Minibikes in recent years. You would almost say used as a stepping stone to move on to further things. Will Lathrop, of course, Harvey's brother, one of the riders who has looked to make his way out in motorcycle racing as well. Sometimes he's been hit with budget restraints, but he's worked as hard as he can. And one notable rider from last year, of course, we saw making a guest appearance last round at Three Sisters was Harley McCabe. Good to see him back on the British Minibikes scene last round at Three Sisters. He, of course, is out racing the British Talent Cup this weekend. But as we were saying, of course, is Brian Hamilton, the winner of the previous race. He debuted with the Red Bull rookies in Spain a few weeks ago and got offered a deal, actually. But I think it's one of these ones where you have to bring money to the table to take up the ride as well. And perhaps funding the team didn't have. So I think that's always the way it is, sadly, in racing. Sometimes to get into those teams, it's a case of bringing the money. So I'm sure that he will keep, and Team DHR will keep plugging away to get him noticed as well. He's certainly put in some good rides today. We're going to move on then to the O'Varley 110s. Riders now making their way onto the start line for the third and final race of the day for this race class. Riders are about to get underway. I think everyone's in position and about ready to go. Hudson Kai Cooper lining up next to Travis Shaw, Valentino Kimmy Kirk and Jack Hamilton just a little bit further behind. Riders are ready. Watch out for the red light and away they go. Good start. Everyone gets away nicely. Close into the first corner there between Kimmy Kirk and Hamilton, which is allowing Hudson Kai Cooper to pull away as they make their way up the hill towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Travis Shaw on his tail in second place. Good start there. Everyone gets through the first few corners safely. And here they come down the hill for the first time. Travis Shaw having a look on the inside into Ashby, but Hudson Kai Cooper holds on to that lead. Here they come through the right-hander. Again, Shaw down the inside. He's not afraid to have a look down there. It's not the easiest part of the track to overtake on, but Shaw's certainly having a look there, just seeing what the possibilities are. Valentino Kimmy Kirk holding on to that third place ahead of Jack Hamilton as they make their way around the final corner. Sidney Marshall, Leo Soliu and Finley Hanna running up the field, but Hudson Kai Cooper leads the way at the end of the first lap. Travis Shaw keeping that pressure on in second place. Valentino Kimmy Kirk in third, fighting with Jack Hamilton. They make their way back up the hill. And Valentino Kimmy Kirk, actually another young rider from the West Country. So another one that's fairly well travelled, of course, from down that way in England. And certainly another one that's making a name for himself. He was beginner rider until quite recently and towards the back of the field, and as the season went on last year was starting to make his way through the field, get some better results, and here he is in third place, potentially looking to try and challenge these two leaders. Now, as you can see, Travis Shaw is not afraid to have a go here. He's just peeking and having a look for lines here to find a way through, and if he can just get an opening, perhaps he could get in there, and of course if these two start trading paint, so to speak, and holding each other up, this could allow the battle of the third place to get in there as well, because Valentino Kimmy Kirk is still charging in third place, being chased by Jack Hamilton in fourth. Sidney Marshall and Leo Soliu a bit further behind, fifth and sixth place, with the number 13 of Finley Hanna making his way around the final corner, and over the line he goes, currently in seventh place. Meanwhile, Shaw, again, he just drifts out to the back wheel momentarily, has a look down the inside, nothing going. And Shaw has a nice line through this left-hander. Again, peels to the inside to have a look down the inside of the race leader there, Hudson Cooper. Can't find a way through, though. Here they come down the back straight towards Boot once again. Jack Hamilton still fighting with Valentino Kimmy Kirk for third place. Just a little bit further adrift from these two riders. Round the final corner they go. Hudson Kai Cooper leading the way, closely followed then by Travis Shaw, and just a bit further behind still Valentino Kimmy Kirk with Jack Hamilton, Sidney Marshall, Leo Soliu and Finley Hanna rounding out the field as they make their way through. Sidney Marshall just going over the line, closely followed by Leo Soliu, and Finley Hanna meanwhile going through Boot to complete another lap. Meanwhile, back at the front here, Travis Shaw just having another peek down the inside, and again this is where Shaw gets a good bit of speed through this left-hander. He seems to go wider into the entry, takes an early apex to try and get away on the inside line, but can't get enough to get a front wheel alongside the race leader Hudson Cooper. They make their way down towards Boot once again, and again Travis Shaw closing up under braking, drifts wide. He's going to try and get the speed out of the corner here. Of course, with that wider entry, get onto the power slightly earlier than the classic racing line, and just try and get a bit of a drive to make the overtaking move down the straight. So Hudson Cooper into the top corner he goes, still being chased by Travis Shaw through the Inkerman section down towards Ashby into that right-hander. Shaw again looking down the inside, can't find a way through. Hudson Cooper holding on to the lead. These two pulling away slightly from the battle of a third between Valentino Kimmy Kirk and Jack Hamilton. But HKC there, Hudson Kai Cooper still with the confidence to run his own race here at the front. He's not being too defensive going into the corners. Can be a risk sometimes if you're too defensive. It just allows the chasing rider to get close and have a look down the inside, so sometimes it can make things worse. So if you can, it's just trying to play it cool, run your own lines at the front. And Hudson Kai Cooper with the fastest lap of the race last time round, 55.950, and 0.3 of a second ahead of Travis Shaw. Kimmy Kirk still in third from Jack Hamilton as those two fight into the top corner. Here they are. There's Hamilton having a look down the inside of Kimmy Kirk. And Valentino Kimmy Kirk on number 468 coming back down the hill towards the right-hander. And again, you can see very similar to this battle for the lead that Jack Hamilton having a peek down the inside going into some of these corners, but Can't get enough to get down the inside, and again Kimi Kirk hanging over. Quite a small rider as well, Valentino Kimi Kirk. Hanging over the side of the machine as Hamilton has a look down the inside into boot. He makes the move. Now, can he make it stick? He's got to guard that apex now because Valentino will cut down the inside. There he goes. But it looks like Hamilton has done enough there to make the move stick. It's a tricky place for the overtake there because he can get down and take the position quite easily. But like we saw Hamilton do just there, you've got to make sure that you make that move stick over the next two corners because your opponent can just cut down the inside and repass you if you're not careful. So good riding there from Jack Hamilton. We certainly saw Valentino fighting back down the inside there, but he couldn't quite make the repass. The two race leaders, meanwhile, making their way up towards the boot section. Still Hudson Kai Cooper from Travis Shaw, and Travis Shaw actually set the fastest lap of the race with a 56.645. They've just gone past the number 13 of Finley Hanna, or about to, I should say. Hanna around the final corner. Here they come, the battle for third place. We've got Jack Hamilton staying ahead of the number 468 Valentino Kimi Kirk. Round the final corner they go. 5 laps to go. And Kimi Kirk fighting back with Hamilton here. They make their way down towards the Oblivion section through that fast right-hander, heading up towards Christmas Corner. And Kimi Kirk keeping it tight down the inside. There he goes and makes the move. Hamilton tries to cut back on him round the outside into Winkelmann's, but Kimi Kirk has got the line covered. They go down the hill towards Ashby and the right-hander. Back at the front it's still Hudson Cooper from Travis Shaw, and those two still running very strongly indeed. They've gone past Finley Cooper, who is still in 7th place. Leaders making their way into boot as Valentino Kimi Kirk holds on to that place from Jack Hamilton. Now this is where Hamilton passed before, and he has a look down the inside going into boot. Going to be late on the brakes. Oh, and he does it. Great move there. Very brave move for Hamilton, and again he covers the line to stop Kimi Kirk from getting through. Great racing here for third place, and still very close at the front as Travis Shaw tries to find a way past Hudson Kai Cooper as they make their way through Christmas Corner. Not as close as this one here though, as Kimi Kirk again goes down the inside of Hamilton. Look how late he is on the brakes there. Valentino, the front end, really, you can see the front end condensing under braking there, almost the back wheel off the ground. He's leaving as late as he can to brake for the corner. There's Finley Hanna currently in 7th place. And these two should hold their line, get past Hanna, who lets them go through, the 7th place rider. So Hamilton, last of the late breakers, you would say, last time round to make that move stick. The two leaders coming around the final corner down to the start-finish line. They're running very closely indeed with 3 laps to go. And at the moment it looks like Jack Hamilton has made the move stick. Valentino Kimi Kirk still charging in there as well. And here's the battle for the lead. Hudson Kai Cooper has led the entire race, but Travis Shaw has been right on his rear wheel for the entirety. Down the hill they go, through Ashby once again, and heading towards the centre of the course once again now, through the double left-handers. Kai Cooper doing enough here to hold on to the lead. Here they come down the back straight, heading towards boot once again, and Travis Shaw having a peek down the inside. With the double apex, it'll be 2 laps to go next time round. I can tell you Valentino Kimi Kirk has gone back through into 3rd place in that close battle. 2 laps to go for the race leaders, as again, what can Travis Shaw do here? Can he get somewhere, just an opening to try and outbrake him into the corner maybe? Hudson Kai Cooper for his part running very strongly, covering those apexes nicely, and not really leaving an opening for Travis Shaw to get through. Shaw has been on the back wheel for the entire race, but can't find a way through again. He does, oh, out of nowhere. Fantastic move there for Travis Shaw. Kai Cooper fighting back down the inside, but Shaw makes the move stick. And I'll tell you what, Hudson Cooper, he left maybe even half a gap there, and all of a sudden Travis Shaw just squared the turn off, got down the inside and took that apex away. Very closely fought battle here. And there's going to be 1 lap to go next time round as Hudson Kai Cooper stays on the back wheel of Travis Shaw. They've got Leo Solio just in front, 1 lap to go. for our race leaders, and Travis Shaw has led for pretty much the entire race, but takes the lead from Hudson Kai Cooper. And the number 217 is still in there as they make their way up to the top corner. Oh, was Cooper there having a very late break into Christmas corner, but Travis Shaw had that line covered. Here they come down the hill. They've got Leo Soliu in front of them. Soliu, the 6th place rider. Will they get past? Oh, Shaw has got to yield into the corner. Nervous moments here. Will they both squeeze through? Oh, as Cooper has a look down the inside. Not quite close enough to go for the pass, though. Here they come down towards Boot for the final time. Travis Shaw's got a decent gap here, but let's see what Hudson Kai Cooper can do. Can he close up on the final few corners? Checkered flag. Now being ready. Who's going to take it? Travis Shaw around the final corner. Checkered flag goes out, and Travis Shaw takes the checkered flag. Hudson Kai Cooper in second. Fantastic race between those two. Trackside, I think the parents of the two respective riders shaking hands, and a round of applause there for Jack Hamilton and Valentino Kimi Kirk, who had that great battle for 3rd place. The riders congratulating each other on the track, and the parents trackside here saying well done to each other for their respective riders. Good clean sporting battle, both for the lead, with Travis Shaw taking the lead from Hudson Cooper out of nowhere on the penultimate lap. Jack Hamilton and Valentino Kimi Kirk fighting for pretty much the entire race, and Hamilton grabbing that 3rd position from Kirk. Sidney Marshall in 5th place. A bit of a quieter race for him, but he certainly brings it home in a strong 5th place. Leo Soliu in 6th, and Finley Hanna in 7th position. Coming up then in just a few moments, we have the Motul Oils Ovale 160 Cup. Riders down in the waiting zone. They'll be getting underway in just a few moments' time. Plenty of close action. So, although we sadly have not got the numbers that we would have had earlier in the season, we've still got some very close action out there. We'll have a look at how the 160s line up then in just a few moments here. And here we go, the lineup for Ovale 160s. Tyler Humphries, Wilson Dilks, Thorley Trevorrow and Arnie Carr. All those riders fairly closely matched, I would say. It's been mostly a battle between Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks, but Thorley Trevorrow has had his moments as well. And Arnie Carr, always a very strong rider. So they make their way out onto the track for their formation lap. They'll get back into position in a few moments' time. Once the Ovale race has drawn to a close, we will still have 4 more races to go. We have the Pit Bike Spares, Minibike 160s, Ugly & Co, Mini GP and Junior Supermoto race, Cymoto Minibikes and the Brat Bikes Super Minis to round out the day. Don't forget, of course, that the final round of the championship takes place down at Clay Pigeon in 2 weeks' time, and once again will be live streamed from the Rich Energy British Minibikes, so you can watch all the action from the comfort of your own home. And away we go for the Ovale 160s. Well, we seem to have lost Tyler Humphries, of course. We noticed he had some mechanical issues earlier on today, and unfortunately doesn't look like he's been able to make the start for this one. So we have got Wilson Dilks from Thorley Trevorrow and Arnie Carr in 3rd place. So let's see what Arnie Carr and Thorley Trevorrow can do here. The rider to beat so far in this class this weekend has been the number 85 of Wilson Dilks. Now, of course, his main rival seemingly out of contention, dropped out earlier on. It appeared with some kind of mechanical issues. They've not been able to get that bike out and underway for this final O'Varley 160 race, which theoretically would leave Wilson Dilks unchallenged at the front, but he's certainly got to go out there and earn it, because I'm sure that Thorley Trevorrow and Arnie Carr will not give this one up lightly as they make their way through oblivion for the first full lap. Wilson Dilks leading him up towards Christmas Corner once again. Down towards Ashby, 1.5 seconds separating Dilks from Trevorrow on that first lap, and Arnie Carr right in there in third place. Dilks now leading the way through towards the double left-handers and in towards that long left-hander. And there he goes, just got to be careful of the dog leg. Not use too much of the curb as he makes his way down towards boot for the final time. So final time this lap, I should say. Rounding up the lap and just starting to break away a little bit now from Thorley Trevorrow. Now, of course, great to see he's having such a good season. The number 85 Wilson Dilks hit some trouble yesterday. Was a little bit slippery out there yesterday after the heavy rain on Friday, but nonetheless there was a couple of riders that went down quite heavily yesterday, and Dilks was one of them, had a nasty tumble, but certainly has recovered well here and looking in good form on Sunday's racing. You remember, of course, he was one of the riders that got caught up in the nasty start line accident at Rowra a while back last season, and got shaken about a bit there, but certainly has shown no ill effects from that incident and really has come on in leaps and bounds over the past year, 18 months or so, and certainly looking very strong in this O'Varley series. Another rider coming to the series, of course, being Thorley Trevorrow, who's had his moments at the front, and Arnie Carr, familiar name, of course, in the Rich Energy British Minibikes. Looking good in third place so far. Of course, they've had a bit of a depleted field here, and down to 3 going into this final race, with Tyler Humphries sadly appearing to be a non-starter due to mechanical issues. There's Thorley Trevorrow in second place on the number 42, and Arnie Carr on number 83 not too far behind him in third. There's Carr in third, and Carr dropped behind a bit earlier on today, but looking good in third place so far. And he'll get some valuable championship points going into the final round of the series at Clay Pigeon in a couple of weeks' time. So Wilson Dilks leading the way. That double right-hander. There's Trevorrow in second place on the number 42. Over the line goes the race leader Wilson Dilks, lapping 52.764, his best lap of the race, lapping in the 53s still. Thorley Trevorrow goes over the line 5.4 seconds adrift in second place, and Arnie Carr 6.6 seconds down in third. We should see the number 83 of Arnie Carr any moment now as Trevorrow makes his way through Christmas Corner. Carr on the number 83 just a little bit further behind. Down the hill goes the second place Trevorrow down towards Ashby, and still closely followed by the number 83 of Arnie Carr. Wilson Dilks clearing away at the front and looking quite comfortable in this final race of the day. We have, of course, the Pit Bike Spares Minibikes coming up very shortly, but still our final race of the weekend, the O'Varley's still wide open, with Wilson Dilks looking strong at the front of the field so far. Just starting to break away again from Thorley Trevorrow, who goes over the line in second place. Arnie Carr in third, and the gap 6.7 seconds between first and second place. It's still Arnie Carr holding on in there, just a little bit further behind in third. The gap 7.8 seconds between first and third place. Down into the middle of the circuit they go. There's Carr, the third place rider, still keeping the pressure on the number 42. About 1 second separating second and third place. Arnie Carr making his way through Christmas Corner as he pursues Thorley Trevorrow down the hill, heading towards that right-hander through the Ashby Corner. Wilson Dilks all on his own at the front, really starting to pull away now. The gap was 8.4 seconds. The thing is, of course, that when you look at Wilson Dilks, all on his own at the front, he's got no real direct competition at the front of the field, but he's still not taking his hand off the throttle at all. He's still lapping very consistently in the 52-second region and putting in some good consistent laps at the front of the field, so he's still pushing nonetheless, even though he's well clear of this battle for second place. Thorley Trevorrow still being pressured by the number 83 of Arnie Carr as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. There's Carr into the right-hander. So Carr in third, keeping that pressure on Thorley Trevorrow in second as they make their way down the hill towards the right-hander. And Thorley Trevorrow holding on to that second place. Wilson Dilks breaking away at the front of the field, making his way towards boot. There'll be 4 laps to go at the end of this one, as we watch Arnie Carr just trying to close the gap on Thorley Trevorrow in second place. It's I'd say about 1 second between second and third place still. It was last time round. Wilson Dilks goes over the line, still lapping within the 52-second region. He's putting in a very strong, consistent pace at the front. Trevorrow charging over the line in second place. The gap is 10.7 seconds. And give or take, they're about 1 second off the pace of the race leader so far. And there is second and third making their way through Christmas Corner. Race leader Wilson Dilks, meanwhile, making his way down towards the centre of the circuit, all on his own at the front. And the 83 still being urged on there. Arnie Carr in third place, trying to catch the gap to Thorley Trevorrow. Wilson Dilks, meanwhile, making his way through towards boot for the final time, maintaining a very strong pace out there. Number 85, the race leader, goes round the final corner and heading over the line. Meanwhile, Thorley Trevorrow has a glance over the shoulder and he can see that Arnie Carr is still there. Dilks still lapping quite strongly, 53.2 last time round. Let's have a look at the gap between first and second place. They go through with 3 laps to go. Trevorrow 11.4 seconds down, and he is being closed on slightly by Arnie Carr, only about half a second or so. There you can see the graphic down the bottom there. Arnie Carr just pulling a few tenths of a second on Thorley Trevorrow. None of this, of course, will be bothering Wilson Dilks, who continues to remain as the fastest rider on the track, still pulling away from the 2 others battling behind him. He will have 2 laps to go next time round as he makes his way down towards boot. Makes his way very smoothly through the double apex, heading towards the final corner. Wilson Dilks then capitalising on the misfortune of Tyler Humphries here to put in a good steady race, and he's just going to make sure he brings it home safely and secures that race victory. He just seems to be lapping very consistently here. The pace has dropped slightly by about a second or so. It's gone to the low 53s, 53.1 last time round for Dilks as he makes his way down the hill. Thorley Trevorrow still holding on to that second place, closely followed by Arnie Carr in third. 1.5 laps to go though for the race leader, the number 85 of Wilson Dilks, making his way through the left-hander. That dogleg right-hander exit down the back straight towards boot, and the final part of the lap goes through boot for the penultimate time, the double apex right-hander, and into the final corner. So Wilson Dilks with 1 lap to go. Let's check that lap time, still looking very strong out there, lapping in the low 53s. 52.6 this time, so he has actually picked up the pace. Thorley Trevorrow still being chased by Arnie Carr, who is starting to close the gap now in second place. Wilson Dilks all on his own at the front, makes his way down into the right-hander, that long off-cambered right-hander, now heading towards the centre of the circuit now. It's a bit long and a bit flowing through these corners, but good line choice, very important. Arnie Carr, meanwhile, having a look down the inside of Thorley Trevorrow as they make their way through Ashby for the final time, but Trevorrow holding on to that second place. Meanwhile, round the boot for the final time goes the number 85 of Wilson Dilks. 1 more corner to go, and Wilson Dilks is your race winner Wasn't challenged too much at the front, but he certainly worked hard for it and made sure he put in some good consistent lap times to take that checkered flag. He looks pleased with that one. Who can blame him? He rode well. A fight to the line here for second place though, as Thorley Trevorrow goes through in second place and just 0.2 of a second ahead of Arnie Carr, who chased him down to the line and third place. So some good close racing there. We're going to move on to our next race of the day in just a moment. Well done then, of course, to Wilson Dilks, Thorley Trevorrow and Arnie Carr in the O'Varney 160s. We have 4 more races to go this afternoon here at Whilton Mill, and we're going to pick things up very shortly with the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160 incorporating the vets. Riders will be out on the course for their formation lap in just a few moments. Let's have a look at how they'll line up. We've got Harvey Lathrope from Michael Med, Simon Wadsworth, Andrew Thompson in 4th, Nathan Gardner and Ben Johnson in 6th place. Michael Nealons from Andrew Rayfield, Dervalene in 9th, Tony Reveley in 10th, Liam Booth 11th and James Lewis in 12th place on row number 6. Ben Shuttleworth 13th from Michael Judkins, Darren Coleman and Robert Med currently 16th on the grid as they make their way through for their third and final race of the day. Riders making their way around for their sighting lap and will be out on track in just a few moments time. So 4 more races to go, including the one we're about to start with. Coming up later on we have the Pit Bike Spares Minibike 160 about to get underway. After that we have the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140s, Supermoto Mini Bikes, and to round out the day the Brat Bikes Super Minis just a little bit later on this afternoon. So riders now making their way around on the formation lap. As forecast in the weather, things have clouded over and I think the temperatures maybe have dropped marginally, but the track's still looking in great condition for racing. I would say that the rain forecast to stay away, and we certainly hope that that is the case. It's still looking in good condition as the riders make their way around the final corner and about to line up on the line. Harvey Lathrope alongside Michael Med, Andrew Thompson in there, Simon Wadsworth, all of the top riders running well. Nathan Gardner also placed towards the front of the field. Looks like all riders in position and ready to go. We're just watching this Mr. Starter. There is one, I think Ben Johnson it looks like is going to start from the pit lane. I think he's had some sort of mechanical issue, so the green flag goes up and watch Mr. Starter with the red light. When that light goes out, we're away. Harvey Lathrope gets the jump on the field. Ben Johnson joins him at the back. But a great start there from Harvey Lathrope, who leads them through those first couple of corners, heading up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Good start. Everyone stays out of trouble on the first 2 corners. And up the hill they go towards Christmas for the first time. So it's Harvey Lathrope that leads. Michael Med in second place. And Andrew Thompson have a look down the inside there of Simon Wadsworth into third place as they make their way for the first time through Ashby. But Harvey Lathrope leading, Michael Med in second position. And in towards Boot for the first time. Very close indeed then between Harvey Lathrope and Michael Med. In terms of the vets, we've got Michael, the 131 Michael Nealons, Tony Reveley and 711 James Lewis looking strong as well. Over the line they all go then for the first time. So it's Harvey Lathrope leading from Michael Med, first and second place. Andrew Thompson in third. Simon Wadsworth, Nathan Gardner in fifth place. And Michael Nealons leading vet rider up to sixth position from Andrew Rayfield. Dervalene in eighth position. Tony Reveley and Liam Booth rounding out the top 10. So Harvey Lathrope has had a good day so far, leading some very experienced riders here at the moment. Michael Med still keeping that pressure on in second place. Andrew Thompson starting to break away a bit now in third position. Now, can he close up on the two race leaders as Lathrop goes through the right-hander and over the line? So Harvey Lathrop, your race leader. Michael Maird in second position. The gap just over half a second. Men closing up on the race leader, Lathrop. Andrew Thompson about 2.5 seconds down. He'll be looking to try and keep with the pace of these two race leaders as Med starts to close up on Lathrop, trying to find a way through. Down the hill they go towards Ashby once again. And Med very deep on the brakes there. Trouble 7 in second place, carrying a lot more speed into the corner and closing up on Lathrop as they make their way through the centre of the course, through the long left-hander and the dog leg down the back straight, heading towards Boot. And Med just starting to get onto the back wheel of Lathrop now and just hovering here, looking for lines and trying to find a way through. Lathrop, a formidable competitor, of course, has got the weight advantage as well. He'll be using that to good effect down the straight just to keep that bike ahead of Michael Med, who is a very experienced racer, of course, looking to try and find some lines out there. As he makes his way up towards Christmas Corner once again, can't find a way through past the treble 2 of Harvey Lathrop. Lathrop down the hill through the right-hander, looking very comfortable. But Michael Med keeping that pressure on in second place. They're starting to leave Andrew Thompson behind. He's battling with Simon Wadsworth with the third place. Nathan Gardner in fifth. Michael Nealon's in sixth. I believe Nealon's will be the lead Vets rider. We've got Andrew Rayfield in seventh. Derva Lane in eighth position. Tony Reveley and Liam Booth rounding out the top 10. Ben Johnson, James Lewis, Michael Judkins and Ben Shuttlewood just a little bit further behind. Around the final corner goes Harvey Lathrop, number treble 2, and over the line. But Michael Med still hanging on in there in second place. The gap just under 0.4 of a second as they go through the right-hander. And Lathrop having a glance over the shoulder there just to check where his rival is. See what the gap is between first and second place. He knows that Michael Med is there somewhere. I think Lathrop he won't want to make too much of a habit of that looking over his shoulder. He needs to focus down the track now and not worry about the rider behind him. Of course, if Michael Med does see him clocking on that he's looking behind, he could perhaps interpret that as a sign of the old nerves, possibly. So Lathrop, of course, he's a very experienced rider in his own right as well. He knows how to lead a race and how to win a race here. So he knows where his rival is behind him. I'm sure he can hear the bike behind him as well. He'll be aware of his presence. And Harvey Lathrop over the line, taking a bit more of an aggressive line through the first few couple of corners there through Oblivion. And up the hill now towards Christmas Corner. Harvey Lathrop into that top corner as we look at the battle with Simon Wadsworth, having looked down the inside of Andrew Thompson into Christmas Corner. And Wadsworth makes that move, stick down the inside, looking very strong as Thompson tries to fight back. No, he can't get through. We've got Nathan Gardner in 5th place, Michael Neal in 6th, still Andrew Rayfield in 7th, Derva Lane in 8th place, Tony Reveley and Liam Booth rounding out the top 10. Further back it's Ben Johnson, James Lewis, Michael Judkins and Ben Shuttlewood rounding up the field. It seems like we've had Darren Coleman and Robert Med as non-starters. Ben Johnson, of course, having to start at from the pit lane. Missed the start, so he had to start at the back, and he's moved up to 11th place now, so he's going to try and break into the top 10 as the race goes on. Harvey Lathrop continues to lead the way, but this race is still far from over, I would say, because we've got Harvey Lathrop looking strong at the front of the field as we look at this battle now between Simon Wadsworth and Andrew Thompson. And Thompson trying to get down the inside, can't find a way through at the moment. And certainly he would say that Wadsworth can't shake off Thompson behind him as Harvey Lathrop continues to lead the way from Michael Med. This battle for third place still very close as Wadsworth goes down the back straight, closely followed by Thompson. Through into Boot they go once again, very close towards the edge of the top 10. Nathan Gardner a bit further behind these riders in 5th place on the number 254, closely followed by Michael Nealons, Andrew Rayfield in 7th, Derva Lane in 8th position on the number 189, staying ahead of Tony Reveley. Ben Johnson recovering well. I think actually Ben Johnson may have got past Reveley and now sitting behind Dover Lane. As we watch the number 5 here of Simon Wadsworth making his way through Inkermans down the hill, as again we see Thompson just having a look down the inside, going into Ashby, but not quite close enough to make that move stick. That off-cambered right-hander, very difficult to make a move and make it stick through there. So Wadsworth through the right-hander, still with Thompson on his tail. This battle of the 3rd place. Leaders meanwhile going around the final corner, starting to close up on some of the back markers as well. So over the line they go. Harvey Lathrop, your race leader. Looks like he could well be closing up on Ben Shuttleworth, Michael Judkins towards the back of the field. And still Andrew Thompson keeping that pressure on Simon Wadsworth. Race leaders making their way through Christmas Corner, just going out a shot there as down the inside goes Andrew Thompson. Oh, we had a look there, but Simon Wadsworth has the line and holds on. Let's see what Thompson can do going through Inkermans. This could be a very important part of the lap to make the move down the inside. And again, he has a look. We have to be so careful out braking on the inside into that right-hander. And Simon Wadsworth holds on to that 3rd place. Andrew Thompson still there in 4th. Three laps to go next time round as Harvey Lathrop makes his way over the line, closely followed by Michael Med. They have got some slow riders in front of them, as do these 2 riders here as they battle for 3rd place. 3 laps to go, and over the line goes the number 5 of Simon Wadsworth, closely followed by the number 19 of Andrew Thompson. They make their way back up the hill. Thompson having a peek down the inside, can't quite find a way through. Oh, very close into that corner. They almost touched the back wheel of Wadsworth, but had things well under control. He drifts wide and down the hill he goes. He's going to try and go down the inside here into Ashby, but not quite close enough to get the front wheel in there. And Simon Wadsworth, he's the one now that's looking over his shoulder. He knows that there's a faster rider behind him, but well, he knows he's not going to let him through either. So the race leader, and again you see Thompson just using all of the curb he can there, trying to find an opening to get the front wheel alongside Wadsworth in that battle for 3rd place. Harvey Lathrop making his way around the final half lap or so. 1.5 laps to go for the race leader number treble 2, Harvey Lathrop. As again down the inside goes Andrew Thompson. Can't quite find a way through here. And again Thompson having looked down the inside. Harvey Lathrop meanwhile starting to pick his way through the back markers, and this is allowing him to pull away from Michael Med. He's making his way towards boot for the penultimate time. So the race just starting to open out at the front here as Harvey Lathrop, I would say, taking advantage of the back markers slightly there just to pull out a small advantage at the front of the field. Over the line they go. 1 lap to go then for Harvey Lathrop, your race leader. Michael Med in 2nd, and this is where all the action is now in the battle for 3rd place. Andrew Thompson keeping that pressure on Simon Wadsworth. They have got Michael Judkins in front, the 13th place rider, as Harvey Lathrop makes his way through Christmas Corner for the final time. He came under a lot of pressure earlier on from Michael Med on the number 77. Two and a half seconds separating the top 2 riders. Just saw Ben Johnson moving into 7th place now after starting from the back of the field. Meanwhile, Harvey Lathrop making his way around the final 2 corners. Checkered flag now being readied for the number treble 2. Harvey Lathrop round the final corner. Checkered flag goes out, and Harvey Lathrop is your race winner. Well deserved after a close battle with Michael Med at the early stage. He just seemed to eke away a bit towards the end of the race and bring it home. There goes James Lewis in 11th place. Nathan Gardner not come through yet. I didn't see any riders in trouble out on the track, but Nathan Gardner appears to have dropped out of contention in the closing stages. He was running well in the top 5, so that means there's a bit of a shuffle throughout the field with Michael Neelands in 5th place, Andrew Rayfield 6th, Ben Johnson in 7th from Liam Booth, Dover Lane in 9th, and Tony Reveley rounding out the top 10. Very quickly, going to very quickly grab a coffee here, so please bear with me for a few moments. I'll be back with you very shortly. Next race coming up is the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140s and Junior Supermoto 140, back underway in just a moment. So here we go then with the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140s and Junior Supermotos making their way in towards the Christmas corner for the first time. Very close start here though between Thorley Trevorrow and Wilson Dilks down into the top corner. Dilks then taking the lead. Travis Shaw in third position. So here we go at the end of the first lap, and Wilson Dilks keeping that lead, but coming under a lot of pressure in second place from Thorley Trevorrow, who's had his moments so far today and just starting to put the leader under some pressure. It's all very close, a bit further behind. Travis Shaw on his own in third place and still very close in the battle of fourth place with Sidney Marshall, Ralph Croft, Joshua Herring, Valentino Kimmy Kirk and Billy Carter. George Wood on the number 93, the Supermoto rider in this race, just a little bit further behind. As Thorley Trevorrow stays on the back wheel of Wilson Dilks, the race leader. Heading now towards the boot once again. And Trevorrow really taking the fight here to Dilks, the race leader. They make their way round the final corner. Wilson Dilks then still your race leader. And over the line he goes. Thorley Trevorrow started to line him up here as they make their way down towards Oblivion. Very close indeed through that fast right-hander, and on the run-up now towards Christmas corner. And Dilks immediately goes defensive. Squeezes Trevorrow out to go into the corner, but Trevorrow is hanging on in there. And down the hill they go into the right-hander. Into Ashby they go. As we look at this battle a bit further down, going through to Christmas Corner. And this is getting very close here between the number 49, the rider in front of you there, Ralph Croft, who has gone through into 4th place, getting past Sydney Marshall on the number 461. Joshua Herring and Valentino Kimmy Kirk just a little bit further behind. Leaders now making their way around the final corner. Wilson Dilks very close with Thorley Trevorrow as we watch the number 49 of Ralph Croft making his way down the back straight, starting to pull away a bit now from the battle between Sydney Marshall and Joshua Herring. Valentino Kimmy Kirk in there as well. Croft making his way towards the final corner. Meanwhile, at the top of the circuit by Christmas Corner, it's getting very close to the front here as Thorley Trevorrow really starting to put the pressure back on Wilson Dilks, the race leader. They're closing up on George Wood a bit now, who's been cut adrift from the rest of the field a little bit, but still looking strong in 9th place. Still this close battle though here with Travis Shaw on his own somewhat in 3rd place. We've got Ralph Croft, Joshua Herring, Sydney Marshall and Valentino Kimmy Kirk still having a very close battle here though for the 4th position. And Ralph Croft just starting to pull away slightly. Over the line as Thorley Trevorrow going down the inside of Wilson Dilks as they go over the finish line. We're looking at Ralph Croft here still fighting for the 4th position. Going up to Christmas Corner, it's all getting very close at the front though as Thorley Trevorrow tries to have another look. We're looking at Sydney Marshall, Valentino Kimmy Kirk a bit further behind. Travis Shaw going through in 3rd place. There is Joshua Henning on the number 912. Valentino Kimmy Kirk battling with Sydney Marshall, and it's all very close indeed. As we look again now at Thorley Trevorrow, who is starting to really put the pressure on Wilson Dilks. Now they've got George Wood in front of them, the lead Supermoto rider, who sees them coming. He moves to one side and concedes the corner, lets them get on their way. Trevorrow looks very quick around this final corner. What's he going to do this time? Can he get down the inside? Oh, he has a peak there, but Wilson Dilks has that line covered. There is the 4th place rider, Ralph Croft, as the leaders make their way back up towards the top corner. Trevorrow is going to have to be very deep on the brakes to make that move, but has to hold on for that 2nd place. Thorley Trevorrow drifting a bit wider, trying to go down the inside, coming into Ashby, but not quite close enough to go for the move. And Wilson Dilks holds on to the lead. Still a long way to go in this race, and very finely poised. Trevorrow just hanging on to that back wheel. Here he comes into boot one more time, and he seems very strong going into oblivion. This first corner, he goes a little bit wider out of the corner, and again drifting a bit wider as he has a look not quite close enough to go for a pass here on Wilson Dilks as they make their way through oblivion. Once again, very close race here. Trevorrow drifting wide on the exit. He's going to try and cut across and go down the inside of the Christmas Corner. He's on here, but not quite close enough to go for the move. Wilson Dilks carrying a lot of speed into that corner and holds on to the lead. 6 laps to go. Dilks again looking strong as Trevorrow has to settle for that 2nd place so far. Travis Shaw on his own in 3rd place, just going over the start finish line. Still Ralph Croft in 4th, Joshua Herring, Sydney Marshall, Valentino Kimmy Kirk, and George Wood moving up to 8th position. I think Billy Carter sadly dropped out of the race with some mechanical issues. As Thorley Trevorrow again, you can see how close he's getting as he makes his way out of boot, just trying to change his lines to try and get an opening down the inside again here, going in towards oblivion, right on the back wheel of Wilson Dilks. Here they come, going up towards Christmas Corner. Trevorrow has got to get a good exit out of the first corner to try and go down the inside. Don't think he's close enough to go for the pass this time, but he is still right in there. Now we remember, of course, how important Inkermans is to get this downhill section into the right-hander, and Trevorrow just has to hold on for 2nd place so far. Just a little bit further down the track, these two have Valentino Kimmy Kirk and Sydney Marshall having their own battle so far for 6th position. Now, of course, they're fighting for position as well, so they won't want to, well, they'll let the leaders through, but they won't want to mess their own race up as well. Might be a bit difficult for the leaders to make their way through in a few moments. as they make their way around the final corner. Wilson Dilks and Thorley Trevorrow's on him down the inside. Oh, again he has a look down the inside. Very brave riding there from Thorley Trevorrow to get a move through there, but not quite close enough to put Dilks off. But this time he makes it stick down the inside into Christmas corner, and Thorley Trevorrow cuts the squares the turn off nicely there and gets the drive going down to Christmas corner. What can Wilson Dilks do? Can he fight back? So Trevorrow just starting to try and run his own race at the front now. It's Wilson Dilks' turn to play the aggressor here. Watching the back wheel of that machine. Perhaps watching Trevorrow's line, seeing where he can find a bit of an advantage to try and repass him. He's still got 3 laps to go. They're closing up on the rest of the top 10. They've got Sidney Marshall and Valentino Kimi Kirk. There they go, just over the line ahead of them. So now the pressure is on Thorley Trevorrow. Now he's in the lead. Can he pull away? 3 laps to go. And Wilson Dilks certainly not giving this one up. And this time Dilks trying to have a look down the inside. Not quite close enough to go for the pass. And oh, George Wood in trouble just off the edge of the track. He's had some mechanical issues, I think, and pulls the bike off to the side. The race goes on now as they close up on Valentino Kimi Kirk, who in turn is battling with Sidney Marshall. Here they come. One of the worst parts of the track here to encounter slower riders. So Trevorrow's going to have to be brave on the brakes here. Down the inside he goes. Dilks stays with him. And oh, unfortunately there for Dilks, he went the wrong way and got bolted slightly there by Sidney Marshall. Marshall just doing the right thing there, holding his line, and unluckily there for Wilson Dilks, he just chose wrong and went the wrong way and got himself bulked a bit there. So he lost a little bit of time. The gap goes up to 1 second now between Thorley Trevorrow and Wilson Dilks with 2 laps to go. Trevorrow with the fastest lap of the race so far, 51.667. Meanwhile, the battle's still raging between Valentino Kimi Kirk and Sidney Marshall, as the 2 leaders now moving on towards Joshua Herring and Ralph Croft, who are battling for 4th and 5th place respectively. And again Trevorrow catches them up in this potentially awkward part of the track. He should be able to get them under braking. Oh no, they're having their own battle here. Herring having a look down the inside of Croft, and I think they, of course they do sometimes might possibly think that it's their rival that's battling with them. 1 lap to go, and fortunately here for Trevorrow, he's got a lapped rider between him and Wilson Dilks, and Dilks switches to the inside line, gets through, and now has a clear track between him and Trevorrow. But this might be Trevorrow's moment. He's been there or thereabouts at times today. Hasn't had a win so far, but this could be the time for him. Down into the right-hander he goes. Thorley Trevorrow leading. Wilson Dilks still there in 2nd place. This race is not over so far. Dilks certainly not giving this one up. Travis Shaw ahead in 3rd place, and he should stay on the lead lap as Thorley Trevorrow makes his way through the boot for the final time. Wilson Dilks still on his tail. 1 more corner to go, and Thorley Trevorrow out to the final corner will take the checkered flag. Well worked victory there for the number 42, Thorley Trevorrow, chased to the line there by Wilson Dilks, half a second separating them at the end of the race. Travis Shaw just ahead of those riders there. The 3rd place rider stays on the lead lap. Looks like it's going to be Joshua Herring in 4th place from Ralph Croft, Sidney Marshall, Valentino Kimi Kirk, and a couple of retirements from the race. Sadly, we lost George Wood later on with some mechanical issues. It's a shame for him because he's been running well throughout the afternoon. And Billy Carter on the 185 dropping out of contention earlier, but very well done then to the number 42, Thorley Trevorrow. Some trademark Trevorrow riding there, I would say. Some very brave moves and never afraid to put a pass in, I would say. So 1 more race to go with the Brat Bike Super Minis at the end of the day. But coming up next, we have the Supermoto Minibike 140s, what looks set to be a closely fought race. Our penultimate race today, then, about to get underway. It's the Minibike 140s, and what looks set to be a tantalising prospect here. We have 2 of the fastest riders neck and neck on the grid here. Harvey Lathrop from Ben Lord, Simon Wadsworth 3rd, Michael Med in 4th, Tommy Ullman in 5th, and Liam Wood in 6th. Of course, quite a few of those riders fighting back after a poor start in Moto 2, so they're all up there. Stephen Humphries from Ben Johnson, James Sidebottom, Gary Jacobs, Liam Booth, Bradley Parr in 12th position. James Walker, Jordan Merriweather, George Muscat, Daniel Cliff, Tom Wise, and Ben Shuttlewood in 18th position in row number 9. Taking us further back, we have the 148 of Michael Briggs, Mark James Cockfield 20th, Reuben Pearson Walker in 22nd, Simon Portis, Andrew Rayfield, and Peter Wadsworth in 24th place. But remember, of course, in the first race we had a bit of attrition. We had the likes of Ben Lord, Michael Med, amongst others, dropping out of contention in the first race, which meant they had to start right at the back of the field. So they've, of course, all recovered. The other one, Liam Wood, another rider that went down in the first race. Ben Johnson down on the first corner as well. All these riders had to start at the back of the grid in race number 2. They all fought through quite nicely, and this could lead us up to a pretty entertaining final Supermoto's Minibike 140 race with all of the fastest riders starting at the front of the grid. You effectively had a situation where some of the faster ones are coming through from the back in Moto number 2. So let's see how it all goes out. Head to head, of course, between Harvey Lathrope and Ben Lord. Lathrope on the inside, Lord right alongside him. Pole position going to Lathrope, of course, who's got the inside line, the shorter line into the first corner, but let's see what happens on the start here as the start marshal's making sure the riders are in the correct positions. They've got to make sure the grid is staggered in the interest of safety. But I think we are ready to go, waiting for the green light. Tense moments here as we wait for the red light. Watch out for that start. Away they go. Lord gets a good jump, but Lathrope down the inside takes the lead. Med in 3rd. And looks like Nathan Gardner with a good start as well, but Harvey Lathrope just about gets the lead. They go charging through the first couple of corners. Everyone seems to have gone away through those first couple of corners safely. Into Christmas corner for the first time. Lathrope leading, Lord in 2nd, Med in 3rd. I think it was Simon Wadsworth who got away also very well, as down the inside on the first corner. Oh, nice move there for the number 94 of Liam Wood. I think may have gone through to 4th. Yes, he has. So Liam Wood making the move on that right-handed Ashby corner, which is very difficult to do, but he gets through on the first lap. Good clean start. Everyone seems to have stayed out of trouble on that first half lap. And it's Harvey Lathrope that leads the way by the finest of margins here, coming down the final corner, closely followed by Ben Lord, Michael Med in 3rd. Liam Wood up to 4th place, Wadsworth just behind him, Tommy Ullman, Ben Johnson, Bradley Parr, James Sidebottom with a good start as well as they go charging through up towards Christmas corner for the first time. The race just starting to settle down now at the end of the first lap, and Ben Lord just starting to put Lathrope under a bit of pressure here as they make their way down towards Ashby once again. At the moment he's just I think he's just sussing him out here, looking at the lines, trying to see if there's a way he can find a way through here as he goes down the back straight heading towards Boot once again. Lathrope looking very smooth as he makes his way down towards the final corner, closely followed by Lord. Lathrope, I'm sure he knows that he's got Lord behind him and he's not going to give this lead up lightly. They make their way through, believing for the first time, heading up towards Christmas corner. And up to the top corner they go. Lathrope leading. And Lord right on his tail in 2nd place as they make their way back down the hill, heading towards Ashby. And these two riders can't afford to be too complacent here because we've got some very strong riders behind them. We have got Michael Med, Liam Wood, Simon Wadsworth and Tommy Ullman. Waved yellows there. We've got a rider in trouble on the side of the circuit. Some mechanical issues, I think. Looks like the number 0 on the bike. possibly James Walker that's hit some trouble. The bike being pushed away, rider okay. Just looks like mechanical issues, and the race goes on as Ben Lord trying to find a way to get past the race leader. Nothing going so far though, and I would say Harvey Lathrop certainly in a no-nonsense mood here at the front. He makes his way up towards Christmas Corner once again. Lord keeping the pressure on, having a peek down the inside, trying to find a way through. Nothing going so far though. Lathrop doing a great job of holding on to this lead, and these two riders not really losing out here as they not really holding each other up. Had some trouble on the infield. You may have just seen the two riders, there's a bit of debris on the track as well, which the one rider very quickly goes to one side. There's been a collision to further back. You see the wave yellow, so these riders have to hold position momentarily as there are two stricken riders on the side of the circuit. And we're back under green flag conditions here as Ben Lord drifting wide going into the final corner, trying to square that turn off and get the drive down the finish line straight. And another yellow flag. Well, it is a stationary yellow on the finish line here, which means it's just a cautionary flag. They can still race. You'll see as another rider hitting some mechanical trouble, pushing the bike up towards the marshal points for safety. So we've lost James Walker, and Tom Wise I think was the other rider who hit trouble on the infield. There's two riders down on the infield. They seem okay. They're just discussing things linked behind the tyre barriers. Race going on, of course. And Harvey Lathrop holding on to the lead. We are under a clear circuit now. The flags have gone back in, so these riders are free to race. And Ben Lord right on the rear wheel here of Harvey Lathrop. Michael Med and Liam Wood still third and fourth, a little bit further behind. Lord trying to find a way past Lathrop, who is doing a great job here of guarding those lines. Up into Christmas Corner. Lord having a peek down the inside, can't find a way through so far. Again changing his lines to Inkermans, trying to find an opening down into the right-hander. Can't get through at the moment. It's still Michael Med in third place, Liam Wood, Simon Wadsworth in fifth, Tommy Ullman, Ben Johnson, Liam Booth and Stephen Humphreys up to ninth place from Bradley Parr, Gary Jacobs, Jordan Merriweather in 12th position. So the treble two here of Harvey Lathrop leading the way and looking strong so far as they make their way down the inside. I think of may have been Simon Porter's, I think number 56. Over the line they go once again, and Lathrop pulling out that quarter of a second on Ben Lord, who has got the fastest lap of the race, 53.014. And Lord having a peek down the inside, can't find a way through right now. Up to the top of the circuit they go. They got another lapper in front, which I think should be the 22 of Ruben Pearson Walker, who holds his line and lets the faster riders find their way through. So good clean riding there, and they get through without a hitch. And Lord is still there in second, shadowing the race leader Harvey Lathrop. And this is Lord's moment, having a look down the inside, can't find a way though. Again, it's just trying to find that opening. The bike's of course very evenly matched in terms of performance, in terms of the rules. Lathrop perhaps a little bit lighter than Lord, you would say. Youth versus adult here, of course, so you got that weight advantage down the straights possibly for Lathrop, which means that Lord maybe has to work that little bit harder to try and find an opening down the inside or coming out of the corners as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner again. And Lathrop holding that racing line, holds on to the lead. Still Liam Wood in third place, Michael Med, Simon Wadsworth, Tommy Ullman and Ben Johnson in 7th position. All very closely fought here. We've got Liam Booth, Bradley Parr, Gary Jacobs, Jordan Merriweather, Daniel Cliff just on the edge of the top 10. As the two leaders starting to close up now on, I think it'll be the number 146 of Michael Briggs, who is in 17th place. We've got Mark James Cockfield, Ben Shuttleworth in 15th, and the 14th position, number 276, George Muscat, just ahead of them. As the laps start counting down, Briggs sees them coming, has a glance over the shoulder and lets them go. Again, Lord having a peek down the inside. He's going to keep the pressure on Harvey Lathrop, but we know that he is a cool customer and he won't be phased by having Ben Lord behind him keeping this pressure on. He'll see the lappers in front of him now, so just got to keep his wits about him here. as he makes his way down towards Ashby into the right-hander. Nervous moments here. They see him coming though and just move to one. Well, no, I wouldn't say move to one side, but just conceding the corner to the race leader. Sometimes you'd say the worst thing the lappers can do is move out of the way for these riders, because, you know, it's potentially dangerous having people moving across the track. All you got to do is just hold your line, get the opportunity, concede the corner to the faster riders, as we should see now as Lathrop goes over the line. And Cockfield, oh, tight moments there. Don't think he realised that there was somebody right behind Harvey Lathrop, which holds up Lord slightly. There's the 2.76 of Muscat, and Lord is still there in second place. So he was bulked slightly going into the first corner. It's a bit unfortunate sometimes with racing. And Lord still tagging in there and staying on the back wheel of Lathrop. It's still Liam Wood in third place, Michael Mead in fourth, Simon Wadsworth in fifth, Tommy Ullman, Ben Johnson, Stephen Humphries, Liam Booth and Bradley Parr rounding out the top 10. As the race now drawing to a close, still got about 4 laps to go, so Ben Lord losing a little bit of time on that previous lap, but he's by no means out of the race. There he is in second place and just starting to regroup and close back up on Harvey Lathrop. Over the line they go, 4 laps to go. Harvey Lathrop leading, and Ben Lord still there in second position. Up towards the Christmas corner they go, that uphill corner. And another lapper in front. I think this might be the number 6 of Daniel Cliff, who is currently in 13th place. They're starting to lap quite high through the field now. There he is, 0.6, so I think that's Daniel Cliff. As Lord very expertly nips down the inside and stays on the back wheel of Harvey Lathrop. You've got to be so careful following the leader through like that, because sometimes that lap rider may not realise there's 2 riders where they think there's 1. And we've seen in the past riders trip over each other doing that, but Lord keeping his composure, making that corner his and staying with Harvey Lathrop here. Now they are starting to come through some riders who are battling here. We've got Gary Jacobs in there, Bradley Parr, Jordan Merriweather, and the leaders are closing up as the race draws to a close. Moving towards the final few laps of the race. And oh, this is a tense moment here for Lathrop, who's got 2 riders fighting for position here. And through they go, so Lathrop through, Lord is through, into the right-hander they go. Oh, and a nice bit of riding there from Harvey Lathrop to snatch the corner away from Bradley Parr, trying to get those slow riders between him and Lord, but no, look at that, Ben Lord has got through as well. Nervous moments there when you've got 2 riders fighting for position. They've got to just navigate their way through the slower traffic, which they both have done expertly here. Looks like they got, I think it's Liam Booth in front of them, or Bradley Parr I believe, on the 2.46 also in there as well. Round the final corner go the 2 race leaders, 1 lap to go as over the line they go, very close to the finish there. And Harvey Lathrop taking the checkered flag, only just from Ben Lord. I think they were covered by a few tenths of a second there. Michael Mead battling there with Liam Wood to the line, and Wood taking third from Mead. Simon Wadsworth just a little bit further behind in 5th position. Tommy Ullman going through also. So as always, the Supermoto Minibike 140s bringing in some very close competitive racing, and it's Harvey Lathrop that takes the checkered flag. Ben Lord in second, Liam Wood fighting to the line there with Michael Mead. Wood in third, Mead in fourth, Wadsworth in 5th position, Tommy Ullman in 6th, Ben Johnson in 7th place, Stephen Humphries, Liam Booth and Bradley Parr running up the top 10. But very close race there between Harvey Lathrop and Ben Lord. Just one more race to go then at this penultimate round of the Rich Energy British Minibikes Championship here at Whilton Mill. Coming up in just a few moments, we have the Brat Bike Super Minis bikes making their way down towards the waiting zone now. We did get 1 or 2 mechanical issues in that mini bike race, so whether there'll need to be a circuit check I don't know, but nonetheless the riders assembling in the waiting zone as the sun comes out for the final race of the day. Brad Bikes Super Minis And we'll have a look at how they line up in just a few moments. You can see that late afternoon sun, which is nice for us watching here, but can be difficult for the riders now. Of course, we're moving towards the later months of the season, and of course the night's coming in, which means we're looking at the time here locally now. It's about 10 past 4, so already the sun quite low in the sky at this point of the afternoon, so that can make it a bit more tricky for the riders when they're making their way around perhaps some of the corners round about where our camera is now, heading towards the boot corner. There you can see an idea actually when you look at the top of the track looking down, riding into the sun. Can be a little bit difficult. We see a few of the riders with a light tint on the visors as well, just to help themselves. Of course, the good advantage here is that the meeting has run to schedule. We're moving on to our final race pretty much about 5 minutes ahead of schedule actually, so of course the risk is if there had been any delays that we could have been running these races with the sun even lower, which could make things very difficult for the riders. We are running the full Whilton Mill layout today, the international format of course. We've seen Whilton Mill usually 2 or 3 times in the past now, if not more. It's been the season finale here at Northamptonshire later in the month, and they're using what's known as the Zulu format, which is the shorter track that goes down the middle. This international section, there's a corkscrew section down the middle of the track which is fully floodlit, but that of course not needed today as we are still only just at the start of October. There is still of course one more round to go. It's Clay Pigeon down in Dorset in 2 weeks time, and of course it will be live streamed on the Rich Energy British Minibikes channel here, so you can catch all the action at the season finale in 2 weeks time. I will unfortunately be unable to make it as I will be away that weekend. A bit of a late date change means that I'm unable to make that event, so I will see you in 2023. Of course, we'll say that keep your eyes peeled on the Rich Energy British Minibike social media pages, that the dates and the venues are being finalised for 2023, and I think a little bit later in the month, all being well, they should be released to the public to make your plans for next year. In the meantime though, we've got one more race to go here this afternoon at this penultimate round of the 2022 championship. It's the Brat Bikes Super Minis. Richard Holmes Williams lining up on the inside, winner of the previous race of course, lining up. I think there is one rider with a bit of mechanical trouble here. Now they're going to get a few minutes to try and get that bike in the race. What's going to happen here? The start marshal, it's the number 121 there with a bit of trouble, just trying to get that bike restarted. A bit too late sadly as the race gets underway. Holmes Williams and Wardle first and second place, over the line they go. Up towards the first corner they go, and Lawrence Wardle down the inside of Richard Holmes Williams, but can't quite find his way through. So we've got one non-starter there, right, with some mechanical trouble on the start line. Their race is over. I think it was the number 121 possibly that hit trouble. Richard Holmes Williams then leading the way from Lawrence Wardle in second place there. So, oh, look at that from Holmes Williams, right on the edge there, going out of oblivion for the first time. Oh, I tell you what, that back end stepping out there didn't really affect him much at all. That was a bit nerve-wracking to watch there as they make their way down towards Ashby once again. Wardle still in second place, all looking very close there. Richard Holmes Williams trying to pull away. We'll try and get the up-to-date race standings for this just as soon as possible. I'm telling you, it's still Richard Holmes Williams leading, and looks like Lawrence Wardle still there in second place. The number 14 in third, who was narrowly second in race number 2, Jamie Callan, also in there as well. So Holmes Williams leading, Wardle second, Callan third. It looks like the number 66 of Louis Smith, who fought through quite strongly in the previous races, in fourth place, and treble 2 Harvey Lathrope. fresh from his Minibikes victory, going straight out into the Super Minis, and he is in 5th place. But the rider to beat today so far has been the 126 of Richard Holmes Williams. I think it was Jake Whittaker who had the trouble on the start line. Bike has been abandoned in the middle of the track for now. And just seen a marshal, I think whether a bike maybe dropped a bit of oil. Whether you see the marshal there just with the cement dust, just making sure that the track is safe. I think it's okay. Marshal's keeping an eye on that one, and I think the track's still safe, ready to go. The Marshal's just making sure that the starting grid hasn't got any fluids on there. It doesn't seem to be affecting the riders at all. As Richard Holmes Williams goes charging through on the number 126, looking very strong at the front still. Wardle in 2nd, Callan in 3rd, and 4th place number 66 of Louis Smith. But 126 Richard Holmes Williams coming under some real pressure at the start of the race, but seems to be just settling down, holding on to the lead. You'll see the battle for 2nd place just behind him. Wardle still in 2nd, the number 14 of Jamie Callan in 3rd, Lawrence Wardle 2nd position, and the number 66 of Louis Smith close behind in 4th place. I think it looks like Jake Smith actually starting to come through the field now into 5th position, getting past Harvey Lathrope. And bit of trouble here for a bit further behind here. Number 56, Jake Smith seems to hit some trouble. Slowing down and off into the pits. So out of the race goes the number 56. Jake Smith dropping out of contention. None of this, of course, bothering Richard Holmes Williams, the race leader. Used to race in this series on a Honda CRF 150, but has in recent times switched to that KTM 85. Of course, I say 85, but the riders can quite legally run big bore kits on these bikes, and quite a few of these bikes running the oversized 105cc bores, slightly bigger engine, which gives them a bit more power, of course, compared to the standard 85cc format. You don't see many 105cc machines in the UK. They're fairly popular in America. You see quite a lot of the 105s actually sold in production form. The likes of Kawasaki sell those bikes in the States. Over here it is more towards the garage specials, you might say, these riders. Converting these bikes for tarmac use. Now, of course, they derive from motocross bikes, and the rules state they have to be 85cc in motocross racing. So you don't see that many 105 kits out there, but there are 1 or 2 105s running the modified engines in this class. Compared to the pit bikes, of course, a lot of the mini bike classes have fairly stringent regulations on what you can and can't do to the bikes in order to keep parity between the machines, but it's a little bit more lenient in the Super Minis. There are still rules out there in terms of illegal modifications to the bikes, but there's a bit more leniency, and you do tend to see a bit more of the special machines in this race rather than the production-based bikes. And the real mixture nowadays, of course, this did start off more as a Honda CRF 150 class, 4 strokes. Started to see the 85cc 2 strokes creeping in, and there's a few of the Bucci pit bikes eligible for this class as well. And you see the likes of Jamie Callan riding one there on the number 14 in 3rd place. So a real mixture of bikes out there. And of course you do get the dynamic of 2-stroke versus 4-stroke in this race as well. There's not that many 2-strokes in the other race classes except for Super Minis. And it's all swings and roundabouts really. The 2-stroke perhaps has a more hard-hitting power band, you might say, and the 4-stroke generally a lot smoother, which might be of benefit on some of the long sweeping corners here at Whilton Mill, to have that smoother power band perhaps on the 4-strokes. But you would say, of course, that Richard Holmes Williams leading the way, and Lawrence Wardle in 2nd, both on the 2-strokes. And there they go. Looks like they've gone past Mercia Vasilkan. So the number 14 of Jamie Callan leading the way and looking strong at the front so far. This race, of course, sponsored by Brat Bikes, Super Minis. Final race of the day and of the whole programme, of course. And we were looking at this battle between the number 14 of Jamie Callan, closely followed then by the number 66 of Louis Smith. These two still looking quite strong out there. Smith just keeping the pressure now on Callan. You can see the dynamics here between the 2 strokes and the 4 strokes. That Husqvarna 85 just behind seems to get the power down a bit more aggressively coming out of the Oblivion corner through Croft, heading up towards Christmas corner. Down towards Ashby they go, and Louis Smith trying to get down the inside there of Callan, but can't find a way through at the moment. Still the 1-2-6 of Richard Holmes Williams that leads the way. Lawrence Wardle second, and this battle of third, just keeping Wardle honest in second position. Corey Tinker closely followed by Harvey Lathrop a bit further behind. It's Jake Smith dropping out of contention in this race as well, so had a bit of a race of attrition so far with a few riders dropping out of contention. Jamie Callan doing battle here with Louis Smith on the number 66 as this final race of the programme here at the Rich Energy British Minibikes here at Whilton Mill. Looking very close indeed as they make their way around those final couple of corners. Richard Holmes Williams looking comfortable at the front of the field as he's going to make his way around very shortly to complete another lap. Over the line he goes. Richard Holmes Williams, your race leader. Just starting to close up on Vinnie Jones, who's just on the edge of the top 10. Lawrence Wardle still in second. And this battle we're concentrating on in third place between the Jamie Callan and 66 of Louis Smith. Meanwhile, here is the leader, number 1-2-6, Richard Holmes Williams. Just gone past Vinnie Jones on the number 104. And Holmes Williams looking quite comfortable so far, staying ahead of Lawrence Wardle, who's just a couple of seconds behind. And Wardle getting past Jones. You'll just see at the back of your screen there. Here comes the race leader. Next time round he will receive the 1 lap board as he makes his way through boot for what will be the penultimate time. Richard Holmes Williams round the final corner, and there as he crosses the line, last lap for number 1-2-6, your race leader Richard Holmes Williams, who got to the front nice and early in this race, had to fight his way at the start of the race. Now controlling things from the front and running the race how he wants to as he makes his way up towards Christmas corner. Through he goes. Looking very neat at the front of the field. Holmes Williams now down the hill into the right-hander. Another couple of lap riders in front, but can afford to take his time. He's got about 2.5-3 seconds on Lawrence Wardle behind him. Wardle not quite close enough to put him under any direct pressure as he makes his way back towards the boot section for the final time. Checker flag now being readied down here at the finish line, and there is Wardle chasing hard, but Richard Holmes Williams, here he comes around the penultimate corner, is going to take the checker flag for the final race of the day. Checker flag goes out, and Richard Holmes Williams taking the checker flag. Lawrence Wardle brings it home in second place, and that'll be good news for him, of course, in terms of the championship. Oh, and fighting to the line there for third. I think it may have been Louis Smith just getting to third position. We'll have to wait for the confirmation on the official timing charts. Ahead of Jamie Callan. And Phil Dickens recovering from his mechanical DNF in the previous race. He will finish in, I believe, 4th position. We've got a few more riders making up the top 10. There's a bit of a celebration there, popping a wheelie over the line for the number 18. But another rider with a little bit of a front wheel airtime is Richard Holmes Williams, who takes the checkered flag here at the penultimate round of the 2022 Rich Energy British Minibike Championships here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. Penultimate round of the championship, of course. Don't forget, of course, that in 2 weeks' time we move on to the series finale at Clay Pigeon down in Dorset. The date was brought forward a couple of weeks. Unfortunately, it clashes with something I'm away in 2 weeks' time, so we'll not be able to cover the final round. So I think it might be Dover Lane might be standing in for me possibly at the final round. So for the last time from me this year, Chris Saw, it's been a pleasure to commentate on the Rich Energy British Minibikes in 2022. Looking forward to next year as well. Don't forget, of course, to keep an eye out on Rich Energy British Minibikes on social media. The dates are currently being finalised, and the dates for 2023 will be released very soon to make your plans for next year. But of course, you will see us again in 2 weeks' time at Clay Pigeon. In the meantime, I will see you in 2023. So I wish you all, I'll be the first one to say this, I think, Merry Christmas. Don't be the one to say that just yet in October, but there you go. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I will see you next year, and join us back with the Rich Energy British Minibikes in 2 weeks' time at Clay Pigeon. See you there, of course. Thanks for coming along to Whilton Mill today. We hope you've enjoyed the action, and join us back at Clay Pigeon in 2 weeks' time.